Testing, chat. Can you see me? I'm trying something a little different today. We're doing things a little differently. I hope you're okay with that. But what I need right now is your feedback to let me know that I'm even on here at all. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's see if we are up on Twitch. I just haven't heard anything up. What's up with YouTube? I can't tell if we're on. Yeah, I'm not seeing any chats from YouTube. I see 12 viewers though, so that's good. But yeah, I desperately need your help and your feedback in telling me exactly what you're seeing, exactly what you're experiencing right now. Okay, starting to see chats, but no chats referencing what I'm saying. That's kind of what I need you to do, chat, is to respond to what I say, just to let me know that you can hear me. Because that's not an assumption that I am making today, all right? Things are a little bit different. It's for the better. It's a good thing. I can hear you. Great, awesome. First person, Rob MC, you win the Smart Chatter Award for the day. That is Authentic can hear me. Yeah, nice. Good that people are hearing me both on the YouTube chat side and on the Twitch side. Now, the other question, chat, I've got to ask you is, do you hear anything besides me? Do you hear any noises? You can hear me. Randall Smith can hear me. Do you hear any sort of extraneous sounds? Especially a sound that resembles a drilling. No, I mean, like, I just started the stream differently. You know, it's like, YouTube side, you can hear, I get the report pull is up. I get the report pull is up. Just me, no noises. Okay, so absolutely no obnoxious drilling. That's wonderful. Music in the background. No obnoxious drilling. Wonderful, because they're doing construction at my apartment today. Not in my apartment, but at the floor below. And they are apparently chiseling out the what do you call like stone that's like stone tile walkway, right? They're chiseling that out of there and they're gonna put a new one in. All right, and they're gonna do this on the floor below me. They're gonna do this 2 floors above me, and then they're gonna do it 3 floors above me. I got this going on all week, so I get to listen to this noise. Apparently you do not have to listen to the noise though, which is good. Let's make sure that we are, what is the stream title? Okay, that's good. The YouTube stream, or the Twitch stream title is correct. The YouTube stream title is correct. Team Gayness is in the chat. What's up, Team Gayness? I'm sorry, I just really like your name. And also, I usually don't stream like this. Yeah, usually what we do, chat, is I put on obnoxious music for way too long and show the thumbnail for like 15 minutes to just get everyone in here, so it's not like a completely dead room when I start streaming. But again, we're doing things a little differently today. Now, this is probably going to be a good thing. All right, so chat, I'm going to ask you one more thing, all right? One more question for chat, and then we will start to get going. I'm also keeping an eye on Noah and Hassan. I've got them on my phone right now. Just Noah and Hassan, sorry. Noah, Bad Empanada, and Hassan. Really, it's Bad Empanada and Hassan that are debating each other. And I'm kind of waiting for them to get done with until Charlie Kelly, we back, baby. We are indeed back. and probably better than ever. Chat, you might be enjoying a slightly improved quality of stream tonight. If everything I did went according to plan, you might be enjoying a little bit better of a stream quality, like, right, higher resolution and stuff like that. The image being better. That is part of the hair looking lovely. Thank you, Rave. So yeah, this is so I guess the other thing that I wanted to ask you, wait. Okay, yeah, so is everything else normal? Everything else looks normal, everything else looks good. There's no weird problems, there's no weird issues. Give us a prediction about the future of TYT. Liqua, I think it's going down. I don't think TYT has much of a future. I mean, I can't tell for sure, but their views are going down. Anna seems more invested in her take in the new PBD show she's on rather than TYT, and I don't know. Like, it's hard to imagine Jink getting frustrated and just pulling the plug on it, so I don't think it'll be anything like that. But yeah, I do think it's gonna die like a slow death. Is TYT still on the air? Wait, what do you mean? Are they streaming right now? Is that what you're asking? Or are you asking, are they still a thing? So wait, chat. I asked you one more question, and I just want to... The fact that nobody's answering is probably a good thing. Is there anything else weird going on? Like, right? Is there, like, I don't know, what would be happening? Freezing? Like, you know, when I move around... Does it look frozen? Or does it look, what am I trying to talk about? You know, the thing where when I move, it's like do instead of it being like do, it's like do. It's not doing that, right? Yeah, TYT is still a show, says Randall Smith. Last I checked, they're still a show, but maybe not for long. Maybe not for long. No stream, no frames dropped. Okay, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. No frames are dropping. Yeah, I think we're in the good place, chat. I think we are in the good place. And if all goes according to plan, chat, I'm going to save myself $20 a month. I'm streaming to you rather than through Restream, through YouTube and Twitch separately, which means I could also include a YouTube short stream, should I so choose. We might give one of those a try just to make sure that that's all going well tonight. Anyway, tonight is a night to go over just some late breaking content that happened, right? I was getting the content ready for the stream today, and I noticed this event that was going on that I thought was interested in. I thought you would be interested in as well. The event is, going on at the tail end. This is the very tail end of Noah Samsen's live stream, his charity fundraiser for UNRWA, and I think there's another Palestinian charity that he is benefiting as well, right? But as part of this, Noah stayed up for a whole weekend and is bringing in lots of guests. The last two guests, or two of the last guests, are Hasan Piker and Bad Empanada. Now, just like based on the time schedule, I assumed that these two guests would show up separately, but for some reason they are having a debate right now, and it's not a contentious debate. It's not a mean debate. It's not like "fuck you, Hassan, you are It's not an angry debate, all right? But it's not an easy debate either. Like, Bad Empanada is not like rolling over for Hassan. Hassan is not rolling over for Bad Empanada. These two do have some legitimate differences of opinion, and well, that's gonna come out in the stream. So the other thing I've got to kind of, what? Chat, we might be able to start. I'm looking at Noah, and he seems to be alone. Can we confirm that? Can we confirm that Hassan and Bad Empanada have left the building? Because I'm not trying to compete with the debate itself or anything like that. I don't want you to watch that here instead of over there. If you're gonna watch, you know, the debate live, it's gonna be over there. If you're gonna watch it as a reaction video, you're gonna watch it here, obviously. Because that's my area of expertise, is debate analysis. Chat, we're gonna do some debate analysis tonight. The other thing that I wanted to ask about, right, we've got some bonus content, as many of you have noticed already. Let's see how many of you have noticed already that we have the option for bonus content. 18 of you. Hey, chat, it's early and we're doing stuff weird, right? We're doing stuff super weird. It just ended. Thank you, Nate Harrison. Nate Harrison confirmed to us that we can go. We can go. There's nothing stopping us. Yeah, I was gonna cover some other things first, but it looks like no. So anyway, bonus content tonight. I might change this, chat. There's only 20 votes that have been going down, right? But if I can find this story, supposedly the slop tubers are denying Hassan's lived experience. Supposedly the slop tubers, and by the slop tubers, I'm talking about Dan Saltman, Nux Taku, and maybe Asmongold. I don't know entirely. Like, I'm trying to wrap my brain around this, right? But they have, there's some kind of Drew Pavlo is streaming. What the fuck? Drew Pavlo. Chat, we're competing with Drew Pavlo and we're kicking his ass. Chat, Drew Pavlo is streaming right now with 16 people watching. I am streaming right now with 27, 28 people watching. Okay, we're just barely beating Drew Pavlo, but I'll take it. I'll take it, chat. Drew Pavlo, you want to come on and have a conversation? No, just kidding. I don't want anything to do with that weird fucker. He'll probably dox me. I probably shouldn't even say his name. I love Bad Empanada's astringent approach. He does not suffer fools. He soft pedals nothing. True. Hassan went to bed. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I'm surprised Noah hasn't gone to bed yet. You are not dropping frames for me. Good, 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 good. I think the Turk fell off with the Greek. The Turk fell off with the Greek. Wait, sorry. Oh, you mean Hassan fell off with the with Bad Empanada. So yeah, the other thing I wanted to cover maybe tonight, or throw up on the bonus content poll, possibly, is the story of the denial of Hassan's detainment. Like, I don't know what's gotten up their asses. What kind of wild hair is tickling the inside of their colon as we speak, but they're apparently trying to deny Hassan's detainment in some way. I'm not like, it would be wild, chat, if they were like completely saying he did not get detained, right? Hassan completely fabricated in his entire experience with the Customs and Border Patrols. Not a single part of this is likely true. Holy shit, chat. I'm reading a Dan Saltman tweet right here. Holy shit. As the media digests the Hassan Jussie Smollett Piker lie fairy tale, U.S. citizen detained for 2 hours for his political beliefs in a windowless Faraday cage, reality, randomly selected person he believes the Trump administration, chat. Dan Saltman trusts the Trump Justice Department, the Trump Homeland Security, the CBP, the ICE, right? He trusts it all. I don't know if this is a secret. I don't know if I'm letting you in on any facts you do not already have, but Dan Saltman is a conservative, right? He's a kind of a strange friend for Destiny. Oh my God, chat, it's going on. It's going on. They are denying that fucking Hassan was a detained random. So, or what are they trying to say? That it was a random secretary streaming and then he was released in less than 10 minutes. They're saying that Hassan straight up lied. And oh my God, chat, I gotta change. I gotta add the new content, don't I? Yeah. Now this is wild. This is fucking wild. No voice chat? What does that mean, God TV radio? Do you mean voice chat as in I'm not in Discord? Is that what you're saying? Hello, DJ Spill. Yeah, why would Hassan make up something that would be easily disprovable like that, right? Like, if he lied about the time, which is, I guess, what, like, it's weird, though, because, like, the way that they're selling this, chat, if you look at any of the thumbnails of, like, Nux Taco or anyone who's talking about this, they're clickbaiting it as if this is just a complete lie. Like, this didn't happen at all. But if you read into their content, or like what they're actually claiming, is something to the effect that he didn't spend 2 hours, you know, being questioned, and that this was in fact a random, you know, like he hit the lottery number, right? The slop twits are just annoying. Yeah, well, I'm seeing this on Twitter right now. I'm seeing the Dan Saltman stuff on Twitter. But the I think that people have made videos on this. I know Nux Taco seems to have a video up about this. I think Osmongold was talking about this. I think that I need to change the poll, chat. What do you think? Should I change the poll? All right, take a look at this. Let's see what we're doing. Make sure to vote, okay? If you haven't voted already, I might switch this on you, but just keep on voting, right? Because right now, the lowest bonus content choice by far is Tabernacle's Butlerian Jihad versus AI. Even though I really want to see that one. I wish you could edit these polls, but I guess it wouldn't make sense. I'm gonna have to end the poll. All right, we ended the poll, chat. Somebody take notes of that one. Ended the poll. All right, so what are we gonna do? Get rid of the Butlerian Jihad? God damn it. I want to do like just about anything except that. Okay, slop tubers deny Hassan's detention. How about that? How does that sound? Okay, start a poll, bonus content. So yeah, luckily, I'm so glad that you don't have to listen to this drilling that I'm hearing, because it's drilling a hole in my psyche. It's drilling a hole in my brain as we speak. It's very annoying. I don't know. I might even have music on for the stream just to like avoid listening to this constant fucking boring. They're boring a hole in my head, chat. I'm putting up the new poll, right? I want to include this this last option that I just realized was an option. Slop tubers deny Hassan's detention. That's the one I'm talking about. If you want to vote for that one. Now, I'm not telling you, you know, what to vote for. That's your choice. The bonus content is your choice. We get the bonus content every time we make this number go from 0 to 100. You can see that I left in the Butlerian Jihad because I had to. I had to, chat. I still love Butler. We're leaving it in. We're leaving it in. I'm staying in the race. No, Butlerian Jihad is staying in the race, chat. I guess that's not as funny after Joe Biden's recent diagnosis. Dude has aggressive prostate cancer. Aggressive prostate cancer. And, you know, it's treatable, I guess, because it's hormone sensitive, but it is aggressive. It is metastasized. There's a lesion on Biden's bone. You know, it's metastasized to the bone, right? It's not looking good for Joe. Just came over from Noah's stream. It's hot damn. We'll get ready to see me react to that because Noah's done, or Hassan and Bad Empanada are done talking. So yeah, slop tubers deny Hassan's detention is the #1 choice right now. That is how we decide on what bonus content we're going to watch. The other way that we decide on what bonus content or if we're even going to watch it at all, is this thing right here, right? This is the bonus goal. It's at 0% out of 100 right now. If it gets to 100, then we'll unlock one bonus topic. If it gets to 200, we'll unlock 2 bonus topics. If it get, 300 is about as far as ever gotten. But like basically this is the bonus goal is right here. This thing goes up every time you do a super chat, you do a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift a membership on YouTube, it goes up when you support me over on Throne, nocommentchick, or throne.com/nocommentchick. Right now, I've got a goal for my tutelage, chat. Much like Kaya Piker, I am a scholar. While Kaya studies obedience, I can't even be obedient here because I can't understand what anybody's saying. All right? People speak in Thai, and like, you know, there's a few phrases I know in Thai, but I'm very limited. I just learned numbers, chat. I just learned to count. I just learned to count in. Let me see if I got it. Nung, song, sam, si, ha, hulk, chet, pat, cow, sip. Yeah, I just counted to 10 for you. I think I could count further if I really wanted to. But anyway, chat, I got to learn to do more than just count. I got to learn to speak Thai. And if you want to help me learn to speak Thai, it's over there. There's a goal on my Throne, throne.com/nocommentchick. If you want to contribute to me being able to drop the $900 that it takes to pay for a year of Thai school, which actually, when you think about it, like if I took a year of a language, 180 hours of a language, I'd be spending a lot more than 900. The problem with this is I gotta pay for it up front, right? Otherwise I'm paying for, I don't know if there's an option. I think there is an option to pay for like half of it and then half of it, but then it ends up costing a lot more, right? So, you know, for effectively speaking, I've got to drop $900, and that's going to be a little hard for me, right? This is one of those upfront costs, but it's also necessary for being able to stay in Thailand. This week, I'm going to go to in front of the immigration board, and I'm going to ask them for 30 more days, which, you know, I am due. You know, if you renew you can renew your initial visa for 30 more days, right? And so I'm going to do that, but to stay in Thailand longer than that, I'm going to need to become a scholar. And like I said, a scholar of the Thai language. So student loans. God, I wish my student loans were that cheap, E-tag. Oh, you're saying I should get more student loans. Oh my God. No, I'm trying to dodge the student loan people, right? That's some scary shit. They're like, they are garnishing wages and you know, sending you to collections and stuff like that, right? I owe a bunch of student loans. I look like the Little Mermaid, really? Oh my God, I wish I could sing like the Little Mermaid, Shadow Files, but a witch has stolen my voice and we got to get it back. But yeah, if you want to help me find my voice in Thai, it's over there, throne.com/nocommentchick. I've got a Thailand visa fund, and that is the fund so that I can pay for the language school to be able to get the visa to stay in Thailand, and more importantly, out of the United States. Wow, chat's got all kinds of interesting ideas. You can take a credit. It's Jover. I can't, like, I love people with better credit than me telling me to, like, yeah, you can get a credit. Just use a credit card. That's what I would do. Do you have a $500 limit? No, then get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that. Come on. Sorry. No, it's just a frustration, chat. I don't have as good credit as some of you out there. But I'd be so anyway, that all I was explaining really quickly was what's up on Throne right now, not trying to have a discussion about different ways of paying for language school. But if you want to help me pay for language school, one way or another, it's on there. So anyway, are you going to the beach at Phuket? Thailand question. No. I don't really have time for beaches or anything like that. I've got to work, I've got to earn money, and I've got to go to language school. So I'm kind of pretty busy, but you're no good. You're good, Dave. You're good. I'm sorry, the drilling is getting to me. You know what I'm touch the screen, fist bump, shitty credit fist bump, or elbow bump if you prefer. I don't know. Was elbow bump like a was elbow bump a was this a COVID thing? Was the elbow what? It doesn't make sense now that I think of it. I feel like a fist bump would be less likely to give you COVID than this, right? Why did we do an elbow bump, chat? Do you remember the elbow bump? I have an LLC? No, I wish I did. What's going on with the Innuendo Studios, Davy? I look sun-kissed? I am a little bit. Early on, they believed that COVID was spread through... No, well, so, okay, so, oh, also, there was a super chat that I should have thanked. Oh, my God. I'm sorry, chat. I'm already getting mad. And I'm really just mad at the noise. Wait, what just happened? Omega Star with the $5 super chat to get us started on the butterfly goal. That's the other goal that we have today, chat. In addition to the bonus content goal, which we are now at 5 out of 10. 5 out of 100, that's what I meant. We're at 5 out of 100 when it comes to the bonus goal, and we are at... 1 out of 10. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. 1 out of 10 for the butterfly goal. So yeah, if we hit the butterfly goal, that is a super chat goal. You can look at that on YouTube. We got 2 hours and 10 minutes left to try to hit that. If we hit the 10 super chats before that time runs out, then I will put one of these butterflies in my hair. And that'll be fun. And also more than that, chat, confetti. Confetti explodes when you hit a super chat goal. So yeah, YouTube gives us these tools, and I make them available for you if you wanna have fun with that. Elbow touch less surfaces. Oh, I see. It predates COVID, and it was a hypochondriac thing. Really, I didn't know that. Haven't there been earthquakes in Thailand? Do be careful. Thank you, Shadow Files. Yes, there have. There have apparently been at least 2. Why are you streaming if a witch stole your voice? To get my voice back, obviously. My hair, I saw a werewolf looking at a Chinese menu, with a Chinese menu in his hand. He was walking through Soho, and in the rain, he was looking for a restaurant called Lee Ho Fox. He's going to get himself a big bowl of beef chow mein. His hair was perfect. I think that's like song lyrics. Okay, Innuendo Studios didn't pay his taxes because he didn't have an LLC, which advised to everyone it's really easy and it can reduce your taxes like crazy if you make money directly. Javi, that sounds important. And you seem like you know what you're talking about. I hate to ask you this, but could you send me some information about what you're talking about? Yeah, that sounds really important what Davi's talking about. Anyway, what was I talking about, right? I was talking about this. This is the bonus goal. It's at 5 out of 100. That's 1/20th of the way. If it gets fully to 100 out of 100, then we'll cover one of the bonus topics. Right now, it looks like slop tubers deny Hassan's detention is the bonus content that we will cover. That's in first place. We've also got Anthony Fantano taking on Tim Pool. Oh, there we go. Well, no. Can I pull this down? Yes. Okay, yes. Anyway. Yeah, slop tubers deny Hassan's detention is a story I might have to go after on Twitter a little bit. I found some Dan Saltman tweets. We might start with those. I want to jump into the Hassan content pretty quickly, though, because we got limited time. I started kind of late. Oh, my God. I started kind of late tonight. Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool. That's in second place. LGBT Slang in Thailand, I found a video. It's not exactly the video that I was looking for, but it does contain a different way of saying trans people, right? If you know a way of saying trans people in Thai, right? There's another phrase, right? There's another like there's a really common way, there's a really common phrase for a trans woman, or that's thought to be roughly equivalent of you know, the same idea as trans woman, right? In Thai, and it isn't exactly offensive. It's used by people in a non-offensive way, but there's like maybe a better word if you're trying to say, like, you know, there's like a like, so, you know, the word that everybody uses, right? It's not exactly offensive. There's a different concept of gender in Thai, and in fact, some people, you know, embrace this, right? The word is gatoi, and it roughly translates into lady boy, right? And a lot of people are familiar with that phrase, right? However, there's a second phrase that is more along the lines of transgender. So, like, if you're saying gatoi, right, it's like, it's specific to trans, God, it's so complicated. It's so complicated how to, because it's not exactly like an umbrella, and then here's the things that are under the umbrella. It's like this thing's like kind of under the umbrella, but only sometimes, and then this thing can be under the umbrella. Anyway, it's very, the gender is, you know, like the concept of gender in Thailand is a lot more complicated. For that reason, there's different phrases to express, different ways to say transgender person, right? And we're going to maybe go over another one that people are less familiar with, but might be a better way, you know, to talk to or about people you don't know, right? Rather than making the assumption that somebody likes a certain term, feels comfortable, understands that you mean that term in a nice way and not in a mean way, right? There's a more formal way of saying, you know, transgender in Thailand, and we're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that if we hit that one. But it's at 16% right now, as is Cabernacles Butlerian Jihad at 16%, tied for third place. Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool in second place. Slop Tubers deny Hassan's detention in first place. And that is the this is the bonus. These are the bonus topics, right, that are available to us tonight. Lee Ho Fook is an old restaurant in London. It was closed in 2008. There's a different Chinese restaurant there now. Wow. But yeah, Davy, if you have a way of sending me information on Discord, that might work. If you are on Blue Sky and want to DM me with any information, I'll be on the lookout for that. But that sounds important. What you're talking about sounds important. I don't want to hang us up too long, chat, because we got to get into the topic. We got to beat Drew Pavlov, chat. We're streaming against Drew Pavlov. He's the other streamer that is, you know, reacting to this. So I don't want to be, I want to be too late here. But anyway, that's where we're at right now as far as the bonus goal goes. Wait, why does that one say? Do I need to like? I don't know why this one doesn't have my actual like throne information on it. I'm not an accountant. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that we can't really talk about this on stream, Davy. This is interesting to me because it could impact me. This is interesting to you because it's your wheelhouse, right? but this isn't necessarily interesting to everyone else, right? So this is going to be the last thing that I say about this. And if there's information that you want to give to me, which it sounded like from what you were saying in chat there was, right? There was information that you were like not sure if I had or not, and you wanted to check and see if I knew how to do the good thing. I'm telling you that I don't, and if you want to send that information, it's going to have to be in a two-way communication rather than in stream chat. But I do truly thank you from the bottom of my heart for bringing that up, because it does sound like Innuendo Studios is in a bad way, and you know, nobody wants to be like that, and it means a lot to me that you would think about something like that and you know, communicate it to me just to make sure that I'm okay. So yeah, thank you. No, you're not bothering. Oh my God, Davy, the opposite of bother. The opposite of bother, right? Like this sounds important. This sounds very important. Drew Pavlova. Wait, what is that? Like Pavlov's response or something? Am I pronouncing his name right? Pavlo? Is it Pavlo? But yeah, seriously, thank you, Davy. And if you got any more information to send me, or just send me in the right direction, just, you know, send it either to me on Discord or to one of the mods, and I'll try to follow up on it from there. But that's all I wanted to say. Anyway, so here we go. We are... What was I was in the middle of explaining how the bonus goal works, right? It's at 5 out of 10 right now. If it gets to 100 out of 10, I'll stick around and I'll do some extra bonus content. Right now, that looks like it's Slop Troopers deny Hassan's detention. That we've also got Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool, and in second place, and then in a tie for third, LGBT slang in Thailand, and Cavernacle's Butlerian Jihad against AI, right? Those are your choices for tonight. Again, the things that makes the number go up is whenever anybody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which it should say throne.com/nocommentchick. I don't know why it doesn't, but that's the actual address, right? Can somebody click that and just make sure that actually works? Because I think it should say / on the other ones it says /nocommentchick. I'm not sure why it doesn't there. Anyway, chat. The other way to make this go up is when you sign up for my Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me over on Twitch, which Twitch is working. We've got that confirmed. I've heard back from Twitch people, so we are in fact dual streaming, chat, without restream. Wow, amazing. So yeah, the other things that make this go up is signing up for my Patreon, helping me fund the tuition for Thai language school, which is also going to get me a visa to let me stay in the country on Throne, or supporting me on Twitch, which again, we're not monetized over there. Like, from my understanding, there's no monetization on Twitch, right? Thanks to the campaign to deplatform Hassan. They didn't deplatform Hassan. They did get all political streamers on Twitch effectively demonetized. So I don't make any money at all, except for the money that comes my way through generous donations from viewers like you. So getting yourself a Twitch sub, gifting other people's subs, or throwing bits my way is greatly appreciated, because other than that, I literally don't make any money on Twitch. So thank you to all you who support me that way. Speaking of people that I gotta thank for supporting me, let's thank the Patreon right now. It's a good of a time as any to thank my Patreons, because I do truly appreciate them. And at the $5 level and above, you also get a fancy shout out. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zarazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Thank you, Patreons. You rock. You absolutely rock. And, you know, especially when you realize how precarious my position is on YouTube and on Twitch, and having to worry about demonetization and all that kind of stuff. I am so thankful to have people supporting me off platform on Patreon, and that is a great way to support me. By the way, that will also has the potential to drive the dono goal forward. Super late night stream. Did you see Noah's response to Ethan threatening to sue him? I did. I guess maybe the Throne link does work. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. I don't know why it doesn't say. Maybe I didn't make it big enough. Oh, wait, I know. Wait, is it this? No, it's not that. Let's try this. What happens if I go like that? No. Okay, well, anyway, it should say throne.com/nocommentchick. It doesn't, but that's okay. We'll deal with that. We got to jump into the content here in a second. I wanted to give you a little bit of a preview of the bonus content that people are voting for. Now, I got to say, chat, it's a late night stream. People are voting for this content, which is good, right? And if you haven't voted yet, go over to youtube.com/nocommentchick. Place your vote. Make your vote, right? Right now, Sloptubers Deny Hassan's Detention is number 1. Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool is number 2. LGBT Slang in Thailand is number 3. And Cavernacle's Butlerian Jihad against AI is in 4th position, right? So, you know, voting for it is how you select what gets picked. Supporting the stream is how we get bonus content. If we get to 100, then I stick around and do some bonus content. Other than that, I have a early night, and I'm not gonna say fuck off, but like what is the right word? Anyway, if you know, we don't hit that, the stream ends right at that point. If we do hit that, I stick around and cover one other topic. I want to show you the topic, a little bit about the topic that you're voting for right now, or the topic that most of you have voted for at the moment. Here, let me see studio mode and make sure that we are. Okay, here we go. So I'll just show you kind of what's going on Twitter right now as far as the denial of Hassan's. This is Dan Saltman's Twitter. May 15th. I'm just trying to find where this all starts here. Let me switch. Fuck off works. Well, I don't want to fuck off. I want to cover another topic. But I can only afford to do that through the support of viewers like you. So thank you, Omega Star, our sole supporter so far, with the super chat, getting us 1/10 of the way to butterfly territory, and 1/20th of the way to being able to watch some bonus content. So anyway, let's take a look at this Dan Saltman shit. This is Dan Saltman's account here. He seems to be the major provocateur behind this Hassan, like this weird Hassan detention trutherism, right? Hassan has completely fabricated his entire experience with customs and border patrol. Not a single part of it is likely true. Oh my God, look at this weasel language. What a weasel, chat. What a goddamn weasel this guy is. Like throwing that, not a single part of it is likely true, right? He wants to fucking virtue signal denying it without fucking putting its 10 toes down and putting himself in legal jeopardy because he knows he's likely full of shit. He's likely lying, chat. Big concern, what the mainstream press does, zero fact checking on any of this whatsoever. Okay, so what is this fucking higher res What is this goddamn, like, trutherism? Okay, arrived. Yeah. So here we go. Arrived at 3:22 local time in Chicago, right? His plane touches down Chicago's on 4:22 Eastern. Okay, so yeah, 3:22 Central, 4:22 Eastern, right? Hassan lands. Looks like it was was it like 22 minutes late or something? Or, you know, it's like that whole thing where you land and they don't unload all of it. It took a little while to unload. I don't know, chat. I don't know. So 4:58, lol overruled. Tweeted this urgently looking for a lawyer. Immigration's attorney in Chicago, please DM me ASAP. Emergency situation needing potential on ground assistance. 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, Hassan tweeted that he's out. Okay, so I think the big thing here is that they're trying to say, he said 2 hours, right? Hassan said he was there for 2 hours, and 4:22 to like, or like realistically, let's say 4:30, right? Because the airplane lands and you get out, right? To 5:30, that's not 2 hours, that's 1 hour. Oh my God, Hassan lied. Or could it be, chat, that he didn't have his phone? That he wasn't watching the clock, that he wasn't able to, like, that he guesstimated the amount of time that he was there. I don't even know if this is true though. 5:30 p.m. See, we need to confirm that's Eastern time. I'm guessing it is. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I shouldn't like take Dan's word for it on anything. Got off the plane, walked to customs, texted, lol, overruled when he was waiting for secondary. Okay, so that's now I don't know. Is this supported by his stream or something? Is this supported by what he said? Hassan waited in the CPB designated secondary screening room for his interview. I wait. Finally, this agent comes. After the first part of the interview, the agent left, went away for 35 to 40 minutes. Total time of it was like 2 hours. Okay, so that's what they're trying to kind of pocket watch his time, I guess. Media coverage. Yeah, Pod Save America, CBS Chicago, BBC. They're just angry because he's getting positive coverage. And you know, it's relevant coverage, right? He is now part of a story. Hassan is part of a story of major national and international import, right? He is he has essentially been, I would say, intimidated by the Trump administration. I would say that the reason for pulling, a content creator, oh my God, chat, what is the music on? And is this legal for me to be listening to? Oh, it's not. Oh, God damn it. It's good music, though. That's really good music. I can't listen to it, though, chat. I am fucked. Okay, stream demonetized. Wonderful, wonderful. We have demonetized the stream by my inattention to whether something is looping or not. What did Dan Saltman do this time? Dude's obsessed. Oh God, that's embarrassing. The government confirmed they interviewed him. Well, here's the thing. He's trying to be a weasel, right? Because like I said, when these guys make their claim in the thumbnail sense, as we'll see from Nux Taco's thumbnail, and I'm guessing Asmongold is maybe one of the other people who only 4.7 likes, so this didn't really go that far. This level of obsession is pretty sad, man. Why are you so obsessed? Yeah, Dan's getting crushed here. Dan's getting crushed in the comments. But yeah, this is pretty representative of what the ops are accusing him of now. I think we managed to skip all the way to the last line. It's pretty based. Normally we get schizo threads trying to connect the dots of who... Oh, it's just like... But anyway, what I'm trying to say, chat, is that the clickbait is Hassan lied, all right? Now, when I say Hasan Piker lied about his detention, right, if that's all I say in a title, in a thumbnail, I'm leaving you with the impression that he was never detained, right? This comports, funny enough, with the official government line on it. The Trump administration, when asked about Hassan's detention, they said the guy is lying for clicks. He's lying for likes, right? These were their words. Dude is lying for likes. And you know, Saltman is just claiming that he's lying, right? So if I make that claim and like he did, like, look at this, Media Digest, the Hassan Jussie Small Piker lie, U.S. citizen illegally detained for 2 hours, forced political beliefs, and in a windowless Faraday cage. Reality randomly selected person has secondary screening upon arrival. So it's essentially what Dan Saltman is pushing is essentially the Trump administration's opinion. I told you this guy was right wing. And strangely, chat, he is a lot more right wing than Destiny. I don't usually say this because I honestly think Destiny's kind of right wing too. But can't believe he needs to make a chart for this. His brain is rotted. Anyway, Hassan Nuxtaku is, why is the lowly guy talking about it? Because as long as Davy, as long as he says Hassan bad, then nobody talks about him being a lowly con, or the people that follow him also like lowly shit too, because they're in the Destiny community, right? This is why I said when Vosh got caught for the lowly stuff, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? Vosh was part of the Destiny community. The Destiny community has arguments justifying lowly. Straight up, the arguments that Vosh uses to defend himself are arguments that he learned in DGG. These are arguments that he learned when he was part of the Destiny community, when he was a little Destiny fanboy, right? So not all that surprising when you really think about it, that all Nuxtaku needs to do when he gets caught, you know, being a super fan of LowlyCon, all he's got to do is just flip over to the Destiny side of things, and he's good. He's golden, right? Destiny literally said he would have defended Vosh if Vosh was his friend, if Vosh was on his side, if he did not see Vosh as competition, right? He would have. Well, would be nice if somebody would make argument defending you from something that you obviously aren't at fault for. You know, you did nothing wrong, right? Isn't Destiny a bloody, hungry, nat sec lib? Yeah, kind of. But I'm going to say, Davy, that even with Destiny being a blood-hungry national security lib, Dan Saltman is further to the right than him. Like, Dan Saltman is, you know, I don't know what to call him other than center right, right? I wouldn't even be surprised if Dan Saltman voted for Trump. I don't know that, chat, and I'm not making that claim. I would never, you know, make that claim about somebody that could sue me that they voted for Trump, and like I don't know necessarily if they did or not. I'm just saying he likely voted for Trump, right? We can use these weasel words too, Dan. We can use the weasel words too, and I think we know a lot more about weasels than you do, sir. So anyway, chat, that is just a little taste of what we may or may not be getting the full entree, right, later on, right? That is what you could get if we get to 100. We're at 5 right now. So we'll see, chat. We'll see. Again, this thing goes up anytime there is a super chat, anytime there is a super sticker, anytime somebody gets themselves a membership on YouTube, anytime somebody gifts a membership on YouTube, anytime somebody supports me on Throne, which will make a loud noise, which will probably jump scare me if that happens, or anytime somebody signs up for Patreon, or anytime someone supports me over on Twitch. Any of that makes this number go up. If the number goes up to 100, then we cover the first topic, the topic that's getting the most voice. Now, there's one more caveat I want to add, all right? Before we dive into the Hassan Bad Empanada debate. And that is this, right? It's not, I haven't given you the entire story. Look, I just don't want to confuse you. I don't want to overwhelm you. I don't want to confuse you, right? But there's a little bit more to that than what I said, all right? So, like I said, donations make the world go round. Donations make this number go up. If the number goes up to 100, we get a bonus topic, right? If it goes up to 200, we get 2 bonus topics. That's just how the world works, right? In addition to that, when you donate, you have the ability. You don't have to do this, right? I'm not twisting your arm or anything, but you have the ability. I'm just letting you know to let me know in chat which of these topics, right? These are the same topics that you're voting for on YouTube. Which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage. Right now everything has 0%, 0%, 0%, right? But if you let me know in chat when you donate or after you've donated or whenever, what you want to support with that donation, I will add a little bonus, right? And that bonus will just like be added to the poll. So you'll be able to add a few extra percentage if you want to when you donate, just by letting me know in chat which of these topics you are all about. We've also got Vox Populi, which is a way for you to just say, hey, I agree with the voters. Whatever the voters are voting for, that's my opinion. That's what I want, all right? So just, so it basically... Wait, need I hide mask in own home? Need I hide mask in own home? Decipher, I feel like that's a riddle. Are the neocons coming back? What the hell? Center right, anti-Trump. I don't know if he's anti-Trump. I would say that that's a, yeah, we're at 8% right now. Thank you, Narwhal. I don't know. That's the whole thing about Dan Saltman, is he's so conservative. I don't even know if the dude is anti-Trump. I'm assuming, but that assumption might be wrong. In fact, I would say that the safer assumption is to say that the dude probably voted for Trump low-key, right? You know what I'm saying? He probably doesn't, like, my guess would be, chat, that he doesn't acknowledge that he's a Trump supporter, but that if you give him a choice between Kamala Harris, who's too woke, and Donald Trump, right, he holds his nose and he goes in and he votes for Trump, right? That's what I think. That's what I think is likely true, Dan Saltman. It's likely true, just like it's likely true that Hassan lied all about everything. It's likely true that Dan Saltman is a secret Trump voter. I'm not saying I know it 100%. I'm not saying I have proof. I'm just saying it's likely true, right? Just like Dan Saltman likes to say that things are likely true. But yeah, that's where we're at right now, chat. We'll see if we get extra content or if I fuck off after the debate. But either way, chat, we got to jump into this debate right now. We got to jump right into it. Wait, why do I have an extra go live button? Chat, am I for sure streaming on Twitch? I'm so confused. I'm assuming that everything works on Twitch. It's just, for some reason, I have an extra go live button. And it's acting like I could hit this button and go live, and I'm like wondering, like, what does it do? What happens if I hit the go live button?
Joshua Cal super chatted $5. If Anthony versus Tim wins, I can answer any and all questions about against me.
Ooh.
And Laura Jane Grace.
Yeah, for those of us who didn't get into that quick enough, yeah, thank you, Joshua Keller, with the $5 super chat, bringing us to 2 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goal goes, chat. If you want to put a butterfly in my hair, I'm not sure where exactly I'll put it or which butterfly I'll use, right? But if you want to help me put a butterfly in my hair, that is through super chats. Every time a super chat happens, that number goes up. If it goes up to 10, Omega Star with the resubscription on Twitch, you are streaming over here. Thank you. Thank you for resubbing and for also letting me know that my stream is actually working on Twitch. So yeah, what are we at now? We're at 13%. So we're at 13 out of 100. We're at 2 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. If this gets to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll do bonus content. If the butterfly goal gets to 10 out of 10 in the next, let me check and see what how long. Wait, oh, I can check here. I don't even have to leave. This is nice, chat. 1 hour and 36 minutes and some change, right? If we hit that butterfly goal in that amount of time, I will put a butterfly in my hair for the remainder of the stream. Either way, chat. Either way, we gotta go. We gotta make haste because the night is not young anymore, right? I may be, but the night is not young, and we have this whole ass debate to go over between Hasan Piker and Bad Empanada. So it starts here. Wait, where does it start? Oh no. Okay, wait. I can fix it. I can fix it. Stream is getting out of control already. Chat, I might be demonetized for this stream. I let the music play over and it started playing music from like a Cartoon Network show. I am so fucked, chat. I am not making ad money off of this stream. I predict, just like I predicted that Dan Saltman likely low-key pulls the lever for Trump, I'm also going to predict that YouTube is going to pull the demonetized lever on the stream because I played a little bit of music that was too based. It was too good. I treated you too nicely, chat, and YouTube's going to punish me. No good deed will be left unpunished here on YouTube.com. Either way, here we go. Noah, Hassan. Oh my God, I'm in the way. I'm in the way. Can the butterfly in me sweet? Can the butterfly? Oh, I thought you were talking about. Oh wait, wait? Is it 19? Wait, what did I miss, Narwhal? I thought I added. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Okay, 19 out of 100. So yeah, chat, we're almost 20% on the bonus goal. We're about 20% on the butterfly goal as well. So we'll see if we hit one or both of those tonight. Again, if we hit 100 on this, we'll get an extra topic. Right now, it's looking like slop tubers deny Hassan's deportation is the top answer. If we hit 200, again, it's 2 topics, 300, etc., right? Every 100 equals an extra topic to cover. Yeah, 100 will get you exactly 1 topic, and right now, looks like that topic might be not Cavernacles, Butlerian Jihad, but slop tubers deny Hassan's detention. I gotta move myself, don't I? Let's scooch. Whoops. Okay, I guess I go right here for now. It feels a little weird, I must say. Feels a little weird. Let's try to put myself right in the middle of all this. All right. And then we'll hit the button. All right. What's going on? Hassan, Bad Empanada. Yo, Noah Samsen. Hasan Empanada. Hassanabi. Wait, we got to make up. What do you call the ship of Hassan and Bad Empanada? Like, if they're in a relationship, what do you call it? Do we have a word for this? But I do have a word. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Omega Star, it just sent me thank you by the way for the contribution to the Thailand Visa Fund, but you might want to check that, right? Because I'm seeing a duplicate. I'm seeing a $25 contribution, and then I'm seeing another $25 contribution. So if you meant to send one, make sure you go to throne.com and make sure that you didn't get charged twice for that, right? Check that out, all right? But thank you, Omega Star. Thank you for the contribution to my Thai Visa Fund, which I need to put it on it that it's like a we're at 44% right now. I'm gonna guess that that's just a mistake and that it sent me it twice, but do check on that, Omega, and make sure that you're not getting charged twice, okay? Because I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see you have a nasty surprise in your bank account. Moi Noi with the resubscribe, getting us to 50%. But yeah, I just want to make sure that Omega Star is not getting double charged. 25 was the max aside from the whole thing. Wait, did I say 69? 44 out of 69? Wait, what? Where do we get into 69 territory? It was not a mistake. Oh, wait, you did it on purpose. Hasanada. Hasanada? Oh my God. Look, that's too sexy for me, all right? 50 out of 75? Wait, what am I doing? I'm so confused now, Narwhal. Was the max aside from the whole thing? Wait, I don't know what max aside. As long as you're not getting double charged, Omega Star. Am I supposed to add 50 though? Is it? I just want to make sure everything's okay before we get started. Something seems to have just manifest because during the chat between them, Hasanada popped into my head too. Yeah. If Omega meant to send 2 definite donations. Yeah, that's what I'm checking for. I'm just making sure that A, Omega's not getting charged twice, and B, that I am crediting whatever's supposed to be up there. So yeah, we'll get it figured out, and we'll add the other 25 if that's meant to be added. Also, Moino, thank you for resubscribing. Meow, meow, meow. Angel emote, angel emote, angel emote. All right, so here is how it started, chat.
Not for being scared of me, you know. Even
Dude, why?
Hasan
Wait, I
Piker.
can't see you, Noah. Is that normal?
Oh no. I'll turn
He's
my.
the moderator.
It's gonna be webcam. Yeah, I'm like the moderator. I guess I'm the debate. This is the clash of. This is
Hasan Piker. I bet you thought that you were safe. Ethan called you
Dude.
out for being scared of me, you know. Ethan,
Dude,
was
why-
very
why-
adamant. Why
I
don't you
can't-
debate that Empanada?
I can't believe I'm in the presence of such a monstrous tanky who wants the America empire to end. This
They're gonna ask
violent
you this one at
tanky-
TSA. They're gonna ask you about this one at TSA.
this dangerous man. I just came in here to talk to you about the dangers of platforming people with bad empanadas opinions. I think in order to balance it out, you need to have just straight Hitlerian Israel defenders on. I think that's true liberalism. That would be progress, I think.
like one on
I
each side of
guarantee
me.
you.
Yeah.
Devil
If
and
I'm
you
here.
go to
devil
the-
Well,
and
I'm here
angel.
as a defender of the Democratic Party, specifically
We know.
Bernie SS Sanders,
Yeah, exactly.
and I'm here to defend the Democratic Party's position because I think that they're working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire, and I think people like Bad Empanada don't understand or appreciate that Kamala Harris would have been different in
Yeah.
the way she dealt with Israel. Yeah, she would have invaded. A coalition of the willing would have been put together, and she would have invaded Tel Aviv by now. That's what I think.
I
You
mean,
concur?
yeah, that's
Empanada?
precisely what I think you believe. So next time you meet Bernie Sanders, are you gonna yell at him?
No,
my
I'm
God.
not gonna yell at him because I'm not a freak, and I'm not gonna yell at.
So
I'm not gonna here. If you want to have a
Oh my God, poor Noah Samsen and his streamer struggles. I feel so bad, chat, because Noah's not he doesn't stream normally. Like, hey, I mean, he does some live streams, but it's not his main thing, so he's not super up on it. Also, dude has been up for I don't know, 24, 48 hours at this point. Raised $240,000 for Palestine, for the Palestine Fund, and for UNRWA, and he's trying to figure out how to bring Bad Empanada and Hassan together on stream. He's kind of struggling. So
an honest conversation, or a serious conversation. I had an entry
Joshua Keller says he took naps. Good.
point into that.
75 is correct. Okay, thank you. Don't sell yourself short. Omega supports you that much. Okay, well, as long as Omega's not getting double charged on Throne, like that would piss me off if Throne was doing that to my peeps. He slept on stream, but it's still crazy. It's actually a lot, chat. I'll be honest with you. Being on stream, I don't feel anxious. Like, you're my community. I love you. I feel very at home here. I wouldn't say I feel anxious, but there is a certain kind of anxiety that just goes with like being on, being live, right? There's a certain kind of fatigue that builds up from being live, right? And Noah, like, no doubt is feeling it, given that he is not, kind of desensitized to this the way that I am.
Conversation with Bernie and AOC as well, but unfortunately they were literally late to their rally to begin with, so we didn't get to talk thoroughly.
I don't know how I would sleep being perceived by so many people. Chat, do you want to know a story? Do you want to know a story? Do you want me to let you in on some of the old school NCC lore? And this is like a sad thing, right? Because a lot of the original Twitch people that, were part of my crew in the very beginning, they are not around anymore, sadly, right? But so when you do a raid on Twitch, if you're just streaming on Twitch, which is what I used to do, I used to just a Twitch stream, and then occasionally I'd do a YouTube stream, or I'd put up a video on YouTube or stuff, right? But Twitch was my main platform, right? And so when you finish a stream on Twitch, the protocol generally is to raid into somebody else, right? And you raid before you hit stop streaming. So, let's say I'm streaming on Twitch, right? I'm streaming on Twitch. I'm tired. I'm done with my stream. I raid into Noah Samsen. I say, hey, Noah. Noah says, hey, nocommentchick, thanks for raiding in, right? Awesome, great, right? We have a little conversation, right? Now, the proper thing to do after that is to remember to hit stop streaming. Because while you are raided into somebody without hitting the stop streaming, the camera is still on you. Your Twitch stream is still going. You've kicked everybody out of your Twitch stream, but the VOD is still recording, right? So what I would do a lot of times, or way too often really, is I would raid into somebody, I would talk to them, and then I would go to bed. And I would forget to hit stop streaming, meaning that I was still streaming. And like the camera's like pointed at my bed. So I'm literally doing a sleep stream, right? And it's kind of dangerous too, because like Twitch holds you responsible for whatever happens in your chat. If Nazis come in there and say, a bunch of Nazi shit, right? You're on the line for that, right? So luckily, people would see me streaming, people that were fans, and they would hang out in there, and there'd be like mods in there to keep it from, going to hell and everything. And then I would get a message or something in the morning, hey, by the way, you're still streaming. And luckily, like, I never had a wardrobe malfunction where my boob ended up getting filmed or something like that. Or like I was naked or anything like that. But this used to happen all the fucking time. So I have streamed myself sleeping for, I don't know, like probably 40 hours or more on Twitch, right? I don't know if you'd be able to find any of those vids, but yeah, that happened. That was real.
Early about it. And I don't even know if they'll give me another interview at this point, because like I have been very critical of their position on Israel, and I've been talking to other people in their like other people like Faz and numerous others behind the scenes to try to get them to engage in direct action. Aside from the rallies that they're organizing, because I thought that it would be beneficial both politically and also beneficial for, bringing about humanity to the politics that they represent. But it would be politically beneficial for them to organize a protest or a rally or do something around the unjustifiable detention of Mahmoud Khalil. And that was actually in that 9-minute conversation that we had. That was my entry point into it. Like, I was going to talk to him about this on First Amendment grounds and basically get a better assessment, better understanding of what his position is, and to maybe even talk to him further about like why he calls it, why he consistently brings about the issue of Israel, but like only focuses on Benjamin Netanyahu, or why he doesn't call it a genocide. Because these are, I think, valid questions to ask someone like Bernie Sanders, especially because my expectation of someone like Bernie Sanders is that he's supposed to be infinitely more knowledgeable on the situation than like the average Democratic Party politician is supposed to be, given his long history of being an out and about socialist, and even sometimes like offering critical support to, with some notable exceptions like Yugoslavia, offering critical support to even revolutionary socialists or even like anti-imperialist militancy throughout his career.
Why isn't Bad Empanada constantly interrupting Hassan? Yeah, I know. I thought they were supposed to hate each other. It depends on which episode of H3 you watch, but either Hassan and Bad Empanada are best friends and they're given a secret tanky handshake behind the scenes, or they hate each other.
I want to, like, my expectation from him is someone who has been definitely more,
also good night, Narwhal.
I say radical, even though that doesn't really mean anything in American politics. My expectation from him at this point would be to be leading the charge of stopping all aid to Israel.
What just happened?
And issuing boycotts.
Oh, we're good.
And divestments and threatening sanctions upon Israel. But he's nowhere near there. And I think that's very disappointing as someone who was a big fan of Bernie Sanders, despite my differences in opinion with Bernie Sanders.
Well, I think, as you said very well once, that Zionists should not even be allowed to be the local dog catcher. And Bernie Sanders well eclipses the point of being a Zionist by any reasonable standard.
Here we go.
Standard, I'm sure. AOC, I'm not exactly sure. She seems to be a lot better than him, but
Yeah, I agree.
They are absolutely grooming her to be something that she probably didn't want to be initially, and it's working. So that's kind of sad. Sanders in like 2016, he did seem to be something that was genuinely inconvenient for the party, but they have well and truly tamed him at this point. And I think it's been that way for a while. I think even in 2020, it was already kind of like that, even though, he did still run for the nomination. He fell into line very quickly afterwards.
Yeah, I don't think he's, I think you're mistaking a lot of like Bernie's like genuine convictions and how wrong he is with him being a machine politician. Like I
mean, he can be wrong and still help the machine in the end.
Yeah, no, he
he
did. He absolutely did. But I also think that Bernie Sanders is just he has this like old labor Zionist framework, I think, that is just utterly ridiculous, and that is something that he hasn't been able to shake away. But given what he has done in terms of offering support, in terms of being unafraid to endorse certain viewpoints, both on the activist front, but also on his also in terms of the people that he endorses, it almost feels like there's a sense of shame coming from him with regards to that contradiction that he recognizes to a certain degree. Maybe it's a little too parasocial, but I mean, I guess we are making analysis about politicians, so I guess that's not all that parasocial, but like, he's the type of person who has these opinions, but also won't get in the way of more radical perspectives. Like he's not, I don't think he uses any amount of time, in the finite amount of time that he has in mainstream political discourse, he doesn't use any moment of that to criticize like Hamas or Hamas defenders or anything like that, and instead focuses mostly on Israel, even if his focus on Israel is not even as radical as, of course, or not even as honest. Let's not even say radical, not even as honest as Rashida Tlaib's analysis of the situation, or Ilhan Omar's analysis of the situation, or even, and I can't believe I'm saying this, AOC's analysis of the situation, who called it a genocide far before Bernie Sanders did. And if I'm not mistaken, he still has yet to call it a genocide.
Yeah, he hasn't. But I mean, I think you're very, very generous to him. I think people are very generous to American politicians who specifically get into like a position of power, as Sanders has. Like this, as soon as they become like an elected official, like the standards for them just go through the floor. Like you expect almost nothing from them, and it's excuse after excuse after excuse. I think Americans, I think I've heard you say this before. I mean, I might be incorrect. I might just be misremembering. But Americans love to say, like love to frame themselves as being like
Garlo Manio says, Noah did not sign up for this, Lamau.
In like an exceptional situation.
True.
That someone like me simply cannot understand. And therefore, our politicians need to be more shit. I don't think it's the politicians.
That's a misunderstanding of my analysis. My job is a communicator, as is your job, right? We're trying to make a convincing argument to get people to understand our worldview. and by the way, I don't think you and I, the reason why I always will maintain the position that your video essays are brilliant, regardless of your methods or the way you present yourself online, is because I understand that you and I are on this issue and on virtually every other issue on the same side. But as a communicator, especially as a communicator that is in the United States of America, I understand the utter moral depravity of the average American, and I understand their lack of interest in these subjects. So, in order to make a more convincing argument, I always try to message to the room that I'm speaking to, if that makes sense. And I think a part of that is also to grade politicians on a curve as well. This isn't to say that they're like doing fantastic or to defend them, but there are, as you've also presented yourself, like there are certain instances where they engage in defensible actions. Like the nuance that exists between AOC and Bernie Sanders is one that you recognize as well. But if you were to ask the average person that is like against both of these people, like people that look at it and say, well, these are both politicians that exist within a bourgeois capitalist duopoly framework, they're not doing what is necessary in this situation. I apply that nuance across the board. I apply that charitability and nuance across the board to all politicians that I talk to, or all politicians that I analyze in general. Like Chris Van Hollen is a great example of this, right? He's a regular run-of-the-mill Democrat. Do I think he's a good dude? Do I think he's going to bring about like a proletarian revolution? Fuck no. But within the confines of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's return, or at least like kickstarting the conversation and getting Americans to pay attention to the immigrant detention structure that we have in the United States of America, I think what Senator Chris Van Hollen did, which was to fly to El Salvador and directly demand proof of life for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was incredibly important. Was incredibly important because it drove the media cycle. It led to more Americans finding out about this unjustifiable detention strategy that the administration is offering.
Wait, I gotta ask, Joshua Keller, Instagram story. Everyone I talked about and raised money, or everybody I hated talked about and raised money for Palestine, and I'm angry, but definitely not a Zionist. Has Ethan posted? Has Ethan done a? Has an angry Instagram story gone out, or is this just what you're imagining he would post? Ethan is out here siding against charity, including, well, he's definitely said some shit about Creator Clash, but I don't know. Is he against? Supposedly, AB and Lena did a charity stream, I think last night as well.
So I guess basically what I'm saying is I understand the moral depravity of the average American and adjust my commentary appropriately to that, just like I understand the lack of interest from the average American politician in addressing any of those issues, and I grade them on a curve.
Okay, but the problem is...
People, by the way, are saying, no, you got to restart
general.
stream because you're at 12 hours. Sorry.
Does it cut the end off or the start?
I don't know.
Because if it cuts the start off, which I'm pretty sure it does, this is fine. Restarting the stream will fuck it up a little bit. But maybe not.
What are they talking about, chat? What are they talking about? Oh my god, I need to know this, chat. This is relating to me. I mean, like, if I ever do a YouTube stream that's longer than 12 hours. Well, I mean, we'll see what they say. Are they saying though that, like, if you do over a 12, like, you used to be able to do over a 12-hour stream, maybe it's 24 hours. He was told they no longer run Creator Clash, and Ethan and Hila both said that they were lying. I imagine Ethan's sorting through his collection of screen caps of various chat comments that were mean to him. Ethan has been raging out against Anissa all day.
I don't know. Everyone is just saying restart. But you're the streamer. I've never streamed on YouTube, so I don't know. I don't know how it works.
You're the streamer. Yeah, that's funny.
The fuck streams 12 hours.
Yeah, I've been streaming for like 24 even. But yeah, you do this 12 hours a day. What the fuck, man?
I do it on Twitch. So Twitch
Now it
doesn't
looked
have
like
that.
he wanted to die within like a quarter of a Hasan Piker stream length.
To be fair,
That was yesterday.
I ate hot chips. But
You got just so white. I mean, I am too, but
Someone said it cuts
I
the
can eat
end
hot
off.
chips.
It cuts the end. Okay, then I'm gonna restart.
Well, I don't
this.
know.
Give me 1 minute.
So wait, if you go over to, what is this? YouTube caps videos at 12 hours. This is new. This is new, chat. I've done over 12-hour streams before. There were problems with them, but like not getting the whole stream was not one of the problems. Ethan heard cancer offs kids, so he decided to defend it. Yeah, Ethan's joined the fight, the war against cancer on the side of cancer. I mean, to be fair, like I don't know what like early slop tube content like Ethan's H3 channel. I mean, you could note you. What I'm saying, chat, is it does grow beyond the normal expected realm of growth. I'm just saying it's kind of cancer-like behavior. Anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to say. The spicy salad has got me saying spicy things. Sarah says, I heard he donated at the beginning of AB and Lena's streams yesterday. So it caps off videos at 12 hours now. That's new. Huh. You have to reset the live before it hits 12 hours? Or it won't save the stream. So wait, what happens, chat? If you go, so let's say I do like a streamathon, like a subathon or something, right? And I'm on YouTube for 14 hours. Does that mean that the last 2 hours, do those get cut off? Or do the first 2 hours get cut off? Like, how does it work? You have to reset the live before it hits 12 hours, or it won't save the stream when it ends. It doesn't save past 12 hours. Wow, that's important to know. That's important to know.
Ending stream.
Whoa, okay, well, that's the end of that. But luckily, chat, luckily, I've got this.
Oops.
We are so back.
Okay. Back in live, I believe.
Back and live.
We're at 245,000 plus 20,000 plus 12,000.
Hell yeah. Get
It's a
everyone
lot.
here.
It's a lot of money. Okay, I think we're back. Hello, people.
Yeah, you're live again.
We just all agreed to support each other and agree with everything that each of us say always, and we're best friends and we're moving in together and we're roommates.
Polycule.
Where
So
I'm going to the
Argentina.
Argentinian prison that you guys are streaming out of.
Jail.
You should just leave the US, by the way. I don't know why you don't just do that. I mean, I'm sure you have like 100 friends who you all love there, but you should just leave the US. It makes everything way easier. You can't get sued
No.
by Ethan Klein, for example.
Go to Israel.
No, I was just talking about this earlier because there was like a prominent liberal academics who study fascism are leaving the United States, and here's why. There was like a New York Times article on it, but it's like I'm stubborn. I'm a very stubborn person, and I feel like I'd rather stick it out and see where it goes rather than to leave the United States of America.
Oh my god, I'm fucking curious now. Kat, I don't want to derail the stream too much, okay? But I saw this. There's like a short little piece here from the New York Times. New York Times. Let me show you what they're talking about.
Trial, a massive purge at the FBI
to make people afraid of speaking out against him.
I'm leaving to the University of Toronto because I want to do my work without the fear that I will be punished for my words.
The lesson of 1933 is you get out sooner rather than later.
I've spent a lot of
Chat, I kind of don't like the New York Times coming to the same conclusion as I came to, like, last year live on stream watching Trump win the election. It's kind of, I don't know. I'm not used to agreeing with the New York Times.
Of time in the last decade trying to prepare people if Trump were elected once, let alone twice.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
I did not flee Trump, but if people are going to leave the United States or leave American universities, there are reasons for that. One thing you can definitely learn from Russians
is that it's essential to set up centers of resistance in places of relative safety.
We want to make sure that if there is a political
Places of relative safety, I wonder if Thailand counts.
crisis in the U.S., that Americans are organized.
We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking in.
My colleagues and friends, they were walking around and saying, we have checks and balances, so let's inhale, checks and balances, exhale, checks and balances. And I thought, my God, we're like people on the Titanic saying our ship can't sink. We've got the best ship, we've got the strongest ship, we've got the biggest ship, our ship can't sink. And what you know as a historian is that there is no such thing as a ship that can't sink.
The golden age of America has only just begun.
America has long had an exceptionalist narrative. Fascism can happen elsewhere, but not here.
But talking about American exceptionalism is basically a way to get people to fall into line. If you think that there's this thing out there called America, and it's exceptional, that means that you don't have to do anything. Whatever is happening, it must be freedom. And so then what your definition of freedom is just gets narrowed and narrowed and narrowed and narrowed, and soon you're using the word freedom, but what you're talking about is authoritarianism.
Toni Morrison warned us.
The descent into a final solution is not a jump. It's one step, and then another, and then another.
We are seeing those steps accelerated right now.
There are some words, in Russian in particular, that I feel help us to understand what's happening in the United States, because we now have those phenomena. Произвол. It's the idea that the powers that be can do anything they want to you, and you have no recourse. This not knowing who is next creates a state of paralysis in society.
The Tufts student whose visa was removed because she co-authored an article in the Tufts student newspaper.
I thought, what would I do if guys in masks tried to grab my student? Would I scream? Would I run away? Would I try to pull the mask off? Would I try to videotape the scene? Would I try to pull the guys off of her? Maybe I would get scared and run away. The truth is, I don't know.
You know, like, I mean, I don't know, God, this is like, so understand, this is New York Times opinion. That's important because that tells us that this doesn't reflect the opinion of the paper, which all too often goes out of its fucking way. Chat, I'm looking on the sidebar here and seeing Curtis Yarvin and the End of American Democracy, a puff piece that they did with Curtis fucking Yarvin, one of the architects of this fascism, right? There's a little bit of a discordance between what the New York Times is saying in this, you know, video marked opinion and what the New York Times is doing as the paper of record, as you know, a large media conglomerate, right? There's a discordance here. There's a disconnect.
Not knowing terrified me.
It's a deliberate act of terror. It's not necessary. It's just being done to create a spirit of us and them.
Продажность. It's a word in Russian for corruption, but it's larger than corruption. It refers to a kind of existential state in which not only everything but everyone can be bought or sold.
Critics are calling this a quid pro quo deal between Adams and President Trump.
committed to buying and owning Gaza.
He made $2.5 billion today, and he made 900 million.
There's an expression in Polish. I found myself at the very bottom, and then I heard knocking from below. In Russian, that gets abbreviated to there is no bottom.
We cannot allow a handful of communist radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws.
What starts to matter is not what is concealed, but what has been normalized. There's no limit to the depravity.
President Trump did not rule out the possibility of a third term.
And the sadism.
The White House released this video titled ASMR, Illegal Alien Deportation Flight.
And the cruelty that we are watching now play out in real time.
This facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use.
You have to continually ask yourself the question, is this okay? Is there a line I wouldn't cross? Is there something I would not do?
People say, oh, the Democrats should be doing more, they should be fixing things. But if you want the Democrats to do things, you have to create the platform for them. You have to create the spectacle, the pageantry, the positive energy, the physical place where they can come to you.
Okay, that's the first thing that I've heard that I really disagree with. Like I said, chat, this is a New York Times opinion piece, right? Does not represent the overall viewpoint of the media conglomerate itself. And like I said before, you know, this is like in contradiction to a lot of what, like if this was understood and believed, if these opinions were understood and believed and recognized by the powers that be at the New York Times, then the New York Times would be acting way different, normalizing shit like way less, right? But like that's the first one that I'm just like that gives the Democrats way too much leeway. That gives them too much, you know, benefit of the doubt. I don't
to create the platform.
Like it's like on one hand, yes, do not count on the Democrats to save you. If that's what the dude is saying, I don't disagree, right? But it sounds way too much like what he's saying is like, oh, the Democrats can't do anything at all. It's, you know, up to you. No, everybody's got to do stuff, right? The Democratic Party is fucking washed. It doesn't matter. As Americans, the Democratic politicians, and all of us should be doing stuff. All of us should be resisting. All of us should be using our platforms to their maximum capacity to communicate the message, right? So I don't like the way that this kind of like cuts the Democrats, you know, that there's nothing they can do if we don't, you know, do our part. Yes, you should do your part. No, you should not wait for help from the Democratic Party. It's likely, you know, ineffectual, but at the same time, like, you know, they suck. They suck for not doing more. They suck for working with Trump. They suck for voting for motherfuckers like like his fucking nominees, right? Just like they're normalizing the Trump presidency. They're normalizing fascism.
Platform for them. You have to create the spectacle, the pageantry, the positive energy, the physical place where they can come to you.
Poland recently went through a shift towards authoritarianism. Unlike in Russia, unlike in Hungary, the media remained a place in Poland where you could criticize the regime. And as a result, democracy returned. The moral of Poland is that our democratic institutions, the media, the university, and the courts are essential. You know you're living in a fascist society when you're constantly going over in your head the reasons why you're safe. What we want is a country where none of us have to feel that way.
All right, anyway, short little opinion piece from the New York Times. That's what Hassan was just talking about. It at the same time, you know, makes me realize that there are people at the New York Times who have their heads screwed on correctly, and that doesn't represent the vast majority of people there, unfortunately. New York Times editors just throwing a bone by sanctioning this video, I guess. Chuck Schumer was fighting the hardest. That's right, Davy Cliff. Christie killed a dog. Like she's got a line that she wouldn't cross. Who are we watching? This is New York Times metal. Anyway, I just wanted to give you some grounding into what Hassan is talking about there. That's the piece that he's talking about. It is both at the same time, you know, I'm glad that they're putting it out there. It's important to understand that experts in fascism have been blowing the goddamn whistle for a long time now. And yes, many those people that we just saw in that video are leaving the country. But yeah, the New York Times, for an organization that has people in it that recognize the danger, that recognize the place that we're at so much, it's just so disappointing how much normalization they've done for the Trump administration.
America.
And I gotta say, for the precursors of the Trump administration, which was the incursion on free speech done in part, yes, by the Democrats, right? The conflation of free speech in the service of opposing a genocide with anti-Semitism that the Democrats opened the fucking door to, right? This is, you know, Trump is the main danger. Trump is 1,000 times worse than, you know, the Democrats, but at the same time, they are playing right into it. They have played right into his hands. They have given Trump tools that he is now using.
I used to think that the US actually was probably the best place to be because it's one of the few countries where you basically can't get arrested purely for speech unless you're like threatening someone. But now, no, obviously not.
Yeah, no. Now it's resembling more and more Israel every day. It's wonderful. My favorite country, the most moral nation. Am Israel high?
Yeah, so I hear you're a liberal Zionist, Hassan, and I hear Ben
I'm a liberal Zionist.
pedophile.
But
So
going
how do I
back to
get both
wait,
of you
going
in
back to
trouble?
what we were talking about. Going back to what we were talking
go
about.
back.
The point I was
You
trying
said
to
a
make is
whole
that,
thing. I
like,
never got the chance to respond.
yeah, exactly.
what it
Like
was at
with
this
Chris
point.
Van Hollen, do you understand my perspective or like the framework that I operate off of? Like
You're
where I
saying that
make
one individual thing that he did was a good thing, basically.
Yeah. I don't shy away from politicians unless they're like insane. You know what I mean? Unless it's like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I guess, and I'm gonna look like a fucking clown ass. I don't shy away from giving credit to politicians and offering positive reinforcement to politicians when I feel like they're doing something that I think is appropriate, like moving the needle in the direction. Because
I'm sorry, chat. I almost missed it. Did you catch it? Let me know in chat. Did you catch that? Did you see that? Is Noah being a moderator? Kind of. He's the moderator in the same way as I was the moderator between Tyler and President Sunday. He's the moderator, and he's basically letting it go. The Republicans are like the abusive parent. The Democrats are like the enabling parent. Oh, God. That's enabling towards the abusive parent. That's what you mean, right? Play something. If we behave, the abuse. Yeah, if you don't make daddy mad. Don't make daddy mad. You know, it's your fault if you make him mad. Yeah, shade on Jink. Exactly. Look at that. Sock Jock 7434 with the catch right there. Yeah, that's definitely shade towards Jink Uger right there.
Framework that I operate off of, like
You're
where
saying
I
that one individual thing that he did was a good thing, basically.
Yeah. I don't shy away from politicians unless they're like insane. You know what I mean? Unless it's like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I guess, and I'm gonna look like a fucking clown ass. I don't shy away from giving credit to politicians and offering positive reinforcement to politicians when I feel like they're doing something that I think is appropriate, like moving the needle in the direction. Because it's the same framework that I operate with within the Democratic Party, where like these are the available platforms of influence.
Chat, do you think that I think that Jink's giving is in danger? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Jink is gonna come into for Thanksgiving this year. Right? That was pretty rough. Hassan just pretty unambiguously called his uncle a clown. Oh, what's up, Ari? Thank you for the compliment. That's really sweet. I love that chat loves my hair, because I love my hair too. I'm very happy with again, chat, if you don't know the story behind this, I did not ask for this shade. I did not ask. I very specifically showed a picture of a woman you know, brunette wavy hair with blonde highlights, with like strawberry blonde highlights. That's what I showed my stylist. She had other ideas, and it turns out she was right, chat. This is what I've always wanted. I've always wanted a hairdresser, a hairstylist that overrides my idea with a better idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need the hairstylist that just like listens to me and is like, okay, I'll give you the shitty haircut that you think you want. I want the stylist that says, I will give you the good hairstyle, the good hair color that I know you look good in. That's, and I'm so glad I found. You know, I just had to travel 5,000 miles, 7,000 miles. However, somebody tell me how many miles it is between the West Coast and Thailand, chat. 5,000 miles? Hair is giving sunset tonight? Yeah, I've gotten so many comparison to Kim Possible. Oh, what's her fuck from Asuka from Evangelion?
And I will always go there because as long as our interests align, I have no issue going to those platforms.
Noah looks like a cute little mouse down there. I think he's supposed to be a cat. I think he's supposed to be he's in cat mode.
Because at the end of the day, they are giving more legitimacy to myself than vice versa, in my opinion.
Simone Pierre says, I only work in kilometers.
I mean, giving you legitimacy.
Oh my God, chat, that spicy salad. A spicy salad. I don't know. Do you all know about spicy salads in Thailand? Like, spicy salads are a thing here, right? It's like everything is spicy. Not everything, but like a lot of things are spicy. Like, even the fruit sometimes gets spicified. It gets spiced up a little bit. But yeah, especially salads, right? When somebody makes a salad in Thailand, they're thinking, do I use 12 peppers or do I use 23 peppers in the salad? They are not thinking, do I use 3 peppers or do I use 5 peppers? It's gonna be spicy. It's gonna be, if it's a salad, it's 8,600 miles. Damn, you better make best friends with her. Wait, with who? With Asuka? Do you think I could hang with Asuka?
Like, what's the point of that, really? What is the point of them giving you legitimacy if in the end you do kind of demonstrate support for them in many cases? That's the thing. I think people see you very much as a Bernie Sanders guy, even though that...
Chat, you don't think Asuka would bully me?
Sort of contradicted by what you said earlier. Maybe it's erroneous. But people very much see you as like a big Bernie Sanders supporter. I wouldn't say I see you as like a big Bernie Sanders supporter. I think I see you more as someone who maybe doesn't like what he says, but is a little iffy on making that clearer, which I think you sort of did just a second ago. I think you preempted everything I've said about you and you were ready with that. It's cheating in a debate, by the way.
I've talked about this quite a bit, even before and after your statements, as a matter of fact. But you know how it is with clips. You probably don't get that from...
I mean, I do watch what you say sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I don't click... Like,
Oh, you're saying that the hairdresser should be my BFF. Yeah, I gotta learn to Thai. Chat, she doesn't speak English, right? And when I try to speak Thai at her now, she doesn't even notice that I'm trying to speak Thai. Because my Thai is so bad, chat, it's so bad. Even though I know some words, I know some phrases, I understand a few things, right? I learned how to say USB, I learned how to say USB-C plug in Thai, but like I need to learn more.
Go to any place that posts like a clip saying, I don't think that some place would even exist. Like Hasan Piker says positive thing about
1/3 of the circumference of the earth. That's how far I traveled. Yeah, that's how far I had to go to find a hairdresser that would ignore my ideas and substitute better ideas instead. I personally need a hairstylist who listens to me. Like, see, if you know how you like your hair, that's true, sweetheart's cat. Like, if you've got a good idea, I, on the other hand, when it's time to get my hair done, right? I don't get it done very often because it's too expensive. I wait for, I grow my hair the fuck out and don't take care of it. And it turns into a bird's nest. And then when I finally do, I look through Pinterest a little bit and I'm like, oh no, this one, right? But I'm not really like thinking about it too hard. I'm not like, well, how would that look with my skin tone, or how would that look with my eye color? Or, You know what I mean? I'm not doing all the stuff that you should do, right? So, yeah, if you are, then you probably do need somebody to listen to. Hang on every word. Last time a hairstylist cut my hair, she cut a centimeter or a millimeter more than I wanted, and I cried. Oh no! At shoulder, yeah. If you know what you want, yeah, then you do need them to listen to you. Shoulder means at fucking shoulder. Anyway, I cut my own hair and with assistance this year. Nice. That's amazing. I don't think I wouldn't trust myself. I wouldn't trust myself to do that.
Bernie Sanders. Here's a 20-second clip of it. I don't know what
know.
place would that be.
But I talk for 8 hours a day. It's very hard for you to in any, like, unless you're watching 8 hours a day, you're probably not going to see the exact same thing that I told you just now. I've spoken about probably 25 to 35 times whenever some chatter comes in and annoys me, and then I go on a fucking long and convoluted rant about
you should stop reading your chat, by the way.
Yeah, that's part of the puzzle. That's part of how I do this back and forth. But
I like
it's
just
difficult
right
for people
now,
to grab.
real quick.
What's up?
Wait, it's 8,000 miles from what, LA to Bangkok?
Like, Bad Empanada, you made like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 videos talking about the AOC Bernie interview, and then I don't know how much you watch of Hassan talking about it, but like just talking to each other now and clearing that up. Do you feel like that clears up anything now that you see that he's?
Do you feel better about entering into a long-term relationship with Hassan now that you understand his approach to mainstream politicians? Are you a little bit more comfortable with giving your life to this man and making your vows and having a life together? Are you? Sorry, chat. I gotta stop pushing. Stop reading your chat. Does he not get streaming? I mean, he streams, weekly, so he gets it to some extent. But like, look, chat. If I was Bad Empanada, all right, I would be like doing a little bit of, reacting, give my opinion, and then I'd be like, why have you not given me all of your money yet? Why have like that? He's different when it comes to streaming, right? He bullies his chat, and they love it. They love it. It's a completely different approach to streaming than I have. It's a completely different approach to streaming than Hasan Piker has, right? Bad Empanada is really not trying. He's not interested in making anybody like him, right? He's willing to play the hill. He was at the end of a 6-hour stream too. True. Oh, Hassan was.
No, not really.
There's no miles in Thailand. That's right.
Because I think a lot of that, like, there was the initial reaction of the interview, and there was like responses to people who want Hassan, responses to people like who want Hassan but were defending sort of like the whole idea of like engaging with the mainstream Democratic Party and like sort of trying to pull people to your side from them and stuff like that. And yeah, that was basically the whole thing there. It wasn't so much like I said something, Hassan said something, and I responded to it. It was more like that.
Chat, the worst are Bad Empanada gaming streams. Like, if you really want to see unhinged Empanada, watch him stream gaming, right? His community is largely uninterested in his gaming unless it is the what is it called? Oh god, I probably shouldn't even say the name of the game. I'll get in trouble with it. Wasn't this game taken off of Steam? And all it is like a Call of Duty, but from Palestinian perspective, right? That's all it is. That's all it is. It's like the way they do this for America, your Call of Duty, you're an American soldier, right? This is and it got taken off of Steam and but yeah, his gaming streams. Wow.
What I would say is that Americans are way too optimistic with their former politicians. And if there is something that you should preach, it's that these people are ultimately fucking useless, and you're gonna have to do shit yourself.
Yeah,
So what does that look like?
Here's the thing. I
heard of
I
Mario's
understand.
brother.
What?
Sorry, go ahead, Hassan.
No, I understand that like the modern Democratic Party is entirely useless. The Democratic Party is well, it's not entirely useless. They can be put to good use on select issues or across the board. Maybe one day it could, in a totally idealistic world, they could be a functional working labor party. Obviously, we're not there, and we might never get there. And I don't disagree with that. But this is
First time I ever heard of BE, he was on a Matt Bender live stream that didn't go well. It's amazing he was able to turn that around. Wait, what? That Bad Empanada was able to? Yeah, I covered that live stream too, and it was a pain in the ass for me actually, chat, because I'm like, I wouldn't say I'm friends with Matt Bender or anything like that, but I have had him on. I have talked to him, and you know, he's rated me. I've rated him. Obviously, I'm a pretty big fan of MR, and I generally like what they're doing over there. I don't agree with everything that Bender or anyone else, you know, I don't agree with everything anyone says, right? But generally, I think they're you know, doing good stuff over there, right? But at the same time, there was this one thing that Matt failed to grasp, right? About that was setting Bad Empanada off, right? And it's about Peronism. The you know, the politician that is probably best known for being the husband of Evita, you know, best known in the United States for, you know, his kind of through the movie Evita and its various remakes, or sorry, what was it? Was it a musical? Yeah, I guess it's a musical that became a movie, right? But anyway, there was something that Bender said that set off Bad Empanada that is a criticism that he has of like all Americans and the way that they think of Argentina. And I could see it happening, and I just had to react to it, you know. I feel like I was like, there's got, like, look, it's this little thing that Bender was missing, right? This little tiny thing that he's missing that was setting off Bad Empanada, you know, in terms of you know, talking about Argentina, and I feel like he's not that far from understanding it. In general, Matt has a pretty good grasp of history, and he's just missing one little piece there, right? So yeah, I don't know. I felt like BE maybe escalated, but you know, I mean, like he escalated for a reason, right? His approach to social media is to have fights with people, including Sam Cedar, right? And so since he can't get Sam Cedar, he's going to get Matt Bender. And, you know, he's going to treat Matt Bender with like zero charitability. But, you know, I just felt like there has to be a better way to approach Matt with stuff like that. I don't know.
I just wanted to offer
So yeah, that's why it sucks, chat, because I end up criticizing both of them. I can't be like Team Bender or Team Bad Empanada. I'm like, just like, it really sucks that you two are having this interaction instead of maybe like realizing that you're not as far apart as you think.
Clarity on the framework that I operate off of, because I think that you and I both will recognize that Americans don't have a semblance of class consciousness. And
True.
I feel like at this stage, the most important thing you can do is to pull people back from reactionary discourse, pull people back from reactionary ideals. And the best possible way to do that is by constantly reasserting the position over and over again that the Democratic Party has to have a class first politics. And also that, you know, these people that have been targeted as like vulnerable populations, marginalized identities that are presented as your enemy are not actually your enemy at all. It's simply a red herring, a distraction that the reactionary forces uses, and the Democrats are wholly incompetent at dealing with because they don't have this class first politic.
Okay. First thing here is that the whole reason why you have this idea that you have to like, you're sort of stuck into working with the Democratic Party. It's not your fault, obviously, because you aren't every single person in the fucking United States of America. But this is sort of like a self-perpetuating circular logic. And I mean, I'm not blaming you for having, every American has it. It's like, we have to work within the Democratic Party because it's the only thing that's there. And then you do not do anything, or you don't build an alternative to that. And you just keep reinforcing the initial premise over and over again. So Americans are stuck in this sort of rut where it seems like it's completely unrealistic to ever challenge the two-party system, so they don't try. And this is just sort of a self-perpetuating cycle. Because doing something like that takes a long time, takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of people. But this whole Democratic Party upright, people like Bernie Sanders as well, very much reinforce this, even if perhaps at some point he didn't mean to. Perhaps at some point he was really genuinely trying to challenge the status quo, and he only joined the Democratic Party because...
Sorry, Chad, I'm getting distracted by Twitch emotes that are incredibly cute.
Because he thought he had to win the primaries.
That's adorable.
You know, as an independent, he had no chance. He probably didn't in that moment. But then there's also the fact that that logic gets you into this rut where you never ever try to do anything else. And
wait, Brittany Simon is vegan now?
There are many other countries where that had very strong two-party systems that in some cases lasted for like hundreds of years. The two-party system in the USA is younger than in some of those countries that broke it. And they very slowly worked from the ground up, like starting with local politics, building up to like the state level, building up to like the national level, building alternative structures, using the political capital they got from that, you know, not like immediately running for president, nothing else like the fucking Green Party or something. What a fucking joke that is. Like they do nothing but run for the main office. But what I mean is like, you have to start small. You have to build up from that until you can eventually challenge on the main stage. Now, the issue of this logic from me now is that it's too late. Honestly, I'm not sure that we have time for this sort of thing before the consequences of climate change basically take over the agenda entirely, and whatever political system we're trying to get into in this way just totally breaks down. So, I mean, I guess people should still do it.
Okay, so if you're looking for the strongest argument, the most haunting thing that Bad Empanada will say tonight, that's probably it, right? Like, I mean, you heard Hassan not really take him to task or anything, but explain why he finds it valuable to engage when he has the chance with politicians like AOC and Bernie, even though they're, you know, immensely frustrating, especially Bernie, right? You know, especially when it comes to Israel. But Bad Empanada's counter to like, you got to be pragmatic, you got to be practical, is like, bro, we literally don't have time. And that's a pretty strong argument, right? Especially talking about climate change. The time is ticking. The time is ticking. And, you know, also talking about, I think he's sort of alluding to there, the consequences of climate change to our politics. In other words, climate change will cause, it is very close to, you know, causing a series of domino-like effects, right? That will potentially empower, you know, some kind of fascism, right? Some kind of fascist response when you've got the, you know, United States and wealthy countries, you know, driving climate change, causing equatorial countries to become uninhabitable. You're going to get climate refugees, right? And the appearance of those climate refugees is going to empower further any sort of right-wing fascist movement, right? So you start to get into these feedback loops that are really, really dangerous. And I think his words are haunting here, right? this is not a point, you know, that while I am, well, I definitely understand what Hassan is saying about, you know, practicality and trying to engage with politicians that you think that you can reach, right? I don't really have a refutation to what Bad Empanada is saying there, right? This has been getting worse for a while. Awaking from my slumber to say that I agree with Bad Empanada. There's not enough time. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the pushback against that is. There really is not enough time. And you don't want to let that make you sloppy. You don't want to let that make you careless. You don't want to make that let that make you nihilistic, right? But you can't act like you've got unlimited time to deal with this and that you can just chip away and chip away and chip away, and eventually, you know, we'll get there through the slow progress, right? Most 5D chess moves they can make is to block out the sun with geoengineering God.
But
we'll be in the Matrix. Like, that's like, isn't that part of the plot of the Matrix? I didn't know that Vosh. Oh, wait.
What I'm trying to say is Americans have like this circular logic that very much serves the Democratic Party as well. It is so good for them. And I think that by sort of working with people like Bernie Sanders, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, irrespective of who they are, as individuals, of whether they are genuine or not genuine, and whether they are great people or not, whether they truly believe in some of the shit stuff that they perhaps forced into advocating for just to stay in line with the Democratic Party, all of that doesn't really matter, because ultimately what they do is they serve this purpose where they give people this idea that you have your voice in the party. You have your voice here in the party already. AOC is there for you. Bernie is there for you. They're already fighting for you. You don't have to do that much yourself. You know, maybe you can go to the protest yourself. Maybe you can do something like that. But by golly, you do not try to make your own party. You don't try to do something independently. You don't try to like build an apparatus entirely independent of the party, not like the DSA, but entirely independent of it, where you actually build it into something that can meaningfully threaten them and the two-party system, and thus meaningfully start putting pressure on your government to actually really do something internationally as well. And Americans have really failed at that more so than any people in the world, which is, I think, like people say like the US is the belly of the beast, it's hard to do this. I don't think that's true at all. For one, until Trump, the US had the best free speech laws in the entire world, pretty much. You can say basically.
Using chemicals to block out the sun is allegedly an ongoing real world debate, not even part of unreality.
Anything that you could support Hamas, it doesn't matter. Like, that's a great environment for that sort of thing. It's a really good environment for that sort of thing, if anything. Obviously, the electoral college is fucked. That makes it a lot
Everybody
harder.
liked the stream.
But I mean,
and donate.
Americans never even really tried to
I feel so bad for
get to the steps before that, which is like the Senate and Congress, where those things are less bad.
Like, he just started a new stream, and so that's the reason he's trying to get people to like, by the way, like my stream as well. That's always really helpful. I can pause it, right? I have that benefit of being able to, you know, watch it after the fact and pause the video and go back to things and stuff like that. But and to tell you to make sure to like the stream, because it helps me out a lot. If you want more people to see the stream, you can do that for free with a thumb. That's a way that you could support the stream for free, Chad. Isn't that crazy? What if I were to tell you that's not even the only way? That's not even the only way, because I'm streaming on Twitch, chat, which means that if you have Prime, you can support the stream at no cost to you by just using your Twitch Prime sub on Twitch. And if you use it for the channel, you'll get emotes over on Twitch, and you'll also put a little bit of money in my pocket, and you'll support the stream. And that's amazing. So yeah, should probably use that. How much did he raise in total? They're closing in on 3,000. Or sorry, 3,000. 300,000. 300,000, Parthenon.
So
like that, the number that we're seeing here, this is earlier, right, when the debate was going on. It's gone up since then. Noah's been working hard all day. I think he's been going for longer than a day. Yeah.
So I feel like there is absolutely a failure.
They're not debating about Argentina medal. That came up with Matt Bender. That was the Matt Bender debate with Bad Empanada. And it was the kind of thing where I feel like Matt wouldn't necessarily, like they wouldn't necessarily disagree. It's just that Matt has the same level of understanding about Argentine politics as most Americans do, which is not a lot. And there's, you know, there's stuff going on there, right? Basically, there was a politician named Perón. This is the guy that was, you know, married to Evita. That's how most Americans are even aware of him. He was president like twice, right? And then I think was taken out by the junta, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, chat, he gets fearmongered against as like a, I don't know, like almost like he's like a Nazgul or something, and he's not, right? And so for that reason, Peronism is you know, kind of crucial to the left movement, the left electoral movement in Argentina, and so when you cast that aside as like that's, you know, these people are like pro-Nazi or whatever. Anyway, Matt was just talking about the trope of the Nazis going to Argentina after World War II, right? And this triggered in Bad Empanada the kind of hate that he's experienced in Argentina for Peronism, and the way that that's used to defeat even the most moderate left candidates there. So that's kind of what happened. 330,000, says WB72. That is amazing. That is fucking amazing.
In the US, for whatever reason, you know, obviously people like, and fucking Twitter Marxists would tell you that's just the way it is. You know, it's a bourgeois controlled political system, whatever. But whatever the reason is, the US is the country, and the people of the US have the most power politically as a bloc of anyone in the world to get shit done for people in other countries. But paradoxically, they do nothing. And
I by the way, I agree with everything that you said, and it is also a part of my vision. That's why I talked about class consciousness and instilling class consciousness, and also working on building movements outside of the party, and not like you know, community organizing, even though that can be valuable as well, but specifically labor unions and building a network of pressure that could actually that actually creates maybe even down the line a third party. I'm not against this at all. And this is not something that I
don't
stand
think
in
you
opposition
are.
to, with the exception of what you just mentioned, the Green Party, obviously, because I think the Green Party is, they're jokesters who only come around every 4 years.
So yeah, there's some agreement there on the Green Party. Ethan Klein thinks 330K is nothing. Yeah, he's like, I'm a millionaire. Fuck you, 330K.
And I mean,
yeah, his 6.5K was base though, right?
I think this is yet another point of, it's just another point of like not knowing the full scope of my perspective on
no,
this.
like I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to argue with a clip of you or something. I'm talking to you.
Exactly. And I'm telling you, like, I agree with you completely, and that's a part of my framework.
In what I was responding to there was what you said about making the Democratic Party more class conscious specifically. I think
yeah, I think
throw
that's
out the window, forget about it.
impossible. It's virtually impossible. That's why I said it would happen only in an idealistic society. But my goal is to use the platform that I have and expand on it so that I can, once again, move people away from reactionary politics and help.
Oh, Hassan donated 5K to AB's fundraiser. Nice. And who were they was it the same org that AB and Lena were fundraising for?
Them focus on a class first politics, and wherever that goes, if there is a mechanism that can push the Democratic Party into actual submission to class first politics, then that's great. If that doesn't work, and there's an alternative, if there's an alternative third party out there, the only way that they will reach viability if it's backed by a strong labor move.
So wait, he did it quietly and didn't mention it on stream, you mean? A person on the leftovers H3 found the timestamp by aligning it with AB saying thank you, and while he was streaming, he did.
That actually engages in labor militancy, and even then, I'm not entirely confident that like this can happen in the United States of America. But the reason why I speak on my perspective in the way that I do is because I'm speaking to Americans. And unfortunately, you got to make a lot of burger analogies if you want to get Americans on board. You have to give them hamburgers.
You got to get them jalapeno poppers.
Are either repulsed by what they perceive to be left politics. I'm not even talking about like revolutionary socialism. I'm talking straight up like basic bare minimum social democratic functions that are.
They're definitely fundraising for Palestine. Maybe not the same org. Well, that's awesome.
By every other comparable OECD state is seen as like radical in this country. Socialism in and of itself is seen as a pejorative in this country. That's why people will say like Nancy Pelosi's the worst thing imaginable. She's a socialist. Like obviously that kind of stuff is really stupid, but I think it's indicative of the average American's perspective.
Theirs was for the Children's Relief Fund.
On this stuff, considering that, you know, America won the Cold War and this is the imperial core, and therefore most of our working class is just either completely oblivious to class politics.
Oh crap, chat! I was supposed to tell you. Fuck! I just didn't want to like interrupt this while goal ends in 20 minutes, right? If you want the butterfly in my hair, we're missing 8 super chats, and we've got 20 minutes to make it happen. So time is a ticking. Time is a ticking. If you want to see. If you want to see the butterfly make an appearance tonight.
And utterly confused by the notion of class consciousness, or they're
also we're 75% of the way towards getting bonus content, so that's determining right over there 75 out of 100. It determines whether I'll stay on after the debate is over and do another topic with you, or if I will see, it feels weird to say fuck off. I'm not trying to fuck off, chat. I'm not trying to fuck off, but I may have to if we don't hit that 100%. But anyway, that's where we're at as far as the bonus goal, and we're in a lot more dire shape as far as the butterfly goal. So if that's important to you, if you want to see a butterfly in my hair, super chats of $5 or more will fill up that meter. And if we get from 2 to 10. So if we get 8 more of those super chats, then you will see a butterfly appear either on this side or on this side. I haven't decided, chat. I'm thinking almost this side would be good.
Incredibly angry at even the thought of it. Like they are repulsed by it. They get mad about it, which is why I have to temper my commentary on this front.
Well, I think you got to be careful with this notion of class politics in the US, and for a completely different reason to what you said as well, because there is an element to the present system where Americans benefit greatly from doing things to other countries, or they could at least. You know, they in many ways they don't, because Americans are too dumb to even advocate for getting their own fair share from imperialism. But
I talk about that all the time too. Yeah.
There's two options here, which is like you can appeal to Americans as in like, I'm gonna get you a bigger share. That's Bernie Sanders. I'm gonna get you a bigger share of the spoils.
Yeah.
Or you could appeal to Americans in a way where like they perhaps see beyond national lines and understand themselves as part of a broader whole of the world. And I think if you like what you were talking about with unions, for example, the average American labor union is like it's basically like I wouldn't even call it a union, like in terms of like
Race calls them
imagine.
pig unions, which is not like cop unions, but like corporate unions or unions that are completely servile to the interests of the Democratic Party under the AFL-CIO.
Not even just that. Like unions are.
I'm gonna fuck off in a bit is a formal phrase in Australia. You're good, love. Thank you.
In general, obviously.
I feel like there's another word I'm looking for though.
Narrowly focus on the interests of their members. So that's why you get things like the American Big Tent labor unions being like, oh, like let's get the Lockheed Martin float at a parade or whatever. A huge victory for the Lockheed Martin employees. 10% raise.
You're mixing and matching a couple different things, but yes, I know what you mean. Of course. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying here is that what you were going on about there was about class politics in the USA. I need to get people on board with this idea that socialism is.
There's a lot of Americans who are completely dismissive of any type of international solidarity, Yeah, Sassy Sasrai, like, right, hearing essentially America first from anti-Trumpers is pretty fucking blackpilling when they're like, no, America first is right. We're all about that shit, right? But
isn't bad.
Well, we should get more
I
treats.
think you're looking far too much into the future with that rhetoric, because I'm not even thinking about fucking socialism right now, and people think I'm like a radical communist terrorist. Like, I'm not thinking about any of that shit right now. There's so many more immediate concerns that we have to work with, the systems that we have now. Ultimately, I have no faith in Americans of ever doing anything, unfortunately.
Wait, is it cunt the word I was looking for? No, I was thinking of something else off, right? Like, so something that's less like, because when I say I'm gonna fuck off, it sounds like I'm mad. I'm like, we didn't hit the content goal, we didn't hit the bonus content goal, I'm so mad. And it's really like, well, no, I get like a little bit of time to, work on stuff, and it's just, it is what it is. Like, right, like, not gonna lie, I'm interested in the slop tube topic. I would love to hit the sub goal for that at least. The LGBT slang in Thailand video is actually very interesting. I would love to talk about that. Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool, always great. The one that's like losing, I think, is it Cavernacles Butlerian Jihad? Is that one in last place? Yeah, it's in last place. That one looks really good, but yeah, it's not. I'm not like fucking off. Like, I'm gonna go fuck off, right? I'm just have to end the stream, and like when I'm all like, all right, let's do the bonus content, and then it's like, nope, we're at 75%. Guess no. Well, oh god, the butterfly is slipping away though. The butterfly is 15 minutes. No, we got 15 minutes to make the butterfly happen. I don't know, chat. Miracles can happen.
Like, if you ask me what are your solutions, I don't have solutions for you, buddy. We have a limited amount of time before she hits the fan.
Sorry, before shit hits the fan or before she hits the fan? What does he say?
I thought previously that something like what is happening in Gaza would cause like a Vietnam level like cultural like schism in the US. It hasn't actually caused it anywhere, not even in Europe, where places
it took 20 years. And also there was direct involvement with Americans actually going there to fight, which I think is the reason why there was a lot more resistance. Americans are inherently very selfish people, and until they're drawn into the fight themselves in a way that is more meaningful with a draft, not just like the poverty draft, or not just necessarily like a bunch of people that want to get a communications degree for free going out there and getting.
So Bad Empanada essentially saying that, he would have liked to, although you do have polls, chat, which say that a majority of Americans are against what Israel is doing. That's rare. Usually Americans will see Palestinians as the bad guy, regardless of what the situation is, right? So that's encouraging. You don't have like a cultural, what did he say? A cultural schism, I think was the word that he used, like in Vietnam, right? Where you literally had, a cultural schism. Hassan is saying, well, that was different because you had, if you were a, 18 to 25-year-old, guy, you could potentially get drafted. Your friends were getting drafted. People were coming home in body bags, right? That was the situation in the Vietnam War. Hassan's saying because that's not, the United States doesn't have skin in the game in the same way, that you're not getting that sort of cultural watershed moment that Bad Empanada is looking for. Public opinion does not directly affect policy, unfortunately. Yeah, that's true. And also, Sassy, the only way that it does is if people are out in the streets. And some people are out in the streets. Sadly, it's a, pretty tiny minority. But yeah, in terms of actually affecting U.S. foreign policy, we are also seeing our military pivot to drone-based warfare. That is a huge issue. Yeah, that's scary shit.
Getting their dicks blown off while defending some fucking poppy field in the Karengal Valley, but like literally a draft. Only then will selfish Americans actually get up to aggressively protest in a militant fashion in a way that would truly harm the overall interests of the American State Department.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's the whole thing. It's the whole.
Choki says civil disobedience. I mean, you're starting to see. Did we go over the video from Worcester, Massachusetts, chat? Did we watch that? You saw some people at least wanting to push back on what ICE was doing in Worcester, Massachusetts. But yeah, just yeah, not quite there yet. Not exactly something that's going to disrupt the machine.
Reason why we're in the place where we're in. The US does not have a rival anymore who it needs to compete with that much in terms of geopolitics. China, I mean, I don't know what your stance is on China, but China doesn't do shit. China doesn't want to do shit. China just wants to mind its own business, and that is a huge problem, really. You know, if China,
I'm sorry, was that a Noah stream alert? I think it was, right? It doesn't affect anything. Remember how much went against the Vietnam War, and it didn't do shit. Well, yeah, in terms of stopping the war, the frustrating thing, Davy, about the Vietnam War and Bad Empanada wanting to see that as like a cultural schism and being significant in some way, it was a negative polarization of the majority of Americans against the left, against the students. Now, in time, America did come to the consensus that the Vietnam War was bad, but they would have given you different reasons for that. Some of them, you know, because my family member died, my friend died, right? Some of them very much for its effect on the American, people, rather than like the morality of imposing a puppet government on another country, and continuing colonial project started by the French, or was it by the French? Were I think, yeah, the French were the first. Pal Action has been doing good work. They shut down Elbit Systems, which is the biggest weapons manufacturer in Europe. A very progressive city, in the very progressive city of Bristol in the UK. I think the political situation in the US makes the most sense if you think of it in terms of we are being colonized by Well, yeah, I mean, like at the end of empire, the empire turns back in on itself and does some of those. Yeah, I knew it was the French, Davy. I just couldn't remember if the French were the first. That, like, Vietnam, if you don't know, in the 20th century had a conga line of countries trying to colonize it, right? In terms, Vietnam had to fend off.
Sarah super chatted $19.99.
Yo, Sarah, thank you for the super chat. So like, France, the United States, China, Japan. Why do I want to say England? Why do I want to say that the UK was somehow involved in, maybe I'm misremembering there. Maybe the UK was not involved in any way in Vietnam. But that being said, chat, there was like a whole fucking line of countries trying to colonize Vietnam.
If China tries to,
I mean, you could even say like I mean, there was even like a conflict with Cambodia. Yeah, the frontier always comes home. That is true. The Soviet Union, colonizing Vietnam. I think the Soviet Union was supplying them with weapons for a while when they were in a military conflict against the United States.
Do something meaningful regarding what's happening in Gaza, it would probably happen. They would be able to do something about it very easily.
I talked about this just yesterday. I 100% agree.
Oh, Korea was there. Yeah, Republic of Korea. They sent troops to Vietnam.
There was like a fake
Thailand. Oh, forget I said that.
Of like Americans dropping in aid that actually killed Palestinians.
There's got to be some historical things that I pretend not to know.
Ironically enough. But they were literally recycling the American aid being dropped into Gaza, but this time like saying China was doing it, and they were like, "Oh my God, how wonderful that China is dropping aid into Gaza." And one, that was fake. China didn't do that. But two, if China wanted to, it's Israel's second largest trading partner. They could literally fucking say, "Hey, we are gonna bring in our military and our NGOs to distribute aid on the Gaza Strip." What is Israel going to do? Say no to that? They can't fucking do that.
Yeah, they were the biggest backer of the North Vietnamese. Yeah, but we were talking about countries that tried to colonize Vietnam. You could say that the USSR and China, you know, had their own goals as far as influencing Vietnam in their support for the Viet Minh forces. We have no Vietnam generation in the UK.
China could do way fucking more than that. Like we saw with the tariff shit, how quickly Trump folded in the face of actual economic consequences from China. They could do something like that to the US if they wanted to. They could do it to Israel. Obviously, it would come at some sort of cost to themselves, but Trump would fold in 2 fucking seconds.
Yeah, that's right, Bad Lefty. They never tried to take over the way that but I mean, there was a whole line of countries trying to, you know, and you could say, yeah, the Soviet Union and China too definitely wanted influence, and China did at one point attempted invasion into Vietnam. That is true.
China was like, hey, we're gonna sanction Israel, or we're gonna put tariffs on American goods or something like that. We're gonna make your shit cost more. But China does not do that. Yeah. And the USSR...
These stream alerts, chat.
...was in a position... It wasn't in an economic position, but it was in like a military position.
Yeah.
And a geopolitical position where it could put a ton of pressure on. So now we have a situation in the world today where the US is... It's not totally uncontested, but it is way...
Hey, chat, this is your 5-minute warning. We have 3 out of 10 super chats achieved for the butterfly goal. If you want to see a butterfly in my hair this time, right, you got 5 minutes to make it happen. That happens through super chats, if it happens at all. Apparently Pol Pot died like a week into power. They got a lookalike? Wait, is that true, Davy? Damn. I've actually got a book back there talking about the talking about that moment in Cambodia. Like I got some books that were just like, I think it says from the library of my apartment complex. I haven't seen. Oh wait, there's like an office that sometimes people use for like, you know, I don't know, that sometimes people use that's in my apartment building. Maybe maybe that's where the library is.
More uncontested than it ever has been before, and we're looking at that in Gaza right now, and I can't tell you what to do about it at all. I can tell you what individuals could do. It would get me banned, so I'm not going to.
Yeah.
But still, even if we all did that, I don't think it would change that much in the grand scheme of things.
I don't disagree with you on anything, and also, like I said, this is the exact same shit that I say on my stream for the most part. I'll take it one step further, as far as like China's lack of interest in undermining American footholds in its own backyard in the Philippines. I feel like if China operated in the same way as like America did, or even the fucking USSR did, for that matter.
A library in the apartment. There's a room that's for when people I'm trying to remember what they fucking call it, but it's like the idea is that if you needed to do, I don't know, like a Zoom call and oh my God, Sarah, thank you for the super chat. Sarah is fighting the good fight for the butterfly. We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Crotchy with the gifted membership to Davy Cliff. Davy Cliff, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Well, we hit the one goal. We hit the yeah, it's like a common room. Wait, but it's like an office kind of, right? It's you're supposed to be able to use it as like an office, right? You can like sign up for it from certain hours, and you can go in there and I don't know, like look like you're in an office in a Zoom call. I don't know what the idea is exactly, but I think that might be where they have a bunch of books, because I did see some books in there. So if there's a library for the apartment complex, that's probably what they're talking about.
They could just like arm the Philippine Maoists instead of working with the Duterte government as they did to disarm them and to actively work against them. That's a real destabilizing force in the country, and China doesn't even use it. Instead, they're just doing water.
Oh yeah, good point, Crotchy.
Operations with their Coast Guard while simultaneously trying to set up an ASEAN security partnership where the Philippines are the only fucking party that refuses to sign on. Why do they refuse to sign on? Because they're comfortable being a unsinkable aircraft carrier for the United States of America. So they like, I'm not, you know, I live in America. You live in Argentina, as far as I know. So obviously, I'm not going to sit here and be like, Xi Jinping should do this, but that is my assessment. But clearly, whatever they're doing has worked so far, at least in terms of like positioning China as a global hegemonic power. But yes, I do recognize that they're being self-interested to a degree where no one seems to care about doing anything to stop the Nazi Israel government from conducting its live streamed child Holocaust.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's just materialism in the end. China is extremely
Crotchy says Tabernacle.
good at using the global.
That's a good choice.
US setup, so why would they want to challenge it? That's how it is with everything. The Arab states, half of them are US puppets. The other half, they would probably get annihilated if they tried to do anything uncoordinated without the US puppet states helping them. In many other cases, like I feel like Israel has become something of an inconvenience for its allies at this point, but they're sort of too far in to really do anything about it at this, like, you know, it's been like 50, 60, 70 years of nothing but full support for Israel. So at this point, you know, what are they going to do, especially given that they would have to be, like, the US would have to be the one to really pull.
Noah looks like he's going to sleep, yeah.
And that's not going to fucking do it, is it? So, I mean, it's probably like
How late is it? It's almost 1 o'clock on the West Coast. That means what, like 2 o'clock in Denver, 3 o'clock in the morning in Chicago, and 4 o'clock in the morning in New York. Damn.
Bleakest situation that I could imagine right now. Obviously, like, Americans feel.
Oh, Noah's good. You don't mean like he looks sleepy right here. You mean like you in his actual stream.
Theoretically, as a block of people, like average Americans have a decent amount of power to challenge this, but they also themselves have no real reason, no real motivation for doing so, because ultimately, you know, what you said about Vietnam probably rings true. It does not affect them that much. It affects some of them psychologically, and that is about it. They don't see any material consequence.
Noah's doing the tired man stare
from it. You know, there has not been like a massive ad.
I kind of like Noah's mustache, and I'm not too much of a fan of mustaches. Like, I'm not exactly pro mustache, but I do think on Noah it works.
Adverse reaction that could turn them against it.
Oh well, he'll grow it back.
Like, for example, like the IRA, for example, did a lot to like instill like fatigue in the British public on their government to try and look for some sort of solution to the troubles.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that. There's nothing like it anywhere. Not at all.
Well, there's no situation historically that has existed where the captive population has been this thoroughly, at least.
Wait, what is gone?
At least in contemporary history that I can think of, where the captive population has been this thoroughly ethnically cleansed.
Oh, the mustache is gone, yeah.
In broad daylight, without any sort of material support to offer from other countries, right? Like, you have no Cuban.
I mean, look, chat. He shaved his mustache for charity. Okay, I approve of that. Even though I think he is one of the rare dudes that does look better with just a mustache. See, like, this is the thing. Most people with this stash, it makes them look like a cop, right? Noah's just not cop coded enough for that. Even though he's got a cop stash, it doesn't look like a cop stash.
You have no U.S.
Yeah, it suits him. Yeah.
For example, and the role that they might have played in the ANC's.
Mustaches give cop shaved into one once, wore some aviators, and made Super Trooper jokes.
Efforts to resist against the apartheid structure in South Africa. And you certainly don't have American congresspersons doing arms trafficking to Hamas in the way that they did to the IRA. You had American conservative politicians of Irish background doing arms shipments to the IRA at a certain point. You could fundraise for the IRA in American bars, right? So very, very different set of circumstances here. And this coming also after the expanded surveillance state in the aftermath of the war on terror, with a shit ton of social conditioning that Americans totally signed off on, in terms of like Muslims and Arabs being worthy of only death and destruction. And they're all, rapist, barbaric hordes. They're all ISIS. This kind of attitude.
It strikes me that the resistance to the United States support of Israel on the right is generally an America First argument, and because of the nature of the right, oftentimes motivated by some very real anti-Semitism. But if you were to change the message of the Free Palestine movement to our tax dollars should be used for medical care, for Medicare for all, not for arms, not for bombs for Israel, right? Something feels a little bit, it hurts not to say the moral part of the reason that the United States shouldn't be arming Israel. Even though that might be the message that breaks through and, resonates with people on the right, it feels weird to make an argument about like the misspending of about arming Israel not being America first enough. It feels weird.
Attitude is reflected broadly in American society or in Western society in general. But that's the silver lining that I see, because in spite of all of that, I think there's only so much dead children that the average Americans can look at and go, this is completely unacceptable. Like, this is fucked up. Now, you're not wrong when you say there's not enough mobilization happening. People are not fucking shit up in an effort to make this costly, this undying allegiance to Israel costly. And you're not wrong on that. But I do think that given how much the public sentiment has shifted in such a short period of time, even though it was incredibly costly in terms of the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians at this point, even though the numbers say, 63,000? I think that's a severe undercount. There is still, I think that there is still always, like, it's something that I will always push for, regardless of how hopeless I feel, is to mobilize Americans.
You can try your best. It is absolutely true that in an ideal world, like, the number one way to fight this would be to mobilize people in the US, Europe, Australia, Canada, these places which are Israel's primary backers. And, many of us have mobilized. Many people have tried to do stuff, protested and stuff. But clearly, these governments are immune to this sort of pressure at this point. They don't give a shit about it. Like, it's because really almost nothing has really changed. Like, Israel is literally under investigation for genocide at the ICJ, for example. I would say at this point, they are probably actually going to...
Yeah, I get what chat's saying. The frustration with Bad Empanada for saying Americans aren't doing enough, given that the Americans that have gone above and beyond have often done so at the risk of their freedom. The response, even by the Democrats, to the student movement for Palestine has been, essentially suspending free speech when it comes to this one issue, right? Like saying, oh, no, if you use your free speech to promote Palestine, then you are essentially giving support to terrorists, and we will come after you for that. We will make your life miserable. We will persecute you for that. And the Democrats started doing that, and Trump really just picked up right where they left off and took it in an even worse direction. But is that what chat's saying? Kind of that, in a situation where we can see people being persecuted for doing more, for even just speaking out, right? What would Bad Empanada, want Americans to do do like a tax strike to I don't know, interfere with, like, has Bad Empanada been sending weapons shipments?
It's going to be ruled against them. They're actually going to be found to have committed genocide in Gaza, and that is a huge fucking deal for a UN court, because they've done nothing to convince the court that they aren't doing that, ever since the case started. But I mean, I might be wrong there, because it is still a UN court. It's still a court that is ultimately run by the US and all of this, that even though pretend it isn't. But I mean, a lot of that is going to be in, all these people on the court are like very prominent judges who would not want to sully their name by making an intentionally stupid decision just in the name of politics. So we'll see what happens there. But my point is, like, when you have basically like both of the most important judicial bodies in international law with serious cases against Israel, and you also have like hundreds of thousands of people in the street protesting in almost every single one of the countries that is supporting Israel, in some cases like week after week, it's clear that something has shifted here, and like from how things were 30 to 40 years ago, especially. Yeah. And the number one thing that I can think of is somehow the internet has made it easier to ignore this shit. I can't exactly articulate how exactly, but it's obviously the most prominent change in the world aside from the fall of the Soviet Union, which is probably bigger, I forgot where I was going with that, actually. I'm a fucking moron.
Well,
you're just starstruck. It's okay, Bad Empanada. Hassan's a huge celebrity, and you've always wanted to meet him, and here you are, finally getting your moment in the sun. Yeah, it's any of us would forget what we were saying. Also,
But what I was gonna say was like,
yeah, you're stupid, sexy Hassan just distracting you.
No, I don't know what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Well,
what I was going to say is
perception.
I recognize all of that, and part of why I try to communicate these issues in the way that I do, even though I say almost the exact same things that you have said so far in this conversation, not signing off on everything that you say off stream or on social media.
You disagree with?
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
We can get to that, but we're having a productive conversation right now. But
we have to yell at each other. I have to speak. I have to play video clips over you like Ethan Klein did.
Yeah, I'll move into that in a second. But
that was the worst.
The reason why, for example, why did I broach the subject of Israel with Bernie on First Amendment grounds and the unlawful detention and possible deportation of Mahmoud Khalil? Because I understand Bernie Sanders' position. I don't agree with it, and I think it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous position to have. It's repulsive to maintain the idea that Israel has a right to defend itself. 19 months into Israel's.
Have you seen the videos of how Bernie talks to pro-Palestine protesters?
Yeah, I have. From like 2000 and there's like one from like
some of them are
2012.
recent.
There's one that's more recent where people come up to him while he's walking, but he's an old curmudgeon.
Really gets,
yeah,
I don't know if I would call it that. I think it's the topic.
You know what I think it is
that he knows he can't talk about.
You know what I think it is? I think it's what Bernie did to the average Democrat and the resentment that the average Democrat feels when Bernie is mentioned, because it shows their hollowed out nature of their politics, pro-Palestinian protesters do to Bernie. I think he recognizes that deep down inside that those people are right and he's fucking wrong, and it pisses him off.
Well,
Or
I think
maybe he just
Zionists in
genuinely
general know
sees
that.
them. Yeah. Or he just genuinely sees them as a hurdle, and that he has the right mind on this.
Wait, Zionists themselves know that they're wrong? Is that what Bad Empanada is saying? Thought you're supposed to drop tactical inwards during debates. Yeah, right? Why so cordial? I thought debates were supposed to be mocking and interrupting. Yeah.
But what I will say is this. When you go to those rallies where he has 32,000 people showing up, right, in red states, blue states, all around the country, the people at those rallies are far closer to the truth on the issue of Israel and Palestine than Bernie Sanders himself is, which is why I see that as an opportunity to talk to those people there. I see that as I see Bernie Sanders as simply a person that is capable of bringing all of these people together. And with the exception,
Wait, I want to hear what Bad Empanada said a second ago.
Is that because it shows, I think it's what Bernie did to the average Democrat and the resentment that the average Democrat feels when Bernie is mentioned, because it shows their hollowed out nature of their politics, pro-Palestinian protesters do to Bernie. I think he recognizes that deep down inside that those people are right and he's fucking wrong, and it pisses him off.
Oh, yeah, Bad Empanada's...
Or maybe
Zionists
he
in
just
general
genuinely
know
sees
that.
them.
Zionists in general know that. Do you think so, chat? Like, I mean, that's a big group, too. Remember, when we're talking about Zionists, like, the majority of who we're actually talking about are Christian Zionists, right? Who are pro-Israel for the most anti-Semitic reasons you could imagine. You know, obviously, you know, Israelis themselves, or would be, you know, class. Like, I'm just wondering who, you know, of Zionists in general, as Bad Empanada says, which is kind of weird because I find it a little bit difficult to generalize Zionists, but like that they know that they are on the wrong side of history. I feel like a lot of them don't. I don't know. What do you think, chat?
Yeah. Or he just genuinely sees them as a hurdle, and that his
Like, are there Zionists that are being pulled along and that are supporting, you know, this project out of like out of a sense of peer pressure, right? Is that what he's saying?
he has the right mind on this. But what I will say is this. When you go to those rallies where he has 32,000 people showing up, right?
Totally, most science do know that, in my opinion, in their deepest part of their human soul. See, I don't know. I feel like I've seen a lot of Israel fans that are just like, there doesn't seem to be a there. There doesn't seem to be, you know, anything that is reflecting on the ironic nature of the, you know, moral arguments that they are making, being so similar to, you know, other historical arguments, right? And that's what disturbs. That's what scares me about Zionism.
In red states, blue states, all around the country, the people at those rallies are far closer to the truth on the issue of Israel and Palestine than Bernie Sanders himself is, which is why I see that as an opportunity to talk to those people there. I see that as I see Bernie Sanders as simply a person that is capable of bringing all of these people together. And with the exception of American foreign policy, which is very significant for someone like myself, obviously.
They can totally believe it and love it, but human nature just doesn't like to see dead kids. That is true. But I feel like a lot of them have got themselves convinced that that's propaganda, like the Josh Fetterman thing. Or Josh, why do I always call him Josh? John. other Pennsylvania politician, John Fetterman. Like, I mean, is chat familiar with the where was the article? The article about Fetterman and people, like, including his wife, approaching him about, you know, what's going on in Palestine, and Fetterman's response being that is propaganda. Like, you know, people telling him about, you know, innocent people and kids dying in Gaza, and him just echoing essentially Hollywood, you know, conspiracy theories.
Bernie, I see Bernie as a uniting figure that can be used to build a more robust movement to actually get more Americans that are liberals on board with some of these other ideas. And I think imperialism plays a formative role in that politics, in the politics of the socialist left, of course, because I mean, the argument, the alternative argument to
Chat, why am I tired of all the people here, right? Noah should be tired. Hassan has been streaming all day. Bad Empanada's probably past his bedtime, but I'm the one that's yawning.
the labor aristocracy, like Americans recognizing their class position, but then also recognizing their class position on an international scale.
Can you send the link to the Noah Samsen?
And how much they benefit from the unequal exchange globally. The alternative to that also is that every dollar spent...
Joshua Kell, super chatted $5. The Christian nationalists are unhinged and cannot be swayed.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I mean. When you talk to that kind of... And that's when like, honestly, chat, let me be real with you. When you say Zionist, that's what I'm thinking of. I am thinking of an evangelical Christian that believes that the Jews need to occupy, like, the Holy Lands so that Jesus can come back, and 2/3 of them will die in the tribulations, and 1/3 of them will convert to Christianity, and give us that gestalt that we've been missing, right? Being a apostolic religion like Christianity is, they need to reabsorb the religious tradition that they draw their lore from. They need the 1/3 of the remaining Jews to convert to Christianity for their gestalt. That's what I think of when I think of Zionists. Like, that is my stereotype of a Zionist. It is not an Israeli. It is not a Jewish person. It is an American evangelical Christian. That is, I don't know if that's like the average Zionist, but that's who I think of when I think of Zionists. And to those people, like, I don't see anything getting through. I don't see any. If you show them a dead Palestinian child, they're like, good, that's one less terrorist. I mean, these people are so far gone. So far gone. I don't know, chat. There might be some of them that you can reach.
On global war and the extraction of natural resources and all of that endless bounty that doesn't even translate to America's material conditions improving could be $1 spent directly on fixing the roads, fixing the potholes. $1 spent on a bomb could be spent on...
But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Joshua. What? Oh no, chat! I got it. I can never do this. Chat. When I do the like Southern, like middle American voice, it gets stuck in my head, and then I like start to listen to my voice, and I'm like, but you have that. You're from the same region geographically as these people, and you kind of sound like that. Your voice sounds a little bit like that Christian Zionist that you were making fun of. Right? You just all I got to do is amplify a few factors here, and I'm into like I'm sounding like a Trump voter. And now I can't get rid of it, chat. I can't. I need to wash myself. I need to take several showers after doing these impersonations. That's the rapture, which is a false prophecy. True.
Better schools, a better ISP system.
Their interpretation of the Book of Revelations, Christ Elijah is wow.
The more robust welfare state. So this is like,
You speak with a general North American accent like normally. Like this is yeah, that's true. But like it's not that far off from the she's not a Christian voice.
it's such an easy flip once you get Americans to that point, I think. And that's why I, regardless of my disagreements with Bernie Sanders, still hold some respect for him for being able to put this kind of politics in the forefront in a country like the United States of America, where I feel like before his 2016 run, positioning himself against like the establishment Democrats, it seemingly was a rudderless ship heading down the same, I guess, like necro state that we have become regardless of Bernie running. But at least now there is like more.
The Book of Rev is rad as shit and goes hard as hell. Yeah, I call it the Book of Revs too.
Leftist organizing in the country, whether it be a more robust PSL movement, DSA, and even more unionization, even though our labor union participation rate is pretty fucking low.
Okay, let me grant. Let's just. I don't care to argue like a lot of the stuff that you said because honestly, I don't think it really matters. But
1 point to
okay,
Hassan.
the left movement in the U.S. is bigger now. Let's say that's the case. You have the PSL and all these other things. It looks really positive, bright for the future. Does it though? Has this changed anything? Has anything meaningfully happened as a result of this? If anything, things have probably gotten worse, I would say. So, maybe me and your idea that the US is the place where something meaningful could happen is completely, utterly.
I mean, the only thing that I can relate to about the Book of Revelations is I've always wanted to ride a large multi-headed beast myself. It's always just been kind of a life goal for me.
And just totally wrong in reality.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely a more pessimistic attitude, and there are definitely days where I feel that way, but I try not to succumb to that feeling and still push on, knowing full well that like, look, this movement is still marginal, is still tiny, but it grows every single day, and that's ultimately a good thing because who knows where we might be at. And at the end of the day, the least that the American left could do is like try to get concessions and to try to get America to step away to the best of our ability from the global stage when the decline of empire is setting in.
If you want to get concessions, the best thing to do is to immediately, each and every one of you, break with the Democratic Party already now and get to work. You've had decades to do it. It's probably too late, but why not try? Because what you're doing right now isn't doing anything anyway. So what's the difference? You want a great example?
Chat. I just scheduled my appointment. For the visa extension. This isn't the big one, right? This isn't the one where, I sign up for school and stuff, but it's like just it's the first step. It's the first step. Get to work doing what? Wait, what? Do I need to rewind this? I want to feed apples to the 4 horses. Hell yeah.
Not against that.
Precisely. I'm not saying you're not. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be an argument. Everything doesn't have to be a yelling match.
Yeah, I think Bernie probably is the best possible option we have.
Here, let me rewind it so I can see what. Yeah, chat. It's the appointment is made. I'm gonna go talk to the Department of Immigrations or whatever.
Decades to do it. It's probably too late, but why not try? Because what you're doing right now isn't doing anything anyway. So what's the difference? You want a great example?
I'm not against that.
Precisely. I'm not saying you're not. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be an argument. Everything doesn't have to be a yelling match.
Yeah, I think Bernie probably is the best possible option we had to do that too.
I mean, there was in 2016. I even thought like, he might be something special.
Yeah, it's weird, chat, because I was like, I've realized that there's a different way that you've got to communicate when you speak next to no Thai yourself, and the person that you're talking to, understands some English, but you can't say like nuanced things, right? Because that just like, if you being specific, the specificity will get lost, right? So something like they offer an appointment time, and I say, yes, if that is the latest appointment possible, then I agree to it, right? And I probably should just say I agree to it, right? Because the nuance of like, I would prefer the appointment be later, but if that's all we got, then I guess so. That's the kind of shit that just gets lost in the weeds. You gotta just like not. You gotta fight the impulse to try to be specific when you're dealing with when you're dealing with somebody that doesn't entirely and that's making me notice, chat, the fact that there's so few Thai speakers of English that get the nuance of what's being said in English. It makes me think I'm gonna really struggle on the other side of that, learning to interpret the nuance in Thai, right?
He might have been if he had been.
I think it's just that it's a tonal language. American. Yes, I speak American. English and Thai are very different languages, and so like it's just a steep learning curve to learn English if you grew up speaking Thai, or to learn Thai if you grew up speaking English. And so I'm just gonna have to deal with that some degree of indeterminacy. Seventh-day Adventist Church was investigated by the FBI, sorry, not FDA, at one point because our literature points to the USA as the beast. Oh, as the beast. The USA is the beast in the Book of Revelations, which at the time conflicted with the whole 20s vibe. Did not know that.
Elected, he might have been different.
All I know about Seventh-day Adventist Church is that vegetarian, most of them.
He had the balls back then to call out obvious shit, like there was a coup in Bolivia, basic shit like that literally no one else.
Some kitten. The Book of Revelations is always my favorite in the New Testament. It's the only one that seemed interesting. Yeah, it's a lot better than the epistles of Paul and the Gospels and all that shit.
In the US was saying,
yeah,
stuff like that, and since then he's just sort of become a shadow.
I read as a kid, like I intended to read the Bible, and I got through the Old Testament, right? Except for the Book of Numbers, chat. I am not reading the Book of Numbers. That's fucking ridiculous. I skipped the Book of Numbers, okay? But I read all the rest of the Old Testament, and then I got to the New Testament, and I just couldn't do it. I tapped out. It didn't grab me the way that the Old Testament did. I was raised SEA, the Pope is the Antichrist, USA is the beast, but we weren't allowed to say it out loud. Yeah, that makes sense.
Shadow of himself. I mean, he's old. Oops.
Does the multi-headed beast make funny little quips, and one is sleepy, one is angry, and one is happy? Yeah, one is silly. One is straight up silly.
Okay, back in live, I believe. We're at 245,000 plus 20,000 plus 12,000.
Hell yeah.
So it looks like the stream died a short death.
Get everyone here.
It's a lot of money. Okay, I think we're back. Hello, people.
Yeah, you're live again.
We just all agreed to support each other and agree with everything that each of us say always, and we're best friends, and we're moving in together, and we're roommates.
Yeah. I'm going to the Argentinian prison that you guys are streaming out of.
Jail.
You should just leave the US, by the way. I don't know why you don't just do that. I mean, I'm sure you have like 100 friends who you all love there, but you should just leave the US. It makes everything way easier. You can't get sued by Ethan Klein, for example.
Go to Israel.
No, I was
Joshua Keller, just 5 ans? C'est vrai?
just talking about this earlier because there was like a prominent liberal
Exactement comme un garçon qui a juste 5 ans?
academics who study fascism are leaving the United States, and here's why. There was like a New York Times article on it, but it's like I'm stubborn. I'm a very stubborn person, and I feel like I'd rather stick it out and see.
Wait, am I rerunning it? Wait, what happened? Am I rerunning it? Did I somehow? How the fuck? Did we go backwards in time, chat? What happened? What the fuck? You're right. What the fuck happened? Oh no, chat. Where the fuck were we? How? I didn't even. Chat, I think Davi's right. I think I rewound it somehow. I don't know how. Is there a part where he had to? Well, yeah, there was a part where it looked like I must have pressed something that made it go back. I don't have that button, chat. That's just the thing. I don't even have the button that would do that.
They're going to be looking for you in the satellite images of Cesar.
Yeah.
What's the difference? You want a great example?
I'm not against that.
Precisely. I'm not saying you're not. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be.
Oh my god, chat! I don't know where the fuck we are. It fucking fully reset. It fully reset, and I don't know why it reset. Because, like I'm saying, chat, I wasn't even on the browser. I have one button here, and that's the button that
everything doesn't have
makes it go and makes it stop. Makes it go and makes it stop. That's all I have, right? So I don't even know how the fuck, how did I press anything that made it go back to the beginning? Oh my god. I have no idea. Anybody want to help me out? And I am so confused.
Ways like I is something that I will always push for, regardless of how hopeless I feel. Is to mobilize Americans.
You can try your best. It is absolutely true that in an ideal world, like the number one way to fight this would be to mobilize people in the US, Europe, Australia, Canada, these places which are Israel's primary backers. And
all the number keys jump to different parts of the timeline? Really?
Many of us have mobilized. Many people have tried to do stuff, protested and stuff.
All right, so chat, just tell me if this is, have we already seen this?
But clearly these governments are immune to this sort of pressure at this point. They don't give a shit about it. Like it's because really almost nothing has really changed. Like Israel is literally under investigation for genocide at the ICJ, for example.
I feel like we didn't see this yet, right? We haven't seen this part.
I would say
on Chrome. Yeah, I'm definitely on Chrome. Yeah, that's the thing is I was on my OBS, though. I would think that the buttons, the number buttons wouldn't affect it unless I'm actually, unless I have the browser pulled up, but I don't know, chat.
At this point, they are...
We haven't seen this, right? This is new, right?
Probably actually going to, it's
yeah. Hassan said he would move into an Argentinian prison with them. Thank you. Did he say the word prison? I think he said the word prison. Is this where they said something about CCOT? Oh no, chat. The stream's not over yet, so I can't use the transcript. I can't use the transcript to find it. Oh.
And also, there was direct involvement with Americans actually going there to fight, which I think is the reason why there was a lot more.
Okay, Vietnam, more resistance in Vietnam.
No real motivation for doing so because ultimately, you know, what you said about Vietnam probably rings true. It does not.
We've seen this part.
That much. It affects some of them psychologically, and
even though I say almost the exact same things that you have said so far in this conversation, not signing off on everything that you say off stream or on social media.
I feel like am I close, chat? Are we somewhere are we somewhere close?
Agree with.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
We can get to that, but we're having a productive conversation right now. But
no, we have to yell at each other. I have to speak. I have to play video clips over you, like Ethan Klein.
Okay, we saw this part. I think we're getting close. I think we're closing in on wherever we were.
When the decline of empire is setting in.
If you want to get concessions, the best thing to do is to immediately, each and every one of you, break with the Democratic Party already now and get to work. You've had decades to do it. It's probably too late, but why not try? Because what you're doing right now isn't doing anything anyway. So what's the difference?
Yeah, I think it's somewhere like right here, maybe. Is it here?
I mean, the argument, the alternative argument to the labor aristocracy, like Americans recognizing their class position, but then also recognizing their class position on an international scale and how much they benefit from the unequal exchange globally. The alternative to that also is that every dollar spent on global war and the extraction of natural resources and all of that endless bounty that doesn't even translate to America's material conditions improving could be a dollar spent directly on fixing the roads,
Okay, and this is the part where I was talking about, it feels weird to, you know, although I recognize that the rhetoric that the United States is spending money arming Israel that it could be spending for making American citizens' lives better is an argument that will resonate with people further to the right of me. It feels weird making the argument because it feels weird leaving out any sort of concern for humanity, right?
the potholes. A dollar spent on a bomb could be spent on educational material for children, better schools, a better ISP system, more robust welfare states. So this is like it's such an easy flip once you get Americans to that point, I think. And that's why I, regardless of my disagreements with Bernie Sanders, still hold some respect for him.
So we're close.
Like the establishment Democrats, it seemingly was a rudderless ship heading down the same, I guess, like necro state that we have become, regardless of Bernie running. But at least now there is like more leftist organizing in the country, whether it be a more robust PSL movement, DSA, and even more unionization, even though our labor union participation rate is pretty fucking low.
Okay, let me grant. I don't care to argue like a lot of the stuff that you said because honestly, I don't think it really matters. But
1 point to
okay,
Hassan.
the left movement in the U.S. is bigger now. Let's say that's the case. You have the PSL and all these other things. It looks really positive, bright for the future. Does it though? Has this changed anything? Has anything meaningfully happened as a result of this? If anything, things have probably gotten worse, I would say. So, maybe me and your idea that the US is the place where something meaningful could happen is completely, utterly, and just totally wrong in reality.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely a more pessimistic attitude, and there are definitely days where I feel that way. But I try.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, right-winger libertarians don't want to pay taxes to help other people anyway. So even if you say it's something for like Medicare for all, yeah, it's gonna fall on. It's not gonna be heard. I think we were like 15 minutes ahead of this. You could be right. Play something, because I laughed at one point to Hassan like 15 minutes ago. Okay, let's try to advance. Maybe there's 5 minutes ahead.
If you're gonna talk to Bernie Sanders again, scream at him in the face. Scream at him.
Did he say scream at Bernie in the face? I feel like that's new.
because of the treat economy. Like Americans are pacified
Treat
by,
economy?
The bountiful treats that they have at their disposal.
We didn't hear that, did we?
So
somewhere around here.
That is an issue that very directly affects many Americans. Many. That guy, I haven't seen polls on him, but I would assume that a majority of people who know who he is and what he did probably have a favorable opinion of him. But it still hasn't resulted in anything. Like, nothing has come of it at all.
Is he talking about Mario's brother?
There was like a week period where like conservatives and liberals met together in parks and talked about how cool Luigi was and like how the healthcare system is really fucked up. And then everyone just went right back to what they were doing before and nothing has fundamentally changed. It's just a shame that after that, he didn't really do anything. Like, if anything, that experience.
At the end of the day, the least that the American left could do is like try to get concessions and to try to get America to step away to the best of our ability from the global stage when the decline of empire is setting in.
If you want to get concessions, the best thing to do is to immediately, each and every one of you, break with the Democratic Party already now and get to work.
I feel like this is close.
You've had decades to do it. It's probably.
And look, now this is something that I think about a lot. The inadequacy and the intransigence of the Democratic Party. The fact that in the United States, parties are like clubs, and clubs can make their own rules. And those rules can be, we're going to keep anyone, even, a fairly moderate, I would say Bernie is a fairly moderate voice as far as, what he's actually proposing, right? Even somebody like Bernie is just a no-go, right? And if that's your limit, if Bernie Sanders is out of the question, then your party is fucking useless. And it needs to be replaced, right? But building a third party is something that is difficult to do in the United States, has not been done in years, if not like a century, and generally, like, feels like it takes more than 4 years to do. And what do you have between elections? What do you have between presidential elections? You have 4 years, right? So that's the whole problem. And reforming or infiltrating the Democratic Party always seems like a more feasible feat. At any time when the recognition that the Democratic Party is not doing it, it always seems to be like what people default to is like, well, let's have another go at the Democratic Party. Let's try to make them better.
Wait, but why not try? Because what you're doing right now isn't doing anything anyway. So, what's the difference? You want a great example?
I'm not
of
against that.
Precisely. I'm not saying you're not. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be an argument. Everything doesn't have to be a yelling match.
Yeah, I think Bernie.
Wait, I think it's literally right here. I think this is literally
probably is the best possible.
Again, chat. Sorry about the
option. We had to do that too.
I mean, there was in 2016. I even thought like he might be something special. He might have been, if he had been elected, he might have been different. He had the balls back then to call out obvious shit like, there was a coup in Bolivia, basic shit like that literally no one else in the US was saying.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. And since then, he's just sort of become a shadow of himself. I mean, he's old as well.
Or even running as a major party candidate, running to
like the Democrats chose to lose rather than let him win. It's just a shame that after that, he didn't really do anything. Like, if anything, that experience turned him into more of an establishment guy than he was before. And that's just sad. But I mean, what I was going to say is that
there is a mystery left to be solved, all right? And I'm not saying this in defense of certainly not the Democratic Party, certainly not of Joe Biden, and also not of Bernie Sanders, but the Biden administration contained some policy priorities that were quite unexpected. The changes to the NLRB, for instance, the support for the CFPB, and I don't know quite what to attribute that to, other than maybe, I've heard people say it's the influence of people like Bernie on the administration. Now, that being said, obviously, Biden's policy taken as a total cannot be seen as anything positive, considering that he's not only allowed but supported and enabled a genocide in our time. But I still don't understand what made Biden enact some of the policies that he did, and if not the influence of Bernie Sanders. And it was at the end of the day, it was not enough, right? At the end of the day, Biden's policy is what did and Biden's insistence to run for a second term is what did the Democratic ticket in.
Look at the Luigi Mangione thing recently. That is an issue that very directly affects many Americans. Many. That guy, I haven't seen polls on him, but I would assume that a majority of people who know who he is and what he did probably have a favorable opinion of him. But it still hasn't resulted in anything. Like, nothing has come of it at all. There was like a week period where like conservatives and liberals met together in parks and talked about how cool Luigi was and like how the healthcare system is really fucked up. And then everyone just went right back to what they were doing before, and nothing has fundamentally changed. Nothing has really fundamentally been inspired by what was an act that I would have thought would inspire that sort of thing in a country where people, or at least a time, maybe it's not even the US, maybe just the time period that we live in, where people were ripe to actually take risks to try and seek meaningful change. This isn't happening anymore. And it's not just the US where this isn't happening. I mean, I live in Argentina, as you so astutely said. People in Argentina just sort of do the same thing now. They just let shit happen. This is a poor country where people in general have less to lose. And they just sort of let themselves be experimented on like a pack of lab rats. There are people.
So that was the guinea pig thing that somebody mentioned.
Protesting against it. Those people are trying to do stuff, but most people are sort of happy to just sit back, relax, and see what's going to happen as someone tries to do to that country the same thing that has already been done to that country 50 times before and never worked in those times either.
I think part of that is also because of the treat economy. Like, Americans are pacified by the bountiful treats that they have at their disposal.
Literal jalapeno poppers.
So
yeah, I mean, and a part of those treats is the internet and social media as well.
That too, for sure. That's also a treat. But what I was going to say is this, okay? I fear that if the only alternative is socialism or barbarism, right?
Choki, I need to get going, but not before you hit that like button.
Right. I fear that without proper political education, without any class consciousness, without any mechanisms of pushback, without any sort of like structural organizing on the labor front, that when all of this crumbles inevitably, and I do think it will, all we will have is a fascist movement, and that's already kind of happening anyway. So that's my big fear, and that's what I try to. That's why I try to do everything in my power to, one, talk to international leftist movements, regardless of how social democratically aligned they are, or even people like Mélenchon, in an effort to try to get people to organize and move in the positive direction, even if change doesn't seem immediate.
Well, I think a lot of
Chat, whoever said that I look sun-kissed, I think you're right. Look at that. So any non-believers that I'm a true ginger. Wait, do you have to have blue eyes to be a true ginger? Oh my god, chat. Hopefully not. But like, look. See that? That's freckles. All right, that's one of the things that make, like, you know, this color hair, freckles. In my mind, that's all you need to be a ginger, right? I don't know if there's another component to it that I'm missing, but yeah, I definitely have that. I mean, this is about as like sun-kissed as I get. It feels like Thailand's been kind of good to me so far.
Oh, I mean, I'm not specifically accusing you
What do you think, chat? Do I look better than I did?
here or anything, but if there's one thing that you could do with your content that might maybe help you use the position that you're in to do something that might actually matter, it is really actually start encouraging people to work outside of the Democratic Party and lead by example as well. Like, if you're going to talk to Bernie Sanders again, scream at him in the face. Scream at him. Scream. Use that one opportunity. Like, I mean, how many more chances you can have to talk to Bernie Sanders, really, right?
He's very old. He is very old.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think I'll
screaming at him.
Okay, I don't mean like
you really want the last conversation between you and Bernie. You need to JD Vance the motherfucker, Hassan. Right? Have an angry conversation, let the lasers come out of your eyes, and then, you know, then you'll be like, you'll be the JD. Sorry, Chad, I shouldn't joke about that. No, we're not trying to joke. I'm just saying that Bernie's so old that legitimately any conversation that you have with him, same thing for Noam Chomsky, could be the last conversation anyone has with Bernie Sanders.
Scream at him, but I mean, get combative. Put on a public spectacle of it.
I think,
you know,
well, see, that's what
Clout chase him, Hassan. Clout chase him. Do what I would do.
Give him a Kanye West. George Bush doesn't care.
Give him a noogie.
Black people. Why not?
I think Ash Sarkar had a really productive conversation with Bernie that people use all the time, where she presented some of these questions because she had a longer, like, an opportunity to have a longer conversation with him. If I'm
he
not
wouldn't have that with you. You're way bigger than her.
Yeah, I think because he's had that conversation once already, he's probably
Scared.
a little bit more worried. Or, I mean, I don't think he would run away from having that conversation with me either. It's just that I guess the planets haven't aligned. But yeah, no, I think that it's important to ask these questions. I don't think it's unproductive. That was never my.
I don't think it's that important to talk to him about Israel specifically, because obviously he's steadfast in that.
Well, I did bring up
I think the most
the
important
third party
thing to do
thing.
would be the third party thing. And
No, I did ask him
because-
that.
Did you?
Yeah, that was the other. Just those are my two main questions. Was like, what kind of initiatives does he want to? The three questions I have for Bernie and for AOC in general, but like especially for Bernie, were, do you think that, you know, we could build a robust third party movement in this country, and like what are the steps to take to do so? And then the other question was obviously going to be about like what are the direct actions that they want to engage with.
Does Hassan have a sty like in his eye?
In terms of tackling the issue of like how this administration is using Israel as a way to undermine the First Amendment, because that is precisely what's happening. Like I am trying to frame it I'm trying to frame these questions or try to get people to ask these questions within the framework of American understanding, like recognizing the selfishness of the average American, recognizing American exceptionalism and American individualism. I think that those are areas that bear fruit. That's something that creates a lot of resentment for average Americans, because like other than that, they're like, okay, Israel's killing a bunch of Muslims over there. Sure, it seems kind of fucked up, but the way to get Americans, the way to engage Americans on this issue, the best possible way to do that is by, one, talking about tax dollars being spent there because they're very selfish, and that's something that pisses them off. And two, talk about how this foreign nation has an incredible amount of power over American politics, and that the current administration is using defending Israel as a way to erode civil liberties that Americans enjoy. So that's what I'm trying to do.
I feel like if you appeal to people on the basis of their selfishness, then you're going to have to keep engaging with them on that basis. And,
No, that's just to broach the conversation, to open up the door to.
Okay, but
to,
you broach the conversation, right? So it's kind of like you're intentionally approaching it from a position that you yourself don't really believe is the right way to do it. And I think that makes things more difficult for you down the line as well. Or at least maybe not you specifically, like, this is how you engage as a broader movement, like as a intentional strategy among many different people in groups, engaging people in this way. Like, hey, Israel is bad because we spend a ton of money on it and we don't get enough back in return. Okay, then what happens if there is
that's not what
another
I do.
instance of imperialism? Well, yeah, I know that's not what you mean, but that's sort of the message that you're saying to people.
One of his eyelids looks red and shiny. For anyone who gets a sty, black and green tea. Oh God, you know what? Tea is amazing, chat. Anybody that doesn't believe that herbs have any effect at all, like that, the tea is an herb that is actually pretty damn amazing. It's not to say that, I'm not recommending you try to cure like a chronic, life-threatening ailment with, with a herbal tincture or something like that, right? But they do have their place. And yeah, black or green tea in hot or warm water, put it on the eyelid. I feel like I just manifested a sty in myself or someone else by mentioning it. Ouch. Tea is kind of amazing. Like, it's good for your skin. It's people definitely put like tea bags on their, if you have like dark bags under your eyes, putting some green tea bags on your eyes and just sitting there like that is pretty helpful.
When you're like, okay, we send these tax dollars to Israel. They could go to Medicare. In the USA, we could have universal health care instead of that, or what?
No, wait, this is the part where, oh God, chat, we've definitely already watched this. We've definitely already watched this, because this is the part where I've responded that, like, I feel a little weird making the argument, that making the pro-Palestine argument in absence of moral issue with what's happening to the Palestinian people, right? If you say it like, the United States' money is being
whatever. Okay, it's that sort of thing. Like, you're appealing to the innate American selfishness that all of them are born with due to their innate Americanness. I agree with that part. So, like, you engage with them on that level, and I feel like you're starting from a position that makes it a lot more difficult for you to get through to them from there and get them onto like a right path where they might actually do something meaningful. And this is ultimately,
yeah, I don't know if it's a sty, chat, but his I'm assuming that's his right eye, depending on whether the screen is flipped or not. His right eye, the eye on your left, right, is a lot more open than his left eye, the eye on your right.
Really why you should give up on Americans and leave.
I'm not going to do that. Until
you're gonna,
who knows what'll happen? Who knows what'll happen? If my former podcast co-host gets his wishes, I'll probably be in fucking jail. I'll probably be under the jail expeditiously.
They're gonna be looking for you in the satellite images of Sesot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does anybody call it Sesot? I believe we call it Secot. I know what he's saying, but I've never heard anyone. I mean, I guess it might as well be pronounced. It's CECOT, right? So,
he's hell bent on sending me to CCOT for sure. But I look, even the very fact that like the disgusting ways in which like many people here look at this issue from the framework of drama, like oh, grievances between content creators, like that shit destroys my soul. It's soul destroying. Seeing that and seeing all these like right-wing reactionaries join in on the fun as well, after spending years and years of like saying anti-Semitic shit about Ethan and calling Gila Klein a horse. They've all now seemingly united.
She is a horse, though.
all of the.
She's
Okay,
a
see, this is
horse.
what I mean. I don't like. I don't do that. Okay, this is the.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should be mean.
No, I don't. Well, first of all, I am mean, but not as
No,
mean
no, you're not.
as you are, and I don't think that's productive. Oh, you want to talk about disagreements? We're both communicators, and our goal is to get people on board, right? That's your goal.
My goal is to make money.
Shut the fuck up.
It
Why don't you become transphobic and become like a fucking right winger?
Oh, I have
I
the
saw that
niche.
on
I'm
Reddit.
expected to. It's like you have a nice bakery. You bake more bread. You don't branch out. Otherwise, you end up like Elon Musk with 5,000 different companies that all fucking blow.
Okay, but at a time when no one is fucking eating bread and everyone seemingly wants to eat donuts, if you already had the equipment, then you would make donuts. And I think you and I both know that there's a reason why you don't make donuts and you keep baking bread.
I don't know. I mean, I am honest about the things I say, and people for some reason want to see me say them to some degree. So it's like, okay, I already got it. I don't need to branch out. I don't need to start screeching about the gangsters.
I think you and I both know where this line of questioning is heading, and that's why you're saying what you're saying.
Where is it heading?
I think.
I
Look.
wasn't thinking that far ahead.
Okay. Well, I think
we don't think that far ahead. We don't
I
have.
think you're
like,
very
foresight.
smart, and I think you're very well read, and I really like a lot of the YouTube videos and the thought and effort that you put into crafting your YouTube essays. I think they're incredibly well sourced. And
No, say thank you first.
But
well,
Where's the but?
no, there is not even a but. It's just that I think sometimes, as someone who's also in
This
the
is a but.
same in the same sphere as you, okay, I think you sometimes get in your own way by presenting yourself a certain way, especially.
Yes, yeah, this is a little bit of a glaze here, but yeah, what he's saying is like, your shit's great, your history, you're well spoken, you make good arguments, but if you just wouldn't call Ela Klein a horse, maybe more people would listen to you.
Especially considering that our worldview is something that people, especially in the Western world, are
Brave, you're making me want to. There's like a, oh god, chat. The one thing I'm afraid of, as far as vices here in Thailand, and people know about like Americans that come to Thailand and the kind of vices that they get into and stuff like that. I think that my number one vice that I'm worried about is a little organic shop that is literally like right out the alleyway from where I live. Right? It's like you go out the, like it's right next to me, right? And it's this little organic-y place, and they got stuff like bath bombs and bath balls. You know what I'm talking about? With it's like this ball, you put it in your bath and it dissolves, and it's got herbs in it and stuff like that. That's what I'm afraid of, right? That's what I'm afraid of spending my money on, because that place is way fucking overpriced. Like, I mean, it's got stuff that I can't find here, right? But it's very like organic-y, you know what I'm talking about? And so the prices are like ridiculous. But that's where I got my here, let me show you. This is where I got my butterfly pea, dried butterfly pea flower blossom, whatever you want to call it, right? But I mean, this is 20 grams of dried herb, and I think it costs like 80 baht. It costs like pretty much, I guess, I don't know, $3. It doesn't sound overpriced, right? But compared to other stuff in Thailand, compared to what you'd pay for tea, it's a little spendy.
Very
But yeah, chat, that's gonna be my vice. They have flaxseed there, they have millet, they have sorghum, they have all kinds of stuff that I just can't find anywhere else. Right? And it's just like, it's too tempting, chat. It's right next to where I live.
Words. I think sometimes you get in your own way a little bit with the way you act. You act like a left book guy. in a world where
Do you know Left Book, chat? One in chat if you know what Left Book is. Anybody recognize this? I go through 6 bags of green tea a day. I didn't even check to see if they have, I'm sure they have green tea there too. I didn't see any there. I saw this stuff and I was like immediately, because I had just tried this tea the night before. And I had to have it. I was like, no, I gotta, this is my favorite tea, chat. It literally turns blue. Like the tea is just royal blue.
Can I have an example?
So many examples. I think you are, you take a tone sometimes that is
Ooh, I can make some right now, actually.
Mean for the uninitiated that most likely shuts them off from actually seeing your commentary. You troll a little too much.
I think a lot of those people are already not open to being initiated.
See, I think that's
you have too much faith.
I think that's defeatist.
Well, I don't think it's defeatist at all, because I think perhaps we can win without.
Lush Snow Fairy is my weakness every Christmas. Wait, what is Lush Snow Fairy?
I think we do not need to appeal to like Burger American, Asmongold viewer number 8,002 million. Asmongold, by the way, I think his audience is way more indicative of the average American than yours, sadly. But
for sure. Yes, and
like
no.
I'm also not American.
What do you think about that, chat? Is Asmongold's audience a normie audience, or is Asmongold's audience more of an incel audience?
I'm not really trying to like appeal to a specific audience at all. I boot up my stream or whatever, or I write a script or whatever, and it's just whatever I feel like talking about, really. And this has sort of generated an audience, and I talk about these things out of interest more so than specifically like trying to appeal to, like, say, Westerners and get them to my side or whatever. I think in a lot of cases, like, given that I'm not actually that big of an internet personality, I'm very niche in reality. I think that exposing people to, like, even if it is by accident, like exposing people to like sort of uncompromising, just
Thailand has beautiful tea. If you're in the right area, they grow coffee too. Yeah, I'm trying to think what area. Would that be the north, Rave? What about CPS? I think they will talk about that in a second, right? Do they talk about that? I think they do talk about that. Asmongold's audience are incels, I think. Normies are not in internet. Come on, really? I don't know. I feel like it's 2025. I feel like it's 2025. It's an incel audience. Maybe I'm a little in a bubble here. Find myself pleasantly surprised with people's views around me. This is boring. Talk about the anime sword, right? We got to talk about the swastika that's not a swastika.
Tell them what I really think about something and like be a cunt about it sometimes might be more effective than you give it credit for, because ultimately when everyone else is walking on eggshells, maybe having someone who can cut through or is more willing to like just be blunt about it is needed sometimes.
It's okay, Ari, you're not in trouble.
For sure. I don't even think that you and I are in disagreement on any of the major points that you've brought up. I guess maybe the only one would be like
I talk to people my age who say, "What's Reddit?" It gives me hope. That is really awesome.
The frame.
That's a great answer. What's Reddit? Yeah.
Work of like I work with like liberal Zionists or something, which we can talk about.
Snow Fairy's limited edition scent that Lush brings out only at Christmas time. It's pink and sparkly and smells like. See, I feel like I could get radicalized towards that.
But let's shelf that for a brief moment.
Right now, chat, I'm only radicalized to drinking absurdly colored tea. But yeah, like the normies watch Markiplier still? Does Markiplier put out videos anymore?
The thing I'm thinking of is like they say, what I'm saying to you is so silly for me to say, because that's exactly what people say to me all the fucking time, right? But I don't think the people that say that to me
you can
are
throw anything you've heard about me, throw it at me. I love it. It's fun for me.
Yeah.
Getting
No,
into
I know.
specifics is good, I feel like, because I've talked to him about it before, and I'm like, I heard this thing, and then he's like, well, this is what happened, and I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I guess like some
What's
of the
the worst
stuff.
thing that someone has told you about me?
No, I
Will Miniker, I stopped using Reddit after they banned our Chapo Trap House. Hey, I mean, I appreciate the solidarity, Will.
know like the fucking the pedophile.
Wait, left book. Wait, left book. Wait, what was it called? What did you say? I think Hassan was referencing an old subreddit, wasn't he? What? Oh my God, chat. What am Lefty Poll? Did he say Lefty Poll? Did he call Bad Empanada Lefty Poll? Did he say that Bad Empanada had Lefty Poll energy?
Like fake. I know all that shit. I know that's not real. Like the
Not a pedophile.
The tweets.
What was that? Not a pedophile. That's awesome. Wait. Philip DeFranco, normie. Asman, not a normie. True. Will Miniker. Anyway, as far as people asking where the VOD is, it's in several different places because this was a Noah Samsen live stream, and he kept on having to shut down the stream and restream it. So luckily, I left all my links open. I'm not sure if you can still get to it. I'm afraid to hit refresh, chat, because honestly, I'm afraid the debate will disappear. But yeah, hopefully you can find what you're looking for there, Greg.
That's an endangered species these days.
The fake first of all, pedophiles are not an endangered species. Holy fuck! There was apparently
I mean someone who's not a pedophile. I mean.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, somebody left book. What is left book though? I know. Did he mean to say Lefty Poll? Right, there was a subreddit called Lefty Poll in like 2020, 2019. It's a strange place. It's a real he said left book. Yeah, I think you're right, Ali. What is left book then? What the fuck is left book? Is like a boomer lefty Facebook? Is that real? Is there really a left? Oh wait, you're saying it is Facebook, right? Is that what you're saying? It's part of Facebook. Like it's older boomers on Facebook. Okay, I'm sorry. When I immediately thought Lefty Poll. Hassan started. Oh, you're right. He did start on Facebook. Chat, should I be streaming to Facebook? We've got multi-stream. We've got. Do you know this, chat? I was using up until tonight. I was using Restream. All right. I finally got around to looking at how Stream Elements, which not a fan of the company, right? That's why we don't do. That's why we don't do sponsorships through them anymore. But is Facebook still online? I thought it was all AI now. Practically speaking, you're right, Ali. Practically speaking, it is all AI. It is the dead internet, basically. Wait, what the fuck was I talking about? Oh my god, chat, I'm so confused. I wish I could rewind me. And I don't have any right to be tired. It's like 4 p.m. where I am. I should not be tired. That's where Darman makes most of his money, Facebook videos? Is Darman still around? God, I haven't heard that name in forever, chat. We used to watch Samir Bhavnani over here, who's, I guess, kind of a Darman imitator. But Facebook... Oh yeah, the multi-streaming, chat. I got the multi-streaming. We're not even using Restream. And I am successfully multi-streaming. Look for the vertical short streams to come back, because I got that now too. I'm gonna figure that out, and maybe even, I don't know, we'll see if we can we'll see if we can do it on TikTok. We'll see if we can do. We are 12 hours apart. That's very possible. Yeah, I think I'm 12 hours apart from, if you're like in Chicago or anywhere in the same time zone as Chicago. So you're like on the east, but you're not on the East Coast. Then we're 12 hours apart. I think that's right. Thailand not using Facebook? Wait, what? My country still, I mean, there's definitely like, my country still uses Facebook and Instagram, not much Twitter, because Meta offers free internet. Wait, how does that work? I mean, I guess I was joking before if I said anything like, you know, Facebook doesn't, you know, nobody's on it or nobody's on it by bots or something like that. I mean, I was kind of joking. It's called the Central Time Zone, aka the Twilight Zone. Yeah. No, Thailand is definitely on Facebook as far as I know, or at least the hair salons are.
But this is also like somewhat of an unproductive conversation to have from my estimate, from the way I see it, because
we're here to fundraise. We're not here to have productive conversations.
No, I
Ultimately,
know,
whatever
but
you say here will be productive.
I don't want to ever come across like I'm just like scolding you. Like, do whatever the fuck you want to do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care.
You can
Ultimately,
scold me as much as you want.
No,
Go
because
for it.
I'm not scolding you. I just want to make that.
Wait, Ray-Ban Meta glasses with the camera in the frame that films everything. Wait, what is that?
Here that because I think a lot of people get parasocial, even in your audience or in my audience as well, and that fucking annoys me to no end. When people are like, "Bad Empanada said this," or I'm sure my fans will come into your chat and be like,
I mean,
"Fuck you."
I hate it as well, where it's like,
Okay, wait, Meta offers free internet if they stay in the walled garden. Oh no. Wait, so you can just literally like log on what, through like dial-up or something, or you can just use it on your I don't understand.
I don't know. Like I was streaming the other day, and people were like, "Yo, Hassan's talking about you," and I'm like, "Who fucking goaded him into doing that?"
Yeah, it's just it's annoying.
It kind of feels like the way you're describing the walled garden of Facebook and Instagram, it sounds like how my parents used to talk about AOL, right? They told me stories. You would get a floppy disk in your cereal box back in the day, right? This is how you got on the internet back in the day, right? You got a cereal and it had a floppy disk in it, and you take the floppy disk around, you flop it around, right? You got to flop it really good, get it nice and floppy, and then you put it into your computer because there was like some kind of a CD drive for floppy disks in the computer. Does that blow your mind? It blows my mind, right? And then you would put it in, you would press the button and it would go and get sucked in, right? And then you'd hear this noise that was like just this horrible, god-awful noise. And the worse noise it was, the better your connection was, right? If it went on for like 10 minutes, then you were just going to be super fast internet. You were going to be at like 2400 baud or something, some outrageously fast internet speed. And you'd log on to the internet, but it wouldn't be the internet. It would be AOL, right? So it would be like chat rooms, and I don't even know what else. I feel like we should play Soul Hackers. I feel like we need to understand the old internet, right? And we can understand that through Soul Hackers.
Because like
the way that the internet was supposed to be. Noah sleeping like an angel.
You're not someone that I consider to be an ideological enemy at all. Which is why I don't even think it's like productive to be like, you did this.
You had to do everything in AOL. AOL is pretty much just a fancy browser. Oh wait, so it could do internet? The way they were talking about it is like you were stuck in AOL, right? If you got AOL, it wasn't like the internet, right? You just had AOL. It was dial up. But first you have to flop the disk around, and you have to blow. I think you have to blow the disk because it would get cereal crumbs on it. They would get it from Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That's where they got their AOL from, was Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and never did AOL, but I remember getting those CD-ROMs. AOL had internet, but we had Ask Jeeves instead of Google. I've heard of Ask Jeeves.
You did that. because it comes across as scoldy and silly, and then people will use that against you or use that against me in the future as well. But I guess like it's shit. Like I understand the point that you were making when you were doing the
dust was the #1 enemy. Yeah, that's why my parents had to get this dust cleaner, and the stuff was rough, right? Because apparently it would somehow always get into their lungs too, and they would get really silly on it. Like they would be cleaning out the computer and they get a little too in there, right? And they would inhale the dust cleaner, the dust remover stuff, and they would get totally silly.
The Alexa Flood game on Steam that you were playing. Like I understand the broader point that you're making. This game was something that my chat wanted me to play a long ass time ago, like far before October 7, because I think it was out, or a different version of that game was out in the past.
Where are you watching the VOD of this? Wait a minute, chat. Is Noah not leaving these up? Are these not up? I'm getting a lot of people coming in asking about the VOD. Is Noah not leaving these up?
Where it's flipping the script on Call of Duty, right? Because like it's totally fine when you play Call of Duty. Nobody even thinks it's political. They think it's apolitical unless there's a woman operator. But when you flip the script and you give the guns in the hands of like Hamas operatives or Palestinian resistance groups, then all of a sudden it's considered to be completely unacceptable and very dangerous. But like doing the doing the Alexa Flood thing while also like looking for Gila Klein by name specifically, you have to understand.
No, that didn't happen. That fight didn't happen. That I never mentioned her name.
Secretary.
Ethan, let me explain what happened there. Okay. So Ethan he misconstrued a clip where I was in that game, and the AI in that game is it's either the AI is very good or it's very bad. And by that I mean I don't know if the designer intended for the opponents to be really stupid or not. So like my first experience in that game is like
once you were logged into AOL, you could use an external browser, but an external browser? What does that mean? They did pretty good at keeping people in their ecosystem.
I walk up to 2 Israeli soldiers right next to them and they don't react. And I said, are these a bunch of Ethan Kleins on an Ozempic binge? Like as in, are these fucking morons? Are they high on?
Oh, okay. So just a browser was called like an extra. Oh, it's external because it's not just AOL.
Like drugs? And
Yeah,
Ethan Klein took that and he's like, he was saying this is me. He was saying this is me and simulating killing me. That's the sort of thing that he was referring to in that.
I think you can understand how that could be misconstrued, considering that the entire thing that you're engaging in is already considered like.
I think it was hilarious. You're laughing, don't lie.
Well,
No,
some
I-
parts
I
are love
understand
it.
where
It's,
I'm just saying that like when you do that, people are going to, so many people that would otherwise like listen to the bountiful information that you are presenting on your normal YouTube essays are going to be like, this is a scary guy, and I don't even know if I can entertain this at all. And
I feel like that's
Oh god, I just remembered the name of the AOL competitor, which really wasn't much of a competitor. Prodigy? Like the band?
it's like a hypothetical guy.
Was it named? Did it have something to do with the band?
Like you saying so many people. I'm like, yeah, maybe some, but like how many?
I
really?
think, Jen, look, if someone is put off by me playing a video game where you kill IDF soldiers and they think about like, they see Ethan Klein saying some shit about me, like, oh, he tried to kill me in the video game or whatever, and they just take it at
Ethan's
face
response
value and
sounds
write me
kind of
off
funny.
forever.
The band came later, so wait, was the band named after the AOL competitor?
And they just write me off forever because of that. Like, honestly, I don't think I had any chance of reaching those people ever in the first place.
That's not true.
That
You're
sort
wrong.
of person is not going to sit through a bad Empanada video essay.
No,
They will see
you're
one
wrong.
source
You're
on the screen
100%
and they
wrong
will
about that.
immediately tap out.
Here we go.
You're 100% wrong about that.
I think it's just true. Like, there's a lot of people.
Netscape legit revolutionized software forever. Insane lore on that one. Can you still get Netscape? Is that a thing that you can still? Does it still exist?
People who I think like the average Asmongold viewer, for example, that's millions of people. That's a way bigger audience than yours, sadly. Why are you flexing?
It doesn't exist anymore.
Noah? Jesus.
Oh, stretching.
I don't have guns to show off like you. It's not.
It went away. Why does all the good stuff go away, chat? Why does all the good stuff goes away, like Napster and Kazaa, right? And only the shit-stained version of Twitter that is now called X stays, right? Like, what? Why is that?
Fair.
No, I don't. No, I've been doing push-ups for my stream, so it's okay.
That's impressive.
The average
Chat, I did a little lifting yesterday. Does that surprise anyone? I haven't lifted in forever, all right? But I got on the elliptical to just do a little cardio, and then they had this machine that has like a lat pull down bar. It has the rope thing that you do the like the tricep exercises on. And so I did like a superset. I banged out a superset. But for some reason, like, and oh yeah, and it had the pec deck, right? You know the pec deck, chat? This thing where you grab it right here and you go, that thing. Yeah, I did. Lars Ulrich took down Napster. Why does that name sound familiar? But yeah, I got sore. I'm surprised I'm not still sore. I'm a little bit sore.
Fan is either a fucking rabid neo-Nazi, as I found out earlier today.
It's capitalism. That's what capitalism does, is it gets rid of the good stuff and it keeps the bad stuff and it makes it worse.
Or the absolute dumbest person you've ever encountered. That's not who I'm talking about. And I'm not even saying like, oh, engage in like civility politics. I'm just saying that there's, I think,
the drummer for Metallica,
broader audience that you absolutely could inform and potentially even radicalize if you were to soften your approach a little bit more. That's all I'm saying. But then again,
Maybe, but
that's why I always say, like, look,
I've also
Bad
grown a
and I
fucking
don't.
ton recently, so I'm
Well,
not
and
sure.
also, I always say, Bad Empanada and I don't disagree on our ultimate goals. We just disagree on methods, and that's it. So I'm just telling you, like that.
Like Bad Empanada is looking like the expression on his face says to me that yes, yes, please, like he's gonna gulag Hassan. Like, right, he's like, as Hassan is saying, we don't disagree on our final eventual goals, and Bad Empanada is like,
I think in response to that one specific point, I think when you water down your rhetoric in a way where you were kind of talking,
when you sold your soul
to people and advocating for things that you might not actually believe in yourself, just as a way of getting their foot in the door,
he's going to re-educate Hassan.
Sort of bringing people into wrong ideas.
What about Kaya?
And the things that you yourself know are wrong as well, in hopes that maybe later on you'll be able to get through to them with something that is right. And maybe that isn't the right.
He literally is saying that Hassan sold out.
Right way to go about things.
Not necessarily. I think you and I
look, chat. If anybody's going to re-educate us, it's going to be Kaya. Kaya is a scholar, as we all know. Kaya is what I am trying to be. I am trying to become a scholar through learning how to speak the Thai language. Because Kaya is a scholar of obedience. I, on the other hand, cannot even be obedient because here in Thailand, I don't know what anyone's saying. People could give me a command. People could say place, and I wouldn't know what they were saying, right? So that's why I'm trying to learn the language. And if you want to support me in my education and knowing what the fuck people are saying here, the wish list is right up there. If you want to help out the NCC Thailand Visa Fund.
I think you can make a much more coherent and clear point about how, like, I'm not even saying don't play the game at all. I'm simply saying that, like, you're not broaching
the game isn't like actionable on YouTube. You're allowed to play this game totally.
No,
fine.
I understand.
What happened is Ethan literally sent an email.
Kaya is a CCP spy, a CPC. Spy changed my mind.
His own personal YouTube rep and got the video taken down. That's what happened.
Yeah, he it definitely is.
Let's rewind this a little bit.
You're not in clear necessarily.
On, you'll be able to get through to them with something that is right, and maybe that isn't the right way to go about things.
Not necessarily. I think you and I think you're. I think you can make a much more coherent and clear point about how, like, I'm not even saying don't play the game at all. I'm simply saying that, like, you're not broaching
the game isn't like actionable on YouTube.
Why is Hassan pivoting to the game? I want to hear him take on this accusation that he's a sellout, that he's given up on telling people the truth, and he has retreated to something that's closer to the truth. Why is Hassan starting to look like Lonerbox? What? Oh my god, chat, is he?
You're allowed to play this game. Totally.
No,
fine.
I understand.
What happened is Ethan.
Christ Elijah, it's pronounced Phuket. Phuket, not Phuket or fuck it.
Literally sent an email to his own personal YouTube rep and got the video taken down.
He's feeling those criticisms, but he is cordial nonetheless.
That's what happened.
Yeah, he definitely is not the biggest free speech defender, as we've found out.
In general, though, I just want to say this, like, on stream, don't be afraid of him, because I can tell you, he has been doing that with every single one of my videos, every single.
I'm not afraid of him at all.
You're gonna pay him a legal fees,
not you. Just in general, to anyone watching who might make content about Ethan or this. Ethan complains about your videos to his YouTube rep every time. And the only time it's ever worked was that one video, and it just got taken down. I didn't face
why do
any
you think that
consequences.
Why do you think that video worked?
Because, like, he made the argument that I was simulating violence against him. That was why. And
that's my point.
That was the one case where his YouTube rep was like, okay, we'll give you this one, man.
Chat, does Zins keep you up at night?
Like, I think you'd be a beneficial voice to have on Twitch or even on other platforms, but there's a reason why you can't get unbanned on Twitch, even though
honestly, I think your attachment to Twitch is erroneous. You should be on YouTube primarily. It's way bigger.
Yeah, but that's a different subject. I mean, it's
also better for free speech. You can say Zionist here.
I know. Well, shouts out to the ADL for that one.
Okay, well, can I just pause here what you were saying to make that?
But to be fair, like, they did withstand a fuck ton of pressure, and I wasn't banned. If we're being real,
YouTube.
Funkmaster Ka, I low-key think he self-medicates with caffeine and nicotine for ADHD. I wonder if I do. I mean, not the nicotine so much, but apparently you can find that here. Oh my god, chat! I never need to get into Zens. Wait, I could probably afford Zens over. Are Zens cheaper here? Oh no, chat. I need to not check the organic shop to see if they have organic Zens for me. Or chat, that's a bad idea. I need to never. No. I am antithetical to nicotine. I am, the opposite. But yeah, no, I definitely get that with the caffeine. He doesn't take anything for it. So here's the question, Funkmaster Ka. Were Hasan Piker to go to his doctor and get an ADHD diagnosis, adult ADHD, 300 baht Zens? 300 baht, that's like $9 or $10? Wait, how many are we talking? Oh god, I need to not know this. Chat, I am not right for Zen. I am not right for Okay, so people are asking about Twitch, and so it's not true that you can't say Zionist on Twitch, but if you were to say Zionist and then something else, right? And somebody were to say that you're using Zionist as a code word for, that you were saying Zionist, but you meant Jewish people, that's where you'd get into trouble. But because that's so subjective, and because of what we've seen with the Sabra tier list and the fact that, I don't know, what, 4 or 5 streamers got banned for a month over nothing, I can understand why people don't want to say it. I can understand. I don't trust Twitch to make that subjective determination if somebody's using Zionist as a code word for something, or if they're just literally talking about the philosophy of Zionism. Nobody who isn't a smoker should. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Bad Lefty. That's true. And I should say that too, since I'm the one that's playing around with the idea of that. I should make it really clear that that's bad, and I'm not going to do that. And as easy and accessible and as cheap as it may be here to get Zins, there's better. But what I'm asking, chat, is not about me, all right? What I'm asking about is Hassan. Were Hassan to get that ADHD diagnosis, were Hassan to be prescribed, what is it called? The good stuff? Chat, what's the good stuff called for ADHD? Vyvanse, right? Were Hassan to become a Vyvanse patient, would Hassan start to take on the characteristics of your average debate pervert? Would he destinify? Would he, you know what I mean? Like, is that what makes Destiny Destiny and Hassan Hassan? That if you treat yourself with Zins and caffeine, that you're like this, but if you treat yourself with Vyvanse, then maybe you're like Destiny. I don't know, chat.
It can't be pressured like that. That's the difference. YouTube.
What does the H in H3 mean? I think it means, wait. Wait. I used to know. What does the H mean? Well, one of them is Ela, right? But then Ethan? What is the other H? Somebody told me once. Yeah, BK's right. It's annoying, right? If you're looking for this debate, it is divided up into several VODs. And that's what makes it such a H stands for Hasbara. Yes. JP, that is probably the he. H is Gila, E is Ethan. Oh, so H3, H, Gila, 3, E, Ethan. But he was already taken. Oh, so it's like Heathen. It's like the relationship's name is that. But yeah, I sympathize with you. Anybody looking for the VOD, I'll try to just play it so that you can watch it here.
YouTube is not vulnerable to that sort of pressure because YouTube is a way more.
Because my understanding is the VODs have been taken down, and that it's not even on. Like, you got to go to multiple VODs to find. So you got to find multiple unlisted VODs to even watch it. So let's just play it.
International platform than Twitch is. Way more. It's like,
yeah, JP did just unironically win today's chat with the H stands for Hasbara.
They have actual business operations in most countries in the world. They have financial, like their financial departments are more independent in different continents and stuff. So they are, you know, if the ADL runs a campaign against you for YouTube to do something to you, YouTube will just ignore it. Twitch really can't. Twitch is in a position where they have to.
No, I know. Attention. And then they run it up the chain of command too. I know that
they'll try to go to Amazon. Yeah.
It's really gross. Like the shit that like Ethan and the sex pest community that he is like aligned with have done in terms of like mass brigading.
You've been watching them and have them on your history. Christ Elijah, I don't even know if I hit refresh, like would it disappear?
And email campaigns and like literally running it up the executive branch all the way to Amazon is completely and utterly psychotic.
Yeah. To the point where border agents are now asking you Ethan Klein talking points.
Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is.
Watch the content.
That's a byproduct of living in the United States of America. And I am aware of this issue, and you know, YouTube salivates at the prospect of me going there to live stream there. Trust me, I know. So
have they contacted you? Or you probably don't want to talk about that if they did.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. I talk to YouTube. I have a YouTube rep.
Do it.
I have a
way
YouTube
more
rep.
effective on YouTube. You would be way more effective streaming on YouTube. Come on.
I mean, I think the community
You would
element
get
of Twitch
hundreds of
is
thousands of views on YouTube instead of just like 50,000 on
They
Twitch.
take
Come on.
videos views from us though, me and you. Hassan came over.
Okay,
that's true.
maybe that's true. Yeah. Okay. Don't come to
Don't.
YouTube.
Keep him on Twitch. Keep him on Twitch.
Yeah.
Fuck off the Twitch.
Yeah, you gotta think about that. But
I love Noah's moderating. Funkmaster Ka, who is the better moderator? Noah with Hassan and Bad Empanada, or me with President Sunday and Tyler?
where were we? What were we talking about?
Yeah, he restarted the stream a bunch of times.
Oh, just like, we have disagreements here and there. I ultimately don't care what you do. I understand it. I have also a lot of people whose commentary I enjoy that say a lot more insane shit than you do, even.
Oh no, wait! I didn't debate Sunday. Should I debate Sunday, chat? Do I need to do that? Does that need to? He offered me a chance to come on once, but I literally wasn't even like I mean, I guess I could have called in on my phone or something. He was like, "This is your one chance." He was drunk as fuck too, and I was trying to tell him that he needs I don't know, chat. I wouldn't have debated him. I would have been like, this is not healthy, Sunday. This is not okay. You need to take care of yourself. Chat, why are you not making this guy take care? It wouldn't have been a debate. At that point, I was just concerned for Sunday's well-being. Like, he was doing this thing where he got so obsessively angry at Tyler, and I don't agree with everything that Westside Tyler says. I've criticized Tyler's takes once or twice, right? But I feel like the things that he was objecting to with Tyler were pretty petty, and just because he hated the guy. And yeah, he got into this thing where he would just get drunk and he would watch whatever Tyler did that day and be like, obsessive about him. I was just like, no, it's not okay. Wait, the moderator joined? Wait, what? Are you talking about Noah or are you talking about me?
That's the thing though. Like, I have this image where I'm like a wanted international criminal, and to be honest, I find it really funny. So I kind of
no, it's because you have a old left book ass attitude. You're like Mr. Troop Exploder. You know what I mean?
What is
and
left
like
book?
Troop Exploder.
I've only ever heard that term used by Caleb Morton.
Old communists on Facebook and Facebook groups would just post the type of shit that you post.
Wait, Sunday was the moderator? I mean, he's definitely moderated debates before. No, like I was moderating Tyler and Sunday's debate, and I got the feeling that neither of them wanted a moderator, right? They just couldn't find a neutral ground to hash it out other than my stream. So they both ended up on my stream, and I didn't step in. I just let them shit all over, and it was mostly Sunday shitting on Tyler.
I mean, do you think that U.S. troops should be a protected class who, actually an interesting thing about YouTube rules is you're allowed to call for the deaths of soldiers.
Yeah, you can't do that in Twitch either. Twitch, that's part of the reason why I got banned initially with the 9/11 stuff. It wasn't because I said America deserved 9/11. It's because I shit on Dan Crenshaw, who's a veteran and therefore was a member of a protected class.
Oh,
isn't that crazy? A fucking American congressperson who was advocating to, at the time, continue giving weapons to Saudi Arabia, which that's the other side of this conversation that's so funny, because that was me yelling at Dan Crenshaw because he was telling Joe Rogan, like, we got to keep giving weapons to fucking Saudi Arabia, actually, because these guys, these terrorists, they hate us because they ain't us. And I was like, bro, these are the guys.
Wait, Hasan Piker, Hasan _ Piker subreddit, is that the one that's populated by DGGers?
That did fucking 9/11, and you're advocating to give them weapons that end up in the hands of Al Qaeda in Yemen, fighting against the fucking Ansar Allah, the Houthis. So it was a mind-boggling situation.
So was that the America did 9/11 context? Was that the America deserved 9/11 context?
Yeah. Yeah, that was the context.
Makes more sense now. Like you were saying, they caused it because they gave the Saudis the weapons, basically.
No, it was just basic blowback. Like that's what I was saying. Not that Americans deserve to die in the fucking
Who do you think
Twin
did
Towers.
9/11?
What?
Who do you think did 9/11?
A little bit here, a little bit there.
I have a button.
I think it's extremely disrespectful to imply that to imply that Al Qaeda and Osama bin Laden didn't do 9/11. I feel like it's taking a lot of credit away from them in their
Oh
operation.
no, I think
Wait, that's the official subreddit?
I think that I think it's a joint partnership. I don't think you get to fucking work inside. I don't think you get to literally be a known CIA operative and also get to learn how to fucking fly a plane and tell your flight instructor you don't need to learn how to fucking land the plane and then also then end up doing 9/11 without a little bit of government oversight or lack thereof, I guess.
Oh, man. Like when you put it that way, the world like from before is totally.
Here's my take. All right, we don't know what we don't know about 9/11. That being said, instead of rallying around the flag and rallying around President George W. Bush, who at the time was an unpopular president, George W. Bush should have been impeached for negligence, right? Not because I think that he knowingly and willingly allowed or facilitated 9/11 happening, but that he didn't do his fucking due diligence in stopping it. He shouldn't have been lauded. He shouldn't have been reelected, chat. He should have been fucking impeached. And that is a testament to the fucked up nature of American media. That he got fucking points. He got like a 90% approval rating for ignoring very obvious a very obvious memo that literally said bin Laden determined to attack the World Trade Center, right? So whether or not there was any any complicity or anything like that, which we'll never really know with a with an administration like that, with Dick Cheney effectively running everything. That I can see why people think that, but we're not going to find proof on that. What you do have proof on is negligence, gross negligence on the part of the Bush administration, and they should have been out on their asses. And they should have been the Republicans should not have gotten elected after that. Just the media fucking sucks so bad.
Unthinkable. Like I would like
Dat Katie, you are not the only one who's coming in with that problem.
Black bagged if I tried to enter the US. Probably it's probably been like that for like the last.
The problem is this is on multiple VODs now, right? Noah restarted his VOD, so, and I don't even know with this VOD if I hit reset, is it going to disappear? We think that maybe Noah has delisted these. Or maybe they're privated, but for whatever reason, I have been blessed with a link that at least works for now.
5 years. No, I mean not that I want to. That's the best thing about it is like people make fun of me.
You would get.
I think you'd get arrested if you tried to enter the US.
The other thing I could think of you may be doing to find that is if you're in Noah's Discord, you could see if there's any stream announcements, because sometimes the stream announcements will give the links to the VOD.
It's like, why would I want to enter the US? Do you guys think you're like the place that every single person wants to go to? Why would I want to go there?
So does my family now, so it's a little bit
harder.
harder.
Yeah, I'm talking about me.
Yeah. No, I understand.
People in the US think that.
Are you a Cypriot, by the way?
Are you asking this because of Drew Pavlou?
Are you a Cypriot Australian?
As far as I know, no.
What is your?
I don't know much about my
background?
Greece family history.
What's your ethnic background?
Greek something? Why are you asking?
What kind of Greek?
Greek Italian.
Oh, what? No. Which islands?
As far as I know, Anatolia and then Athens.
Okay. So you're not Cypriot.
What are you asking?
Like Drew
Yeah, you know what your people did to us in Anatolia. What did you do there?
Are we still beating Drew Pavlo?
Unlocking epigenetic memories right now?
Yeah, right. I have intergenerational trauma, just like the Israelis. That's why they get to do genocide. So I get to do genocide too. And you're Turkish, so You should be
You
careful.
should come to America.
Yeah. I know. The reason why I say this is because like you got two sides of the same coin. You got the Drew Pavlov and you got Bad Empanada.
Drew Pavlov is hilarious by accident. That's the problem. He thinks he's funny, like not by accident.
Can somebody check? Are we still beating Drew?
I can't let that stand.
Yeah, no, he's repulsive. He's disgusting.
I don't know. You've been over
he
his
gets
story
called
on your
abuse,
stream,
though.
haven't you? Is it worth going over it again? For the
What,
people who
his
don't
dad
know?
yelling at
Like
him?
the Drew Pavlov origin story? No, not that. The Drew Pavlov origin story. Like he was like a pathetic. Like he actually contacted me 4 or 5 years ago. Like, hey man, I really like your videos. Blah blah blah. He was trying to frame himself as like a left critic of China during the Hong Kong protest era. And I was actually like I wasn't like against the protests. I was like sort of, let them protest. Why not? There's no need to do this. The Chinese system is strong enough to withstand protests. You shouldn't react in this way. Was my sort of criticism of it. And Drew Pavlov saw me as like an ally because of that, which disgusts me. And he started DMing me. And then like within a couple of years of that, the anti-China grift, when that's your whole personality, inevitably leads to just the far right, basically. Because where else is that going to go when that's the only facet of your personality? Like the big Western enemy. I'm against that.
Firebomb the Chinese embassy or something.
Well, allegedly, he was in the UK. I don't know why he was in the UK for some reason, and a bomb threat was called in the Chinese embassy from his email, and he got arrested for that. And then I don't know what happened after that. From his email.
How do you get out of that? Damn, the Atlantic Council has incredible connections.
So Drew Pavlov is someone who has, to be clear, Drew Pavlov is the one who originated the claim that I was arrested for like child rape. Okay, so what I'm going to tell you here is with the amount of charitability that someone like that deserves. Drew Pavlov was arrested because he's the one who called in the bomb threat, and he was planning to bomb the Chinese embassy, but the Met Police heroically thwarted his plan. So Drew Pavlov is a terrorist. Thank you, Met Police. They didn't even need guns to do it. They were unarmed there.
Yeah. He would have, they're horrible. They have a horrible track record of stopping pedophilia and sexual assault. But apparently, this one guy was so incompetent in his in his actions that they were able to make short work of it. How did he get away with it? This is what I'm saying. Like,
there's actually there's multiple videos and images of Drew Pavlov actually being arrested that I could easily work with if I was as petty as he.
Oh, that's true. I'm surprised that you don't do that. But in any case, I mean,
he's not bigger now. Like he's the most ignorable guy in the world.
That's true. He's gonna nut that we just talked about him. He's
gonna do an entire stream about this. It's gonna be 8 hours long.
Yeah,
like the last time.
That Empanada was right. Drew Pavlov started streaming at around the same time as I started streaming, and I still haven't got the update chat of are we beating him on views. I don't even know what Drew Pavlov's, like how big Pavlov's YouTube channel is.
Heard about Drew Pavlov? Was a couple of weeks ago. Hey Drew, he
literally watched this. He literally reacted to this.
He's the sort of streamer who is so Do
you call him a streamer though? Chat, is Drew Pavlov mainly a streamer? I thought he was just an annoying Twitter account.
Experienced and amateur in what he does, that he opens random links from his chat and it's just porn all the time, every stream. It's the same thing.
No way.
That's beautiful. Is he a kick streamer? How the fuck do you stay unbanned with shit like that?
Like with Mia Khalifa, isn't that what happened?
Honestly, I appreciate having him around. It's so funny.
Yeah. Oh,
Tom and Jerry, they call you too.
Here's one point of contention. Reactgate. The reason why I had I
didn't know Drew was a streamer. I still don't think he's a streamer. I mean, he's obviously streaming. He obviously has a YouTube channel, right? But I just have never, is he a streamer? Does he stream regularly?
Blockade implemented on Bad Empanada.
I'm gonna go grab some.
For the longest time was because you were one of the YouTubers that was like, fuck this guy. This guy is stealing other people's labor.
He's a whinger. Yeah, no doubt. At the risk, chat, of turning even more orange, I'm gonna go grab some orange
How
juice.
dare he fucking do this? Maybe I'm misremembering, but I think that's what you said initially. So I was like, I'm never gonna watch this fucking dude's videos. Like I was watching your videos at the time,
Do you
but not
actually
on
want to talk
stream.
about the React Gate stuff? Because it might go bad for you.
No,
I
I
mean,
think
the issue of React content, when you look at React content, do you think has been a positive? Look at Asmongold, this beast that we have, this dragon. Okay, it's a filthy fucking dragon covered in cockroaches and
Stinky
shit, but it's still a dragon. That's because of React content.
I think I think that's fair for sure. You're not wrong. I think that like it's the lowest form of content for sure, where you just like sit there and you go, yeah, but
I mean, I'm not even talking
Oh my god.
about you. Like maybe I did. Like I think the reason I responded to you on that is because you were arguing with people who use you as an example of it, and the arguments that you were making weren't that great. Like, but when I react to someone, it benefits them. For example, is an argument that I remember you making, which can be
Chat,
true. Okay,
chat.
sometimes.
We have someone here
Chat, we're at the based portion of the stream.
that can speak to it, not to like
Getting
pull you
reacted
in,
to?
Noah.
Yeah.
You
No, it's
were
okay.
at the fault of this.
Yeah.
Well, when people react to my
based
videos, what usually happens is I gain, 100
marginal.
200 subscribers. I gain like a few thousand views maybe, and that's really it. And the people who watched, especially like on Twitch, I don't really care. I don't care if someone reacts on Twitch, but if you react and you actually upload the clip, it should be enough of like a criticism or like so that you add enough to it that at least constitutes legal fair use. Asmongold does not do that, for example. Like maybe you're a bad example of this. Maybe not the best example of this because you do actually talk about stuff. I mean, there's always something to criticize when it's political.
Yeah, I react either mostly the political stuff, or if it's like bullshit content, like
Wait, don't most dragons stink? Is this true? Like, chat, I feel like the dragons probably don't smell that bad. I think it's all that money. You know what I'm saying? They're sitting on a pile of money, chat. You know how like change, if you have change in your pocket and you smell it, or if you've been holding change in your hand and you smell your hand, right? It's got that, coin stink. That's what I think dragons probably smell like. But if the dragon takes a bath, it's fine. It's the difficult thing is to convince the dragon. I mean, it's probably honestly easier though to get a dragon to take a bath than a shower, right? Shower, there's just no, if you go to a nice organic shop in Thailand that has overpriced bath bombs and bath balls and stuff like with herbs and stuff, and you buy one of those, you could probably get a dragon to take a bath. I mean, I know I would. Yeah, like a bunch of keys, exactly. Yeah, that's why dragons smell. It's not because the dragons themselves smell. It's the coinage. Why would Hassan bring this up? Bad Empanada could go full throttle, but he's not. He'd get blamed for insulting Hassan.
There's still
on the Streamergate thing.
I still try to make the most of it, but I think here this is a Noah exclusive. Okay, I'm about to say something that I don't think I've ever said on YouTube or in public even.
I got the button.
AK97 says, "Am I stoned?" I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes.
I think that the initial response, the first ever React Gate, when people were getting mad at me because like I would have the chair on, and while the videos were playing, totally fucking fair and valid. And for the past multiple years, that's not happened on my broadcast. Like there are instances where I get up to pee, but it's usually during a video that's playing that's like from a friend or from news and commentary, and it's only for like 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, I mean, the examples that I did see them use of you, like there was one, like the initial video that I think started that thing. I don't remember who it was, but you reacted to his video and you just sort of left. And it wasn't a political video. It was like a fun, dumb little video. And I think his point was valid in that.
And I apologize. By the way, that's another thing.
Chat, I feel like I'm just jaundiced against JXC. Ever since that I saw he was on that like fandom menace wannabe podcast with like Mahler and stuff, like that, and like people are always like, "Oh no, he's like the lefty of the group." Is he though? Is he? on a podcast like that, if they can get butterflies to pee in a cup, they certainly can get a dragon in a bath. Yeah, I feel like if the butterflies peed in the bath, you can't find the link to the original video. I was telling people if you're in Noah's Discord that maybe he might have like go live notifications. See, because the problem with this is that Noah seems to be delisting his VODs. Are we drug testing butterflies now? I mean, maybe.
Literally,
if it comes to that.
Apologize to that person instantly, and then they basically like quintupled down and like did this like 8-hour broadcast with a bunch of like random fucking slop tuber commentary people, and I was like, what the
Kuba Project says, I don't watch Hassan anymore, but it really doesn't matter if you react or not. You're still taking views away at the end of the day. I mean, one of the YouTube channels Hassan has reacted to the most is Noah Samsen. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of the size of Noah Samsen's video is due to Hassan reacting. I get that there can be cases, right? I know exactly what you're talking about in terms of taking views away, right? If it's something that was in the algorithm and, you know, you would have gotten recommended it, the thumbnail looks fire, you're interested in it, you would have clicked on it, and you see it on Hassan, or I react to it for that matter, right? I guess that could technically steal a view, but I don't know. I've seen just as many examples of Hassan's attention actually growing channels. And the way they do it now is a little different, right? Anytime that he reacts to a video, there is a pinned chat from a mod or something that, like, you know, gives you the channel's IRL or URL to go subscribe to them.
fuck? I think this guy's just like trying to farm drama.
Found a ton of new channels to sub to through Hassan's stream.
Out of this, but yeah, I mean
no, but I'm definitely Kuba. I'm definitely willing to entertain like the you know, that some streamers don't add much to the videos that they're reacting to. Yeah, based and that, like, you know, there's definitely a right way and a wrong way to go about this.
Person, actually, I don't know what their preferred pronouns are, but that person was totally valid, and I immediately
I'm sorry
to them. Which
were they? We're talking about JXE, chat. I don't know JXE's pronouns either, but I do know the company that they keep, and it's not good. I don't know. I just got a real bad vibe. Am I wrong, chat? Is JXE actually good? React streamers have gotten me to subscribe to Noah Samsen, Jobry, etc. I watched their whole back catalog. See, there's a positive side to it. Being featured on Hassan is great for the stream due to the exposure.
Got lost in the sauce, and then after I saw the 8-hour back and forth, I was like, oh, this is just like a farmer.
Well, maybe it was in the end. Maybe that person.
I think that person
No.
was a farmer. I don't know.
I don't even know about, is JXE a farmer? All right. I think that JXE is part of a side of the internet that is hostile to Hassan, not because of anything that he does, not because of his chair reacts or anything like that, but because he's left wing, right? Like, in my opinion, from what I've seen, JXE is, or JXE, let me try to spell it for YouTube chat, because there's a question here. I think it's this. Wait, how does it work again? Oh my god. I used to know how to spell it. God damn it, I can't do it now. It's like JXE. Is it that? I feel like it's something like that. Am I even close?
I think
what they're-
ultimately, regardless of them or any other shitty people who are on their side, like you kind of see it seem.
I just mean all of JXC's friends hate Hassan. So of course you got farmed, Hassan. Of course JXC had zero interest in your apology or whatever, right? Like, yeah, these people are just inherently hostile to anybody that's to the left of destiny, I think. Right, these are people, don't they hang out? Lilo and Stitch. I'm saying it wrong. Adam and Stitch. Right, there's a connection, isn't there? Am I tripping, chat? Isn't there a connection between... P.S. Stitch, right, is on that podcast with JXC. Am I wrong? These are the right-wingers that will deny being right-wingers, right? This is the kind of this is just who JXC rolls with, right? I don't know that much about their content creation itself, but even if I don't end up watching the vids because I saw it on Hassan's stream, I usually turn my iPad on and have it play. Oh, with low volume. That's really cool of you, Steve. That's really cool. This is the worst possible spelling? I don't know. I think I spelled it wrong. I don't remember this guy. I don't remember this person. But I do remember who they hang out with, and it's not good.
Like, to me, like, you were on the wrong side of that because of I don't know, you seem really hostile to, maybe it's because you saw that and I was getting after that, but like you seem pretty hostile to it initially. I don't know, maybe it sounds like you've thought about it more since then and sort of realized that
I think there were a bunch of stuff that I did.
Shithead, they were kind of right, at least initially.
There was a bunch of stuff that I did initially that I changed. I don't do anymore. Like I don't cook food while on stream. Like I order. Like there's a bunch of stuff that I used to do that I don't.
Chat, would you let me cook food on stream if I turn the camera towards the kitchen? Like if you could see me cook?
Don't do anymore. In an effort to reduce the chair time. The thing that I was frustrated by is that people were just like saying that all I do is just like put the chair on and fuck off. Mm-hmm. And that was annoying to me because it's like before the ReactGate shit, I was known for being a person who paused all the time and like added way too much information to the fucking video that like people lost the plot of the video, so much so that Casually Explained had like a very famous viral meme about it where he goes, "Thanks for unpausing the video, Hassan," knowing that I was going to react to it. And very quickly that attitude flipped, and everybody basically turned into like, there are still people who think that I just sit there and play YouTube videos and like the fuck off. Like they unironically think like there's just a chair for an hour for like a 15-minute YouTube video.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure like in your case, you're right. It's just that in that one specific instance, that guy did have a point. Yeah. And I think maybe that negatively polarized you a bit to the point where like you saw me talking about it and you're like, fuck this guy, whatever. But I think fundamentally a lot of the people who expanded on that, even though some of them are cunts, like Dark Viper AU, he hates you. He's a huge cunt. But
I mean, I will say, as far as the cases, like, right, JXC probably had the best case for, like, Hassan came off really bad. If you watch the video of Hassan reacting to JXC, it looks bad. It looks bad because basically he puts on the video, he goes and he does something. I think it probably takes him longer than he thought it would. And he comes back maybe at the end of the video or something like that. I don't remember. It looked egregious. Like, right, I get why that video popped off. I just think that JXC was totally farming it. I think that JXC would hate Hassan regardless, and I think there's no point in apologizing to somebody like that that's just trying to farm you, right? It's like, I don't see why Hassan feels the need to revisit the issue. It's not just about the chair. He probably did try to be more ethical with it nowadays. At the end of the day, he benefits a lot from React content more so than the original creators.
Video series on React content, he's right. he's really right about it. Like,
I think
I don't think
he's
you
a really
and
interesting
I don't
guy.
think. I don't. Yeah, he's a weirdo. I mean, he's weirder than me. Okay, weirder than me.
Yeah, what's
But
up with the Australians?
yeah, what's going on down there? What a shithole.
Yeah.
But like,
They're on the fucking
I
map.
don't know, chat. All I'll say is I wouldn't be upset if Hassan reacted to one of my Ethan Klein videos,
Those
right?
are the most
I'd be pretty thrilled, actually. I think it would be a good thing.
insane YouTubers I've ever encountered.
yeah, what I was gonna say is just like, I don't think your content is like the level. Like, React content is totally fine as long as the person reacting or criticizing or whatever actually adds like something to the video that is beyond just making a face in the corner like Asmongold does,
Yeah.
and then re-uploading the video and getting the money off it.
Yeah, based.
And that's basically
perfectly
the whole
fair.
message of it. Like, Dark Vibe AU has an entire video series where he talked about that. I think he uses you as an example in that too much and unfairly, but I mean, it is what it is.
compared
It
it
doesn't,
to-
it doesn't
he
really take
compared it
that
to
far.
rape.
Right?
He
Yeah,
compared it to
rape. I know.
Oh yeah.
That was a bit much, but ultimately, I don't like when people focus on one little thing about the argument to discredit the entire argument. Because that guy made like 10-hour long video series about it, and everyone just focused on that one little thing.
That was
And
a
I feel
little
like
bit of
it's
a crazy argument, I think.
yeah, it's a crazy argument. It's a crazy argument, but it's not. It's, it's a dumb way to make his point. Ultimately,
Yeah,
he's
no,
he's still ultimately in the right, in the broad strokes.
Yeah, I also, like I said, I've taken the notes from all of the people that shit on me for years over that, which is part of the reason why you don't really hear too much about people saying that I'm like reacting unfairly or whatever. I don't even I rarely ever react to like an unknown channel anyway nowadays, and it's mostly just like news and commentary that I'm adding additional commentary over. But that's just something that I wanted to explain, because I was like, that was the initial reason why there was a blockade on Bad Empanada videos on the broadcast, because I heard you were like,
Yeah, I
"Fuck
mean,
this."
I've said that before as well. Like, it's so insignificant. Like, it's Ethan keeps bringing that up. Like, oh my god, you said you wouldn't watch Bad Empanada, and then you did. Like, okay, to be clear, even if you didn't used to watch me for the reason that he tries to claim, like he tries to claim you said I was anti-Semitic or something. Obviously, that never happened. But even if
No.
that was the case, it's so
think so.
insignificant. Like, what a ridiculous talking point. Like, you watch a YouTuber who I don't like. How dare you? But the actual reality of it is, like, it was basically a dumb little discussion about something that compared to the genocide in Gaza does not matter at all.
Yeah.
And for him to keep bringing it up, it's just so crazy. It doesn't
I
make
want
any
to
sense.
bury the hatchet. I want to bury the hatchet with what's his face, the Aussie guy that you were, Dark Viper.
Dark Viper. He's reaching out, chat. He's extending the olive branch to Dark Viper. What could go wrong here?
And also JXE.
You should invite him on. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's a weirdo, but he's a smart guy.
Yeah, I don't know. He's probably he's a liberal though, I assume, right? Or maybe like a labor guy or something.
As much as Destiny is a liberal, sure.
He's like a radical liberal, I would say. He's like a social democrat.
Am I wrong? Have I got JXE wrong? I'm pretty sure he's like one of those liberals that's very left punching. Am I wrong about JXE?
He mostly just hates dumb right wingers, and I mean that's generally good enough for a YouTuber.
Yeah, I mean,
I did not expect to hear Bad Empanada defending JXE.
I think there's, I respect that. That's fine. That's a good entry point into the conversation.
You should get him to watch this and get him to come on your stream, get some content.
Yeah, no, I don't really
Do
care
a
about
fundraiser
that.
like ours. We just hit 300K. Just so you're aware.
Doesn't that mean you have to like shave your mustache or something?
Yeah, 300 is I think.
I can't believe that.
275 was shaved mustache. 300 is I don't even remember.
How much is that? How much is that? I haven't been looking at the stream because
268 was the main one, and then there's two others. One of them's 12,000. One of them's about 20,000. So added together, that's somebody do that. I think it's 300.
Bad Empanada is profitable. They're definitely not here for Hassan. Don't tell me otherwise.
Of course not.
Controversial figure, man.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like,
the thing about Bad Empanada and its controversy is that, like, he does inspire a fear and revulsion in some of the worst people out there, right? And there is legitimately like a victims of Bad Empanada support group, right? of just some really awful people. Not that Bad Empanada's, never been, ridiculous to people who don't deserve it, right? I've experienced that, with him calling one of my friends a moron on something that he later ended up agreeing with her about, right? And he never apologized. But yeah, what happens is that like Ethan or whoever, like they encounter Bad Empanada, they go in, they name search him to try to find dirt on him, and they run into like, here's Vosh complaining about him, here's Aristocracy complaining about him, here's Kraut complaining about him, and they're like, oh no, this guy's a really bad, like, look, all these people agree this guy's a really bad guy. He is maybe a criminal. They'll find some shit that says like he left Australia to escape like sex charges or some bullshit like that. And then they'll be kind of like, why is anyone platforming this guy? They'll act like he is, I don't know, Nick Fuentes. They will treat him like Nick Fuentes, and they don't realize that their dossier on Bad Empanada, it's just moths. There's nothing of substance there, right? Yes, he was mean to you on Twitter. Correct. Yes, he made fun of Hila's, physical appearance. Not great, right? But there's no damning, there's no smoking gun. But they're convinced that there is a smoking gun because of this Victims of Bad Empanada support group that exists out there. So I think that, yeah, Vosh is definitely in that Victims of Bad Empanada group.
What do you think that
Xanderhall also complained about Bad Empanada in the past? That's delicious.
the fact that Ethan Klein made 30 minutes of your debate to be just asking you random questions about me?
Yeah,
Hassan was a Destiny fanboy too.
I mean,
condemn
somewhat
Bad
expected,
Empanada.
I guess. I assume that he did not.
Destiny had way too much power on this platform, and if talking to Destiny makes you a fan boy, I guess I am one too. Although I don't know if I completely match that description, but it's Destiny's the kind of person that can seem okay until you start to connect the dots, right? And my interactions with him were always to disagree with him, but I think I was entirely too friendly when I talked to him. And I'm a little bit embarrassed about that. Right? But I mean, I guess you learn, you live and you learn.
I mean, it was very clear that he did not want to talk about like the main point of contention, which was that he was doing propaganda at the behest of Israel and also trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian advocates, which is what he was doing and has been continuously doing. It was very interesting that he conceded. What?
A staunch advocate for the Palestinian people.
Yeah, no, a stalwart ally, as he said. I still haven't even watched the second half. I know you made a reaction video that was
you
like,
should,
how long?
Once I'm gone, you should stay on here and do it here.
How long was your? Well, I have to pee and go to sleep, but I'm planning on.
It makes it sound like you're gonna pee in your sleep.
On reheating the second part of it, but how long was your reaction to YouTube to Context Nuke?
I don't know if you've watched on your stream. I don't think you watched like the main one that I did, but it was like 4 hours long. And I mean, that's long, but a 4 hour long response to an hour and a half.
I just mean that like Destiny was the kind of a pioneer in the political streaming space. And when I started streaming, he was an institution on Twitch. And while I now see, and look, chat, I've literally deleted videos on my channel. All right, not out of embarrassment, not that I'm trying to hide that I had a conversation with Destiny, but that I know that if I have friendly conversations with Destiny on my channel, it's gonna bring his fans in here, and I don't want them. Right? Half of what's wrong with Destiny is what he's attached to, right? Like I told you about Dan Saltman, right? That guy's a right winger, right? Destiny calls himself a lib, and yet his podcast, co-host is a right winger who I very much think likely voted for Donald Trump. Steve from Nebraska. Yeah, that's right. His name is Epstein. I'm sorry, I pronounced it wrong.
Video is extremely short. That's really.
But that being said, like I sort of understand why Hassan, played nice with Destiny at first. I did too. I see now what's wrong with that, but I didn't see that initially.
Because mine on the first hour, because I ended it at like 1 hour.
But yeah, Chad, I mean, this was the time when Hassan was friendly with Destiny, the time when I was marginally friendly with Destiny was so long ago that, he was almost, those videos where you put up, you take Destiny saying something ghoulish about Palestine, right? And then you put it up against Destiny disagreeing with that. And you can actually have Destiny versus Destiny on Israel-Palestine. Like you can find old clips of Destiny where he's refuting the points that he's making now on Israel-Palestine, right? That was the era when those clips were made. That was when Destiny did look like, an actual left-winger. And with Hassan, a left-winger that had an interest in learning more theory, in considering socialism. It's very similar to the interaction with Ethan, if you really think about it, right? Only the blow up between Hassan and Destiny, I'm trying to remember what it was even about. Like it started off when Destiny made a video like going in on Hassan, and I think Hassan was completely surprised because he thought they were cool, right? But there was something that Destiny disagreed with, and he kind of just farmed Hassan on it, right? Destiny is good at coming up with talking points depending on his audience. Unfortunately, he cares more about power than any set of morals or stances. Also, the sex best stuff, of course, yeah, which we didn't know till years later. His full nastiness and abhorrent behavior hadn't been exposed at the very beginning, but now Destiny is very clear for any normal-brained person. Oh, who he is clear. The Kamala thing? Wait, what was the Kamala thing? Oh, the N-word. Well, that was one of, Hassan's... The N-word manifesto was something, obviously, that Hassan did not agree with of Destiny's, right? But what did Hassan say something about Kamala that... I remember there was something also... I just have vague memories of this time. Hassan was talking about Pete Buttigieg. Not a fan... and called him Booty Judge. And Destiny was like, look, if Nick Fuentes was saying this, right, you'd call it homophobic, and rightly so. Why do we treat it differently when it's Hasan Piker saying, right, making an obvious joke about Pete Buttigieg being gay? It was just so disingenuous, right? Including Destiny, everybody knew that Hassan was not making fun of Pete Buttigieg for being gay, right? That was not the point. They disagreed over Kamala in 2019 over her nomination, I think. For her nomination for Vice? Or while she was running in the primary. Hassan said the beginning of the end of his friendship with Destiny was D-fans harassing Hassan's... Oh, yeah, that's right, Ryan Grimm. Yeah. They tried to debate Lord Ryan Grimm, and they just didn't even... They're not even in the same level as far as understanding, what they're talking... Without knowing what they're talking about, they tried to go in on Ryan Grimm.
Mine was 8 hours long. Because
I mean, it's also because
you didn't do. I assume you didn't.
I skipped over the personal stuff about you. I assume you have to deal with that, so it makes it way longer.
It's not even just that. It was also 8 hours and 51 minutes long. Sorry, 9 hours long. The reason why mine took much longer than yours is also not only did I, dismantle a bunch of the silly ahistorical approaches that he made, but I also would come in with additional context. So I would just like add, because it was a bunch of clips that were like 15 seconds long mysteriously. So I would just like expand the clips a little bit, like go directly to where he got the clip from, expand it a little bit, and show
Was Destiny K-Hive?
that the context actually was like virtually the exact opposite of the thing that he was presenting.
That's also the average thing with the average anti-U video that I've watched from these right-wingers. And yeah, Ethan's a right-winger, obviously. Like, the main way that they argue is they just play a clip of you, and then I watch the clip, it finishes, and they don't actually tell you what's wrong with it.
Yeah,
and they just do
let
that
it
over and
hang.
over again. Ethan did that a lot. Like, most of the clips that he played of you were like 3 seconds long. This the obvious.
These are clips that are marketed towards the negative polarization. They're marketed towards people who already have a bad taste in their mouth when it comes to Hassan, right? So for those people, for that audience, you don't have to make an argument. You don't have to tell them what's wrong. They see Hassan saying something. They see you make a face, and that's all they need. That's all they need.
So the worst one was like, doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th, and what you were saying is completely different to what he implied as. And now like you have fucking like Barry Weiss's media outlet writing articles about you saying that and sourcing the Destiny wiki.
Yeah.
Interesting, right?
It is.
Yeah. Based.
I mean, I guess it's not that interesting. It just, I think it shows that there is a real devolution of like the Hasbro machine, because like in the previous years, I think that it would be like real journalists at the New York Times writing that article, and they wouldn't be fucking sourcing it off of like a sex criminals Wikipedia page made by like autistic stalkers online.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Hassan. You know, you can call him sex pesting, you can call him a lot of stuff. Maybe don't say criminal until he's been until the court has rendered its opinion.
So I think on that front, I think it's like the only places that have any sort of motion on this stuff is like the New York Post, the Daily Mail, and like Free Press. Like these are Hasbro rags, right? So they don't like that in and of itself, I think, shows that like discourse around this issue has changed quite a bit as well.
It has. It really has. The only thing is that like I totally agree with you on that. Like I feel like Israel's PR has gotten so bad in just the last year and a half that it's never going to be able to recover. But on the flip side, I have, as of yet, not seen any fruit from that fact. It's like people are aware, people know, and nothing has changed.
I understand. I know. The other, what else was I going to say? There was another thing that I was talking about the context nuke, or at least like the debate, the back and forth. Oh, I found it really cowardly that he just like immediately conceded on the main point of contention to be like, oh, it's a genocide. And I know he doesn't believe that at all. Because like it doesn't make sense. If he believes that, then like so you're like, what I was trying to draw home was the argument that I was trying to present is like, okay, so if you fucking believe it's a genocide, like why are you spending all of your time talking about like my bleach sword that you have decided is the most anti-Semitic thing that anyone could ever do?
I mean, Ethan is doing like the internet equivalent of trying to start the proletarian revolution in Britain in 1944. It makes no fucking sense. Like it's that's the sort of thing that you would do if you want the Nazis to win, you know? And all he's doing is talking about how bad pro-Palestine people are. Like he's a stalwart advocate for the Palestinian people. You know, he thinks there's a genocide, and then all he does is talk about how people who also think there's a genocide and who also conceive of themselves as stalwart advocates of the Palestinian people are all extremely bad. And also, Israel is a great place. I mean, no, he doesn't believe the shit that he says about himself, obviously.
Yeah, and obviously, like, I mean, in an effort to like basically present himself as like intellectually consistent, I got him to concede that his wife was a terrorist. So like the things that's
so insane.
I think ultimately it doesn't matter.
Did Hassan get him to say that IDF is a terrorist organization, or did Ethan actually say that about Ela. There's no way, right?
As you brought up Asmongold and as you brought up Ethan Klein as well, like a lot of people don't give a single shred of a shit about real issues and trying to make an impact and go out and protest and go out and apply pressure to their governments.
Yeah, but Ethan didn't straight up say, oh yeah, I guess Ela kind of is a terrorist, right? He must have said something about the IDF, and then Hassan reminds him that, yeah, like your wife.
A lot of people don't give a shit about organizing. A lot of people don't even care about learning about the historical relevance of certain militant movements or understanding like resistance against settler colonial enterprise and why it's a necessity in an academic context. And even when you try to talk about the nuances of these sorts of things, especially...
He straight up said that about, like he said, yes, my wife is a terrorist. Oh no, he did, but he was like joking about, he was like, he had that like, yes, my wife is a terrorist, right? That sarcastic.
Actually, within an 8-hour live stream broadcast,
he straight up said, yeah, I think he was doing like, that was another like tactic. Yeah, he said it, but about her insincerely. He did that shit a lot. When Hassan had a good point that he couldn't push back about, that he didn't want to stick on, he'd be like, yeah, you're right, Hassan, whatever, Hassan. And it's like, wait, no, do you have a pushback on that? Do you disagree with that? Is there like, right? He's just relying on that negative polarization still.
podcasts, especially when you do also crack jokes.
He spent 20 minutes on his next show explaining why he called his wife a terrorist. Why did I not watch that?
People will just like clip you and to be like there was one thing I saw like from the context news where he was like,
which freaking VOD is that from? I should have watched that.
I had like an 8-hour conversation with Nick Pollum. He doesn't know anything. It was very instructive about like a refresher of like all the things that have happened since October 7. He took a clip of that where I said like, I don't have a problem with Hezbollah. And that conversation was specifically about like with relation to the resistance that Hezbollah is engaged in against Israel. And you can see it in the clip. But he fucking clipped it to be like Hassan Nasrallah and I don't have a problem with Hezbollah. Like, this is really fucked up that he's saying that without even ever providing an argument as to why that's fucked up that I'm saying that. So it's both disingenuous in its framing, and it's also
that's the thing.
There's no counter.
Like
there's no counter to it.
Yeah, I mean, when you come from like the default status quo position of these guys are terrorists, you have the benefit of not having to actually argue for why that is. They just are.
I bet he slept in the basement that night. Yeah, no doubt.
That's the way these people operate. And like, I'd love to fucking
what the dog do? No. Was it the stringy dog poop?
Love tubers, but they don't want.
Or was it the Giardia dog poop?
I'd relish in that. I've challenged all of them. They are all afraid.
Asmongold Gold refuses to talk to me now. He won't. He just like he uses me as like the public enemy. On his as like the leftist soy woke guy.
I don't even understand how that fucking happened. This is a guy who was like a shit World of Warcraft player, and now he's talking about like deporting people and how great it is that they get deported. Where did that happen? He lives in like the fucking woods. What does he care? What the fuck is happening?
His dead rat tells him that he needs to.
Because he has 50,000 people watching him every day, and all he has to do is click play and go, yeah,
based,
and that's it.
Do you know about like his history? Like, has he gained viewers from doing this shit? I assume he has.
Yeah,
because he used to be like a video gamer. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, he. I think like there's ups and downs in the streaming space. But I think like he saw that he was getting a lot more prominence doing this, like a lot more relevance doing this, because he doesn't give a fuck about money. He lives in shit. Like he lives in filth. He lives in his own fucking rot.
Like
that's not even.
Fell down from
I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. It's like a fucking.
Yeah. Oh no, Noah. He fell through the ceiling.
It is actually.
He was like in his attic or something, or on his roof, and he literally falls through the ceiling. Yeah, the rat is his life coach. That's right. The rat is his personal trainer, chat.
To have that much money and then not do anything with it.
Yeah, no, it's like way weirder than fucking. I always used to get mad at Berkshire Hathaway, the guy that owns Berkshire Hathaway.
It's weirder than Ethan Klein suing everyone.
It's what? Is weirder than what?
It's weirder than Ethan Klein using his money to just sue everyone.
Wait,
Yeah.
are Ethan and Asman the same age? Why does it seem to me like, chat, that would be a problematic age gap? Why do I feel like Ethan is taking advantage of Asman if you shipped them?
Yeah, I mean that's also gross in a different way, but
His
I
house is
think
kinda
Asman
dirty
wanted
too,
to.
right?
He wanted to sue me as well. I think Asman did or something. I heard. These guys love. They're such Amerifats. They love immediately hitting the fucking litigation button.
It wouldn't even hurt you. Like, you would just pay someone to do all the work for you, and ultimately, like, both sides, like, you know, everyone involved is rich, so it's like it wouldn't do anything to either of you. What's the fucking point?
Yeah, I think I have become, unfortunately, like a beacon of what it is to be left online, all the way from like being pro Democratic Party, all the way to like Gary radical.
JXC. So Nate Harrison, did I spell his name right? I think I got it. I think I did spell it right. I was just like, that cannot be how you spell or their name, right? That cannot be how JXC's name is spelled.
Yeah, I mean,
Revolutionary
there's
socialist
people who
policies.
like have learned that making videos about you gets them more views than normal, and there
Yeah.
are so fucking many of them.
Yeah,
Like, I
and
get
it's a
recommended
never-ending
so many of
cycle
them
because
for
like
those sorts of videos.
yeah, and that's literally what it is. And unfortunately, because the average person's interest in political affairs is resembling someone with the brain of a walnut.
Not that Ethan is that much older than him emotionally. No, Funkmaster Call, I don't think he's actually older than Ethan. Or I don't think Ethan is older than him. I think Ethan just looks older than Asmongold.
Not. They just.
I think they're unironically like the same age.
They eat that shit. They eat that garbage and they believe it. Like,
how sad.
They eat the fuck out of that garbage booty.
Everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've long lost faith in humanity if it's not obvious. So I'm sadly not super
You are a bit of a nihilist.
surprised by any of this. Am I a nihilist? I think
so.
the human race is superior. We should all unite and go
Which
to the
one?
stars, like in Star Trek. The human race is superior to all the other races on Earth, like the dogs.
Oh,
not the
yeah,
cats.
yeah.
or
Got
the
you.
Dogs.
Oxtonox. Somebody at Oxtonox.
I'm a human supremacist. Yeah, you can't
Ostonox. Paging Dr. Ostonox.
say this shit on YouTube. You're gonna get like negative comments from someone like anti-speciesist people, and they're gonna be very angry at you.
That's speciesism.
But
vegans.
Like, I think ultimately the internet and social media has been weaponized.
Animals are innocent, okay?
By like the whole concept. Like, this is so far away from what you're just talking about, but it's still relevant. Like, I think social media very much, in a way, democratized the dissemination of knowledge, which is why we can see the Gaza genocide, for example. But at the same time, it created like this massive arena that every single person in the world is always constantly using. Not every single person, but most people always constantly using, and it makes it so much easier to reach them with shit that turns them into a horrible person. And that second option is winning out over the first one, ultimately, which is how we get like literal beasts like Asmongold.
Yeah, based.
Yeah, the state of affairs is certainly dire. But I think like one of the things that always gives me hope. Like, it's hard being optimistic around you because you have such a dire outlook, which is crazy because people say that about me all the time. But I think like I think solidarity is a fantastic way to reinstill some sense of confidence in yourself and in your fellow man. Like the conversation I had with Jean-Luc Mélenchon in France was incredible. Like it's so eye-opening to see someone who I might not fully agree with in terms of his worldview, but like it's like seeing a major politician that was the leader of the Popular Front and it was still undermined by Macron. But seeing someone like that have such
Lino, are you doing an Asmongold impression? Do I not sound like just like him?
similar opinions to myself, it really is galvanizing. Like I felt
I don't know about animals being innocent, Irene. I'm looking at one of my cats right now and she looks guilty as fuck.
I felt awesome about that. Like it was just
You better check your toilet paper to see if it's unrolled.
Demonstration of solidarity, and I think that that's something that we shouldn't lose sight of. Maybe it's difficult for you, Bad Empanada, because you live in fucking the ashes of the former Peronist Argentina that is now controlled by a fucking literal pedophile anime character dressing psychopath.
Wait, what's the evidence on Milei being a PDF?
We can talk about that as well. That's
And the
interesting.
IMF's very own dog.
I mean, you
Javier
look at
Milei.
Melanchon in Latin America, though. There's 20 Melanchons, so there's that. At
No,
least.
I know.
Like, Latin America, ultimately, in terms of domestic politics, is fortunate somehow, which is very weird, given that the USA killed all of the good politicians in the 70s and the 80s. That's why we ended up with Lula. I'm not going to elaborate, but like Latin America is like, it's kind of a beacon in the darkness of the
You'd
world.
be begging for Lula
but
right
it's
now.
also not
instead of-
very powerful. It's also
instead of
geopolitically
Milei.
irrelevant. I mean, Milei is an exception. Milei is on the continent. He's largely an exception. He might inspire people like you.
I just don't understand Milei's rise to power in Argentina. I don't get it. Like, I guess I don't understand the zeitgeist in Argentina. Like, I kind of my read, my experience, and again, chat, you know, it's gonna be like the cohort of Latin American people that I have met are probably, you know, probably lean left, right? But it's just like, are there really that many hogs in Argentina? Because a lot of Latin American countries, quite to the contrary of the American stereotype of them as being incredibly, you know, misogynistic, the machismo culture and everything like that. A lot of Latin American countries and a lot of Latin American people are, you know, surprisingly socially, you know, very left wing, right? Surprisingly, as in counter to the stereotype that a lot of Americans have of those countries, right? And you know, more socially progressive than the United States. People are stupid here too, but are there that many hogs shut off assembly?
But
like in like Argentina specifically, I know there's hogs in Argentina. I'm kind of aware of the there's still people that deny the junta, right? Aren't there?
Argentine politics, especially in the last 20, 30 years, have not been very comparable to that of other countries in Latin America because the Peronists are so weird. And everything in Argentina is dictated by anti-Peronism, which is weird because Peronists aren't that radical, but you would think they are, given the way they talk about them. So that's just very different. But you know, in Latin America, not just from the pink tide, but even now, like the Overton window is very different to in other places, at least in South America. Mexico, not so much. It's certainly not Central America right now. So there's that at least. Like, but yeah, Mélenchon, he's obviously, like, in French electoral politics, he's very good compared to the American guys. He's like God. But still, like, even with, it's so weird, right? That even with someone like that in France, like if he was in power in France, I would have faith. And he's someone who's almost won elections before, you know, he's almost won actual elections. If he was in power, I would believe that he would try to do something for Palestine and stuff like that, you know?
Oh yeah.
But so, it's like this, chat. Like, I mean, you know, Chile specifically and a lot of Latin America throughout the, I don't know what, like the 70s and 80s, was the laboratory for American neoliberals and their economic experiments, right? Probably the most, prominent and grave case of this is the coup against Allende and the rise to power of Pinochet. And this I understand as being forced on the Chilean people almost as a punishment for having, selected a candidate too far left, right, in Allende. But what Milei seems like to me is the comic book version of that. Of like, no, the shit that the Chicago boys tried to do to us back in the 70s? Yeah, that's the answer. That's the good thing. That's what we need. We should have let the Chicago boys like run roughshod on us, right? We should have let them go hog wild, turn us into a libertarian paradise, right? That would have been great. That would have been fucking awesome. And like the fact that comic book fucking parody of American foreign policy being forced on Latin American countries in the 70s gets elected as president of Argentina, it kind of blows my mind. It kind of blows my mind a little bit.
If someone like that so close to power in France, they still do so little. So I don't know. I think in a way, like,
No,
you
I
think
think-
I'm a
I think
nihilist.
his-
I
I
don't
think
think
his
I'm a
Hogs are everywhere through the great swine diaspora occurring through X and more broadly the internet in general.
nihilist. I think right now I'm a realist. I used
I
to
think
be a
his
lot more
politics have
optimistic.
informed Macron even. Like Macron right now
Yeah.
is domestically so fucking
Shut Off Assembly says people are simply anti-Peronist because the last economic problems and the big... But hasn't Milei like created worse economic problems? People were just... Yeah, so same as with the 24 election in the United States, people just not liking what the previous party was doing and voting for something new, which, yeah, Milei is definitely something new. I mean, his dogs are something old, being that they are all cloned from the same dog that died in the 1980s and that he has successfully pet cemeteried multiple times. But yeah, this is why Bad Empanada, we were talking about this earlier, Bad Empanada's debate with Matt Bender. This is why Bad Empanada went off so hard on Matt Bender, right? Was that Matt Bender's statement about Nazis in Argentina which is definitely, I mean, like that's definitely a thing in the American consciousness, right? That after World War II, the Nazis went to Argentina. We don't also realize, a lot of Americans don't know that after World War II, the CIA brought the Nazis into America as well, and that USSR was gunning for some of those scientists as well. Yeah, the Nazis went to a lot of different places, but the one that Americans know about is Argentina. And so, Matt saying that in Bad Empanada's mind, I think was him associating Peronism with Nazis, right? Which is, I guess, like a talking point that's used against the left in Argentina, since the left is just kind of, sort of just tied up with Peronism.
Popular, that he has tried to reposition himself as this like guy that's going to have an impact on the global stage. And of course, on the one side, he's doing this like militant posturing against Russia, saying that he's going to send French troops into Ukraine, stuff like that. But also, even on the Gaza side, he has gotten his notes from the Mélenchon side that previously would have been considered radical, but he's like saying he is, I would say, out of all the major leaders.
Has anybody had luck? We're getting these people trying to find the VOD for this, right? Anybody had luck on Noah's Discord? That was my thought, that like a lot of times when people like go live, they'll make a go live announcement on their Discord, and that will a lot of times, if the stream has been delisted, that's usually a good way to find it.
In Europe, he's one of the, with the exception of like Spain or Ireland, Macron, surprisingly enough, is one of the more, I guess, radical on the issue of Gaza.
Yeah, he definitely has been. I mean, he's not great still. Like the French government has been so contradictory.
Yeah.
Like Macron will say one thing and then his foreign minister will say another. But still, yeah, you're right. Like they're definitely the third best in Europe on the matter. But yeah, I mean, certainly like Mélenchon's ideas have certainly had some level of influence on Macron trying to win back popularity. Especially given that the only reason.
Which one am I after? Yeah, Rob, that's one of the other problems too, is people asking for the link to the VOD. It's not just one VOD, right? Noah's, he's reset the stream several times, right? So if you want to watch this conversation, it's actually across multiple VODs. That's part of why I'm putting it together as a stream here.
In that, like, he's still there is because he had to make a deal with the devil to avoid losing. Like, what was that, like a year and a half ago now? But like, yeah, I mean, it just like this. We got to this whole thing because it was like I'm a nihilist.
It's across 4 different VODs. I didn't realize it was that bad.
I'm not naturally a nihilist, okay? I have gotten my outlook has gotten less and less rosy as time. My outlook has gotten less and less rosy as time has gone by. If you watch like videos that I made 5 years ago, like I made a video like the world needs Bernard Sanders. What a fucking moron I was. What an idiot.
I don't think you were wrong to make that assessment. I think you were right.
Maybe I wasn't wrong.
At the time, I think it was a necessity.
Okay, maybe I wasn't a moron. Maybe I was right at the time, but now it's like we're here 5 years later, and everything's only gotten worse. It's so fucking funny that Trump is the president of the U.S. again. I'm sorry, that's so It's especially funny because it's like Trump now is what they said Trump was last time. He's doing all the shit they were fear mongering he was going to do. For me, last time Trump was like a regular Republican who didn't know how to say the right things properly. Like he was way too unfiltered. Now Trump is what they were saying Trump was before. He's totally disconnected from.
The one frustration I have about Bad Empanada is when he talks about American politics. And he'll miss something that is important, right? Like he'll miss the fact that people were being black-bagged in the protests. Is that normal for a Republican administration? I guess. Is it normal that he then ramped it up to trying to get the American military to start shooting people to start kneecapping people? Maybe not. And is it normal that he did his own beer hall push? No, it's not. It's not. And how do you fucking miss that, right? How do you I get if you're trying to say that, we dodged a bullet in terms of Trump not being able to enact his rhetoric, his views, his desires the way that he wanted to in the first administration, and that's very much in contrast to this current Trump administration. I totally accept that, right? But I'm just like, he's just like a normal Republican who's a little bit gruff in his speech. No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
American politics before. Well, he's not totally disconnected, but he's very different. He's like just not pretending to give a shit about the Constitution and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's on a vengeance arc.
So it's like,
but they still fucked him up though, because like he's been on this tariffs tip for since like the 80s, and when he started, in the words of Felix Biederman, molesting the money, he got that boss call from Jamie Dimon, and he backed away. Like I think that played a big role in him not even trying to completely undermine global trade in a way that America had envisioned. Which was so stupid. I mean, it was so incredibly stupid of him to do that, especially without like a robust manufacturing base. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? But,
Yeah, I mean, it's totally it's nonsensical. Even if there is some sort of reason between his economic strategy, like trade strategy, it's a stupid reason. But I just think things have gotten like bad enough to the point where a little bit of pessimism is certainly warranted. And a lot of my pessimism, though I don't say it a lot, it comes from climate change.
A little bit of pessimism and a lot of Peronism.
Because we don't talk about it enough, and it doesn't matter if we talk about it at this point. I made a video on climate change, like, honestly, what was it, 3 or 4 years ago at this point? And in that video, at the time that I made that video, it was like, okay, we do something literally right now that is so absurdly radical that it'll never happen, or we're fucked. You know, obviously that hasn't happened, and I think shit has only gotten worse. That's just like the most pressing, greatest, like most existentially bad example of why one might rationally be a bit pessimistic now. And then, you know, there's Gaza, there is the inaction in the Western world against that relative to previous imperialist wars. Even like, I feel like in a way, at least in Europe, there was even more.
Chat, I'm just noticing that we are at 97 likes. It would only take 3 of you hitting that like button to get us to 100. If anybody out there feels like getting a little exercise for your thumbs, it's a good time for that. This is a great time for that. Also, looks like we hit at least one of the... We got 108 out of 100, so... we hit at least one of the goals. We're going to cover at least one of these topics. I feel like there's a few good topics, but we're at least going to get to stay up and talk about one. Which one is it? Which one is winning right now? Let me take a look. Oh, wait, I made it easy for myself now. It should be easy for... Oh, yeah. Slop tubers deny Hassan's detention. That is what we're going to look at. I guess we might be watching a Nux Taco video, so, you know, get ready for that, right? That's in first place. Anthony Fantano in Tim Pool is in second place. LGBT Slang in Thailand in third place. And Cavernacles Butlerian Jihad, near and dear to my heart, against AI in fourth place. So there's still time to vote if you haven't already. 229 of you have so far. You know, Sloptubers deny Hassan's detention is pretty far ahead. One of the other ways that you can change the results, chat, is when you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting a membership, if you're supporting my academic efforts to become a scholar just like Kaya Piker, except instead of learning obedience, I'm going to be learning the Thai language, right? If you want to help me out on that throne, that counts. If you sign up for my Patreon, that counts. And the other thing that counts is if you support me on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly because I am effectively demonetized on that. Thanks to Destiny, Dan Saltman, etc. Some of the people that we're going to be talking about in this whole denial of Hassan's detention that SlopTube seems to be currently engaged in, right? But yeah, all of those things drive the goal forward, give us the possibility to watch not one, but maybe even 2, or maybe even 3, or however many, right? Every 100 points, we unlock a piece of bonus content. So in addition to pushing that forward, it also gives you the ability to let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see win. So you still can interfere if you are a donor. You can interfere with the results because if you just let me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see, I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and you might actually change the results of the poll. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to work against anyone potentially trying to change the results of the poll. The Vox Populi emphasizes the vote at the expense of the donations, right? So you can do that as well. So just know that that's out there and that's a possibility. And right now we're set up to watch some SlopTuber denial of Hassan's detention.
More opposition to Iraq, for example. And it's like, it's hard not to be pessimistic. I think it's kind of realistic to be pessimistic. It's realistic to look at things and be like, man, shit is kind of bleak right now.
Right, but it can only get...
Where's my butterfly? Oh, sadly, we didn't hit the butterfly goal. Yeah, sorry, Randall. I like the butterfly too.
The only way to make it get worse or prevent it from getting any worse.
I could make another goal if I don't know if we'll hit it.
Try.
We're sort of getting...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't.
We're getting close to the end of this debate. We do have some bonus content, though. I'll put it up here. Start another goal. How about if I say How about if I make, wait. How about if I say 5 super chats in the next hour? We'll put a butterfly in my hair. And it'll also give you the chance, should you desire to do so, to put your money where your mouth is and add a couple of points to the topic of your choice. Maybe help it win. Maybe help us get close to double content. Who knows? But there you go, chat. There's an easier butterfly goal. You didn't designate your donation. You still can.
And try.
All right,
That's, I
Noah,
always,
you get in there. I'm gonna pee real quick. You can wash my chair for the time being.
You can sniff my chair for the time being. Yes.
Yeah, like things
Smell it, Noah. Smell my chair.
are as bad as they have ever been, but doesn't that feel like an argument? That doesn't feel like an argument against trying, you know? Not that you're necessarily making that
I mean,
argument.
I absolutely do not. I never ever have and will never tell people to give up. Yeah, I mean, I never will. I feel there was one argument I made a couple years ago where, like, I'd like sort of jokingly said, like, if you're American, just fucking leave, you know, just leave and go try to be Che Guevara somewhere. I mean, I don't.
Wait, chat. Is it too late for me? Is it too late for me to be Che Guevara or Ho Chi Minh?
Actually think that, but you know, sometimes it does feel like you could maybe do more elsewhere if you're American. Particularly now, like, honestly, recently, like, to bring up one recent example of what this is not American, but it's another country that has already long had the sort of repression of free speech that the US is now getting. In Germany, Red Media, this media company that was pro-Palestine, literally got like judicially harassed into shutting down because they reported on like multiple journalists, like links to Israel and Zionist outlets and stuff. And as a result of that, like they got reported to the cops, they got sued, all of this stuff, to the point where like the founder is now facing like a 3-year prison sentence for literally just like calling out German journalists for supporting like Zionist propaganda. And you know, when that is the sort of environment that we're in right now, and that is also where the
What has he got? He's got some snack there. Is that cheese balls?
US is going. I don't even remember what I was initially talking about. I just really wanted to shoehorn that in there because I forgot to talk about my stream this week.
Pessimism.
Hassan doesn't eat cheese balls.
Optimism, I suppose.
Yeah, like
he only eats chicken, and Kaya cooks it for him.
I used to, like, the US used to be so much better on that sort of thing. Now it's, man, what do you even say about this?
Yeah,
but
it brings a little more context. Like, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, that sort of thing.
Protein cheese balls? Is that real? Randall Smith, thank you for the super chat. It's not gonna get TTS'd because it's a $2 one, but let me read it for you anyway, so that I can make sure that everybody understands how to pronounce this word. Good luck in Phuket, Thailand.
Is a great reason to be pessimistic because, like, the crackdown on pro-Palestine's.
He has a bunch of protein-rich snacks. What are they like? Do they suck out the carbs and the fat and add in extra protein?
Speech is not just the crackdown on pro-Palestine speech. I feel it's not everywhere it's happening. It's
God, I forgot about Destiny's cheese ball.
Going to be extended to other things as well.
Yeah, it's an entry point into the conversation.
So we can gain muscle. So it's probably carbs and protein then.
Because Israel and Israel advocacy groups are they have a stranglehold. Like, they have very powerful advocacy groups. They have a really powerful influence peddling.
Kaya lightly fries the protein balls for Hassan.
Operation that's very sophisticated.
You're gonna get clipped.
Wait, why?
Clipped anti-Semitism.
Well, it's just okay. Yeah,
I know it's just true. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I think that because of that,
I wish I could get Kaya to cook me up some mushroom meatballs. So those are really good. They have these mushroom meatballs out here, chat. They're made of shiitake mushrooms, and they're so good. They're so good, and they're so cheap. It's like my favorite snack, but it's a little too filling. It feels like I'm being decadent. You know what I mean? It feels like I'm eating something unhealthy. But it's literally, like, as far as I know, it's literally just like mushroom and I don't know, maybe some oil.
These are all advocacy organizations that masquerade as like Jewish advocacy organizations. They act like they are entirely predisposed with combating anti-Semitism, and they have a lot of institutional prowess. They have a lot of institutional prominence, and I think Trump recognized that, or at least not Trump necessarily, but the Heritage Foundation, American Enterprise Institute, like the guys that did Project 2025. Also,
shouldn't they be called mushroom balls? I mean, I guess
had
it'd be less confusing that way. You wouldn't want to think they're actually meatballs. They do look and kind of almost taste like meatball. I don't know. I don't really remember what meatballs taste like.
A write-out for this called Project Esther. The New York Times actually reported on this, surprisingly enough, the other day, which was weird to see. But they detail this. They talk about how the goal is to basically undermine the First Amendment by using the pre-existing liberal adjacent and firm liberal organizations to make this point of attacking the First Amendment for non-citizens and then potentially citizens alike, and create a new legal precedent. The starting point is Israel, but it won't stop there. It will turn into whatever they declare is terrorist, whatever they declare is like material support for terrorism, and that could be something as stupid as like fucking saying Teslas suck. You know what I mean?
It was a Quest brand.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly like just this is sort of not 100% a response to what you're saying because I don't disagree with it, but like, you can see like I don't think Trump cares much about Israel. I think Trump cares about Israel insofar as he sees it as useful to the USA. Not you know, he's not like an ideological Zionist or anything.
No, like Joe Biden was an ideological Zionist.
Yeah, I don't think Trump cares about people in the USA being anti-Israel that much, but I think he sees it as a good excuse to like rile his base up against immigrants. Like, we have these immigrants here who are pro-terrorist, blah, blah, blah. And also as a way to...
The fuck was that? That wasn't me, chat. Are we good? Are we good? What? Okay. I think we're okay. I think that was just a follow on Twitch.
Like, sort of...
was that Noah's sound? Yeah, that was Noah's sound.
Demonstrate without actually really doing anything. That, like, look, we're harder on these pro-Palestinian fucks than the Democrats were. Look, we're actually arresting them. We're questioning them at airports.
Wait, hold on. You're muted.
And this other stuff. That's the Tesla stuff that you mentioned is a great example of that. Like, you're attacking Tesla, somehow you're attacking the government. I don't even think Elon Musk is like a part of the government anymore.
Hold on one second.
You're back.
Yeah, I can't even hear Noah. Can you hear him?
Wait.
Oh, I can hear you now, Noah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I turned my headphones off and then the whole thing exploded. Keep going.
Okay.
Okay, what
that Empanada was saying a bunch of anti-Semitic stuff, and I bravely defended Israel.
Yeah. Hassan actually called the ADL, the ADL cop cars on the way to my house. I won't be seen again soon. Just like the South African activists who they helped disappear back in the 70s. Look it up.
Yeah. In the 90s, they got prosecuted for it. In the 90s, they literally got prosecuted for it because they were caught. They were caught spying.
So they got prosecuted as in like they got convicted, or there was just like an investigation?
I think there was an investigation. I remember reading about, but in the 90s they were like outed as directly spying on black protesters. Of course, that's par for the course. That's a double Monty. Both Israel and also apartheid South Africa hate black people. But what was funnier is they were also spying on Jewish student groups that were also against apartheid in South Africa. So the Apartheid Defense League, as I like to call them, was spying on Jewish Americans at the behest of apartheid.
Wait,
South
what?
Africa.
It was the ADL that was involved with the disappearance of anti-apartheid activists.
Fantastic
I
stuff.
mean, this is.
I thought he was going to say Mossad or something.
Because of the like South Africa-Israel similarity and alliance, they just can't hide it, can they? Yeah, there are a lot of like organizations in
Randall Smith smoked part of one cigarette and got nauseated. That is my experience too. Yeah, nicotine. As much as I joke about the Zen thing, chat, I'm not gonna do it because like nicotine just does not agree with my temperament at all, and I would suggest you not do it either. Last thing I want is me joking around about something that's probably better for you than smoking, but is still, in all likelihood, not great for you. To result in someone, buying it or trying it or whatever, right? It's 5 a.m. on the East Coast. Oh my God, it's 4. Wait, what? No, not even on the East Coast. Holy shit, chat. I'm up late / early. We're gonna run into the majority report here.
That have like this veneer that makes them like untouchable sacred cows of we fight anti-Semitism, and sometimes they do. Sometimes they do actually. Like the ADL does actually have like for example, like resources on its website, like that accurately describe a lot of stuff in regards to anti-Semitism and like just in general Nazi stuff. Like look at this like Nazi symbol or whatever. Okay, useful, great, but that is not the primary function of this organization. The primary function of this organization is the Israel advocacy.
They have to do that so they can do the nefarious Israel advocacy. Because if they were just doing Israel advocacy, they would come across as ridiculous. Like people would be like, "The fuck? Aren't you supposed to be like commenting anti-Semitism? What are you doing?" And I think that's or maybe it was initially in its inception. I think it was because of the famous incident.
Yeah, it was like a guy got lynched or something. So they
exactly. Like I think in its inception,
and somehow it became this.
Yeah, in its inception, it was like a genuine. I suspect it was a genuine like a genuine way to combat anti-Semitism. And then it very quickly got swept away by Zionist interests. And that's why you had the former president of the ADL shitting on the current president of the ADL recently. And I was like, bro, you guys are...
No, I didn't see that. Jonathan Greenblatt got shit on by the former ADL, did you say spokesperson?
I believe that there's like internal conflict within the ADL on this.
Yeah, just in regards to like the contradiction between like the ADL and the anti-hate speech.
47 minutes left, chat, to make the butterfly happen.
And then the ADL advocacy. I don't know if you've ever seen the Tucker Carlson clip where he calls them out on that, and he's like, the ADL says that Israel should take.
I hate tobacco, to be honest. I smoke it in joints, though. Look, that's the weirdest thing, right? When I was in Europe, everybody there, when they smoked the green, they would mix it with tobacco, and that shit fucks me up, right? So I was into the green, right? And the attitude there is, right, if you're not mixing your spliff with a hell of a lot of tobacco, you're a fucking fiend. If you're smoking a green one, there's something wrong with you. And it's like literally, it's the worst thing. Like tobacco is like the worst thing out there, right? But the attitude was like, no, we want to make sure to mix plenty of tobacco with this because we don't want to be like out of it. We don't want to be like stoners.
Take measures to maintain the Jewish demographic majority to make sure that Palestinians can't take over. I agree. So why is it that Jonathan Greenblatt, who at the time was the leader of the ADL, why is it that he says that in the US we need to have this flood of migrants to make it so that we are no longer a demographic majority, and then they vote us out? And it's like, Tucker Carlson is a piece of shit, but he's not wrong in that
he's a fascist talking to another fascist, and he's saying you're being a little hypocritical to the other fascist.
Yeah, it's like, so they have like two faces, clearly. It's like one face is like, we are an anti-hate speech group. Yeah, Black Lives Matter. And then the other face is, but no, Israel, we're going to do all the shit that we rally against in the USA, in Israel, and we support it 100%.
And you can't say anything in the United States of America against that, or else you will face severe repercussions.
I feel like at least this is one of the reasons why I said that like you got to be a little bit harsher, is because this sort of thing, it is actually kind of eroding. Because a lot of the Zionist harassment, not all of it, obviously, because they do actually have institutional power where they can do real shit to you that is not just interpersonal. But a lot of the Zionist harassment and doxing apparatus, only reason it really has its power because of the social pressure. Like, you know, a social media harassment of an employer, and the employer is like, look, you know, they come up to you one day and they're like, look, you're not a bad worker, but I have 200 people sending me messages on Facebook. I don't know what to do about this, so I have to fire you.
The Ethan Klein method.
Yeah, and then it is. I think it's absolutely possible for us, at the very least, to fight against that to the point where it no longer has any power, to just laugh in their fucking face when they try to do that sort of shit, and you know, try to educate other people on like, you know, how like equating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism should not be allowed to work anymore. And a part of that is you know, pushing back against what I call Jewish exceptionalism, which sometimes, sadly, you do engage in on your broadcast.
Oh, great. This is a good point of contention. I don't think so.
You disagree with me, or you think you don't engage in it?
Chat, he's eating cheese balls out of a cup. I thought he was spitting his Zen juice in there. He's like, I'm sorry, I got protein cheese balls. That's gotta be. He's got a dry. His mouth is dry as fuck right now, chat. He's trying to get some saliva in there to mix with it so he can chew it down and answer the question. But yeah, Hassan is. You asked me the question at the exact wrong time, Bad Empanada.
I disagree with you.
Okay, so you think like,
oh, that's amazing. I would have been like
specifically Jewish people is like something that's like that we should be doing in the pro-Palestine movement.
I don't think that they should be the primary focus, but I think it's important to do that because Americans are so fucking stupid that they literally need to see like a Jewish person to be like, oh, I guess this isn't like, I guess, yeah, people are stupid when they say this guy is anti-Semitic. Because it is a big focus. And and also Jewish people that play a role in these protests, in the organization of these protests, also recognize that role that they play as well, because that's an important part of
they're cheese balls combined with protein. They're very dry.
Decoupling Zionism from Judaism, which I think should happen because I think it's the truth. I don't think.
And look, that's why when I eat stuff like that, I eat like 1 or 2 at a time, right? It's like Hassan just tossed back like 7.
It doesn't matter to me that like Israel claims is the case, but it's very clear to me, at least from all of the all of the Jewish anti-Zionists that I've read the works of and am very good friends with, that it's not a monolithic force at all. And I think it's not necessarily to shelter the feelings or place the feelings of Jewish Americans ahead of like the death and destruction that Palestine.
Alino RA, I'm thirsty just watching him, but for different reasons entirely.
Palestinians are facing. But I think when I'm doing this argument, when I'm doing Hasbara, when I'm telling the truth to Americans about the situation, I think it's important for them to also recognize and to decouple Zionism from Judaism, because I think the other scary side of this is that there is truth to the canary in the coal mine, regardless of the fact that Canary Mission has like bastardized that term, that anti-Semitism is like a primary marker of fascist ideology for the most part in the West. And I worry that the only thing that will come about this is the death and destruction of the Palestinians, and then the resentment towards Israel will not stay towards Israel, but will just simply turn into hating Jewish people and attributing them to the actions of Israel. And there will be no progress there.
All those guys get so big.
Yeah.
This active process.
And it's also something that the ADL and all these other like Zionist groups in the United States of America actually benefit from. Like, because I always say this, like there's a reason why they come after me more than they fucking come after Candace Owens. Why don't they come after Candace Owens? She has a massive audience. I'll tell you why they don't come after Candace Owens.
Here's why I think they don't come after Candace Owens, right? Candace Owens has a legion of actual fucking Nazis standing behind her. The ADL pretends to be against that sort of thing. But in reality, they do not want that smoke, right? And you saw it. You saw it with like Elon. You saw it with the mild attempt by the ADL to push back on, you know, Elon, first of all, opening up his platform for anti-Semites, and secondly, agreeing with them, right? They kissed the ring. They bent the knee. They submitted to Elon and fucking Slippery Nick and all the other real fucking anti-Semites out there in order to say we have a common enemy and it is the American left. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. They hate the American left. They hate the pro-Palestine movement. And they hate anybody that will tell them there's anything wrong with their literal genocide more than they hate, you know, actual right-wing anti-Semitism, right? The fucking... But yeah, I mean, if you want to know why, that's why. They don't want to go up against actual Nazis, right? They're obviously aware that fascism has not been this fashionable, you know, since the 30s, since the 1930s, right? They're fully aware of that, and they really think that they can make a deal, right? No, it's okay. We'll fuck off to Israel. You won't have to worry about us, right? But we both can agree, you know, fuck the left. We both can agree, you know, like
what?
Because it's about Israel.
Because of what?
Because it is about Israel.
No, Candace Owens also is anti-Israel, but she's also anti-Semitic.
She's not anti-Israel in the way that they care about.
No, it's because she's anti-Semitic.
The problem with Candace Owens is, depending on the day that you catch her talking about Israel-Palestine, some of what she says does sound like appropriate pushback on the currently ongoing genocide. And then you watch her a little bit longer, and she's off on some anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, right? But she has the ability to kind of catch people with the, hey, you know, that is really fucked up what's going on, right? Yeah, this is like, she's against Israel. Some of what she says is not objectionable, but her reason for being against Israel has everything to do with anti-Semitism, and I would surmise very little to do with any concern for, you know, the victims of the Israeli genocide on Gaza.
And anti-Israel, so they can always point to Candace Owens and say, you see, this person is anti-Semitic. That's why she doesn't like Israel. Or same with Dan Bilzerian. This person is anti-Semitic. That's why he doesn't.
Israel and the Hasbros don't actually go against real anti-Semitism. They use it as an excuse to go after anti-Zionists. See, like, I want to say it wasn't always like that, but maybe I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention to the ADL, you know, prior to what's going on, right? But just a little bit of, like, I did see them at first oppose what Elon was doing. And then when it became clear that Elon had, you know, the legions behind him, like, the ADL literally, you know, They literally covered up his anti-Semitism for him to make nice with Twitter.
Doesn't like Israel. But someone like myself who combats against anti-Semitism with regular frequency am a major threat to groups like the ADL or any kind of Zionist organization because they can't pin me down as someone who is simply anti-Israel because he's anti-Semitic, and that plays a big role in getting young American Jews to also move away from the.
I mean, ultimately, like this is all. This, you know, we can't prove either way why they come after you, but I think the reason they come after you is totally different. The reason why they go after Candace Owen, they don't go after Candace Owen so much, is because she's not going to call Israel what it is, because ultimately she's someone who upholds the sort of structure behind what Israel is, which is, you know, like a color.
Yeah, bad lefty. Can you imagine that world? Corbyn was PM, Bernie Sanders was elected president in 2016, re-elected in 2020.
The colonial ethno-state. She doesn't really give a shit about that. You know, she's an American nationalist. She's that sort of person. She's never going to call out like the superstructure. She's never going to call out what it is at its base. You will. I think that is way more. Sure. That is way more important as to why you are targeted deep down than just this. But you also denounce anti-Semitism thing because they have no problem hiding that part. Like they never even talk about that part. Honestly, like.
No, they don't talk about it.
You would never know the way they talk about you that you say anything about it. Yeah, but I mean, the point that I'm making here is that you are more of a threat to them because of that than it is because of, you know, you also couch your denouncements of Israel with announcements of anti-Semitism sometimes. And
I think
what you said was
a corollary point with what was being talked about earlier in regards to couching anti-Israel rhetoric for the average American in their own material interests in something that's going to be more digestible by saying, well, it's your money that's going to Israel to bomb these kids. It's like, oh, okay. In the same way that if you bring up the fact that some Jews are against Israel, it's like, oh, okay, that must mean something, right? Even though that's not the center of the conversation, and it shouldn't be. It's a tactical decision, right?
You could respond to them in a different way. If someone says to you, hey, people tell me that pro-Palestine people are anti-Semitic. What is the better response to that? Is it to say, my friend here is Jewish and he's pro-Palestine. What are you talking about? Or is it better to say, well, I'm against, you know, I'm against states like Israel, which is states that are run by one group for one group, regardless of who they're for. And this is why I'm against Israel. It's nothing to do with anti-Semitism or Jews or anything like that. And I think fundamentally you should understand that's the problem here.
I do that as well.
Nice and quick.
Yeah, you do. But when you also
point to Saudi Arabia, I will be
and
like,
my friend told me it's okay, then the implication there is that what if enough of your friend, of people of the group that your friend is a part of, had the opposite opinion? Would that mean that there is, you know, something legitimate to this state? Obviously, you don't think that.
No,
so why do we keep making this argument?
I told you it's only complimentary, but the reason why I also make that argument is to make sure, because like, look, the reality is, if I were to, I care about anti-Semitism and not spreading it and making sure that like people understand that this is an issue.
I just interject here for a second with something that will get me clipped on the H3 podcast subreddit.
What?
I think you care too much about it. Too much.
I don't think so.
Think about, okay, what are Jews in today's Western society? They are basically slightly less white people.
They're white. Jews are for the most part firmly a part of the white class.
The like incredible like singular focus on anti-Semitism as this special kind of racism that is above all else specifically exists to legitimize Israel. Specifically exists to put a chilling effect on anti-Israel speech. And you are sort of legitimizing that idea by putting such an emphasis on it as well.
No. And here's why. A big part of the advocacy for Israel revolves around constantly tangling it with Judaism. That is what I'm targeting. That is what I'm also trying to dismantle. because I don't care about just simply saying like I don't give a fuck if I mean there are
the,
times
the
where I go,
reason why that the reason why that has so much power is because of this idea of anti-Semitism as some ever-present, like singular, special kind of racist threat.
Okay, now I'm kind of conflicted here, right? Because I see what Bad Empanada is saying, that like needing to rely on, this is my friend from Jewish Voices for Peace. They are in fact Jewish and they agree with me. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is about, you know, this is about stopping, you know, a human rights atrocity. But, you know, I get where that kind of feeds into the idea that it's only okay to criticize Israel if you're doing it, if you got a Jewish person with you. That's kind of, you know, I can see why that's shitty. You'd love to talk about the Jewish exceptionalism thing, Katie. I mean, yeah, that sounds like a good conversation, actually. We need to make that happen. This is but the thing that's bothering me about this, though, is that Hassan said earlier that, like, you know, even though the Canary organization has kind of befouled the phrase "canary in the coal mine," right? I do feel like there is something about anti-Semitism where it is like, it's like a cornerstone of a lot of the fascist projects. Now, I don't think that it has to be, right? I don't think that it, you know, like I think that there are other you know, confirmations of fascism that could, you know, be, you know, like for instance, the fascism in Israel, right? Obviously, you know, not anti-Semitic unless you're talking about the conflation of, anyway, it's, you know, but I feel it and I mean, this is more of a discussion of the way that anti-Semitism works in Europe. That it's just been historically somehow all conspiracy theory roads, all racism roads, you know, all eliminationist rhetoric, or not all of it, but a lot of it anyway, leads back to anti-Semitism. So I would say that maybe there's something special or something represents some kind of origin of sorts. Could really use talking about this topic. Yeah, no, I would love to hear what you have to say about the, you know, bad input. BE's misinterpreting what anti-Semitism is at its core because of how it is currently being used and not as it exists in the greater context of white supremacy. Like, it just seems like there's something formative for fascism or for, you know, European fascism anyway in anti-Semitism.
That's always there, no matter what the social position that Jews actually do have at the present moment in time is. And what I was trying to say is that, like, you legitimize that idea when you talk about it so much, and you always make sure to like put disclaimers in your speech about it, when ultimately, for one, not only does it not matter that in regards to like whether Israel is right or wrong, whether, you know, Jews support it or not, but two, when you sort of play into that terms there, which is that, oh, there's always this endless threat of anti-Semitism in the USA, which is something that they specifically play up so much nowadays, especially.
The people who care about my Jewish friend said it's fine are not the fascists who dog whistle about Jews.
because they don't really have another angle to defend Israel, and the best thing that they can do is to act like, you know, pro-Palestine people are causing this great anti-Semitism crisis. So when you legitimize the idea by, I'm not saying you do it on purpose or whatever, I'm saying maybe by accident, but like when you sort of play into that yourself by constantly denouncing anti-Semitism, by being a crusader against anti-Semitism singularly. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be against anti-Semitism. I'm not against anti-Semitism. I call out actual anti-Semitism way more than most people on the left do, which is worrying. But I don't think it's like this super singular issue that we always need to be cognizant about. I think it's something that once you learn about it, you know, you can spot it, and we don't need to like always be couching what we're saying in like disclaimers and all this sort of thing to make sure.
See, like I agree with a lot of what he's saying in terms that fascism is fascism, genocide is genocide, eliminationism is eliminationism. And it's not bad because of who it's happening to, it's bad because it's happening. Right? I agree on that level. I just feel like there is a point, you know, to gatekeeping your. For instance, chat, during the student protests, there were two people, one of whom I've actually had conflicts with, but you know, like right, two MAGA communists who tried to slip in there and make friends, right? Tried to join the protest, right? Against Israel. And this was Infrared Haas and Jackson Hinkle. These two guys, I'm pretty confident in saying, are actual anti-Semites, right? And the students in charge of the, you know, the students who were organizing at that campus kicked them the fuck out. Now, there are some who might say, hey, listen, there's a genocide going on. We need all the help we can get. Those two guys might be wrong on a million different issues, but if they're going to say, you know, free Palestine, then we want them with us, right? I don't think so. Some people might say that about Candace Owens. Hey, Candace Owens is wrong on so many issues, but she's right on the Palestine issue. Why can't we just say that? I think there's a good reason not to say that. I think there's a good reason not to to avoid association of your movement with anybody who is motivated by, you know, anti-Semitism. Because it can be confusing for people. I mean, you know, should they be confused? No. Should they be a little bit more, you know, should their critical thinking be better? Yes. But that's a huge problem with the human species right now. There's a lot of fucking issues with critical thinking that are shared by a lot of different people. And so I still do find it, you know, efficacious to you know, to differentiate yourself from any of that, right? Bad Empanada said Hassan cares too much about anti-Semitism in his messaging. I think Hassan's audience can benefit from being mindful about it. Yeah, that's the other thing too. There are even some stuff, chat, that could sound innocuous, right? In fact, I hear this rhetoric a lot when you're talking about Israel. The term bloodthirsty is used an awful lot, right? Look, I think there's probably people that are using that phrase and that are not coming from an anti-Semitic place. I would still rather them not use it, right? And you know, these are the kind of people that don't know what blood libel is, right? They're you know, and they're correctly stating that there is a cruelty, a purposeful cruelty in, you know, in the actions of Israel and its military. But it's like, God damn it, could you choose any other word? Literally any other word out there, right? Literally any other word. Like you just stumbled upon a centuries old, you know, trope that you open up the Canterbury Tales. It's right there. It's right there. They're using the blood to make the matzah, or, you know, like, right. This is a real thing. People believe this shit. They believe that Christian children in a Jewish neighborhood were in danger. were in danger of being eaten or whatever, right? That this was like a real thing, and it's old and it's gross and it's right. So it's kind of like, you know, you do need to be a little bit careful, even if you're not intending anything. Like I you know, believe that people could come up with that formulation, could want to say, I think that this is a bloodthirsty action, not even be thinking, not have ever heard of this, right? Not have ever heard of blood libel before, and just use that, you know, bloodthirsty, you know, as an idiom, right? And then you're in a place where you're like, oh no, kind of seems sus. Yeah, you're gonna maybe even convince people that the movement is about that the movement is okay with anti-Semitism. The movement is about anti-Semitism, right? And it's not through any sort of malice. It's just through ignorance, frankly. But yeah, I mean, so Hassan is legitimizing things he shouldn't by thinking he cares about optics, and B's trying to help him stop. Not that B has the perfect plan. Yeah.
I think we're anti-Semitic because by doing that, we very much legitimize the Zionist framing of the issue, which is specifically that anti-Semitism is super important. The problem here is not that we are not against anti-Semitism, because we aren't. The problem is that very idea that anti-Semitism is presently this massive, like, overbearing threat that we all should be super concerned with, because that idea legitimizes Israel, and it's not true.
I do both. And that's the reason why I said I don't agree with what you're saying, is because I
understand this position of yours, but I think you're slightly too fearful. I mean, I'm just speaking from experience, having seen people that don't think that they're anti-Semitic doing and saying anti-Semitic shit. Yeah, like having it almost like unconscious as a operating principle in their mind without even realizing it, right? Just having these weird thoughts about, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you ask them, are you anti-Semitic? No. Do you like Hitler? No. Right? You know, they're like on top of their, in terms of their conscious mind, there's no anti-Semitism, but they still got some weird ideas about, you know, how Jewish people are.
I don't know if you see this or not, but I spent a great deal of time talking about precisely what you just mentioned, as far as like how this is weaponized or how this is like classified as like
saying Israel's bloodthirsty. No, I agree with you, Dat Kitty. Saying Israel's bloodthirsty and its genocidal policy is not anti-Semitic. I stated that I believed it was totally possible for somebody to make that statement not out of anti-Semitism. However, I said that I would prefer that they use almost any other word or idiom or phrase in the world than describe it that way, right? I'm not saying that the friend of mine that person that I know that doesn't think of themselves as anti-Semitic and still they just got some, you know, they got some strange stuff in their back of their unconscious, right? They got some strange ways of thinking about Jewish people. That's not the kind of person I'm talking about when I say somebody who describes, the Israel's foreign policy as bloodthirsty, right? I said it's perfectly possible for somebody to make that formulation without any, covert or implicit anti-Semitism, but I would still rather them like just educate themselves a little bit, right? Unconscious bias is huge in America, whether it be Jews or Black people or what have you. But I do get what Bad Empanada is saying, and I think he does have a point. Like needing, like, you know, like Ethan always talks about Hassan, you know, tokenizing Jewish people. I don't think he does it, right? But when you lock yourself into the paradigm that the way that you show your non-anti-Semitic bona fides is to be like, here's my Jewish friend, that's kind of tokeny. That's kind of like, right? It's just not the, you know, it's not the argument that you should be making there, right? And you don't need the permission of anybody.
a specific form of
Like you don't need you don't need a Jewish person's permission to call a genocide, right? That's not
bigotry that is oftentimes bastardized.
So yeah, I'm really torn in terms of this argument.
You're saying like Jews by and large in the United States of America are classified as white and are in an exceptionally privileged circumstance in comparison to like the Palestinians, right? That's like you're saying. So like therefore,
I'm saying in comparison to other Americans.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Wait, I don't like bloodthirsty. Connor, you totally missed the point. It's not about whether I like the phrase bloodthirsty or not. All right? It's that there are a million other ways to say what you're trying to say, and you stepped on the rake. And while I am sensitive to the fact that tone policing is like almost a reflex for a lot of people, that is true, right? I just think it's bad rhetoric, right? I'm not accusing a person who reaches into their bag for describing a horrible brutal cruel policy and finds the word bloodthirsty. I'm not saying that's sus that you picked up that word. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. Please try to see the nuance in this, right? That person's not wrong for doing that, but they stepped on a rake. And the stakes are so high, we can't afford unforced errors like that. That's what that is. That's an unforced error. It didn't need to happen.
For example, as well.
Or even in comparison to other Americans. Sure, fine. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. Having said that, it's still...
There are infinite rakes. Doesn't that just speak to the infinite permutations of bigotry that are in the background of what we're talking about?
A real bigotry, which is why I think that it's important to make sure that people are not taking their eyes off the ball. And I worry that because Americans are so wired towards bigotry, that the only way to make a convincing argument for them is to literally entertain anti-Semitic conspiracies. And that is why I think it is not a mistake that some of the largest voices that are seemingly anti-Israel in mainstream political discourse, including but not limited to, is the likes of Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or Dan Bilzerian, all of these people who are basically they're incredibly popular, partially because they don't necessarily care about Palestinians. They don't give a shit about Palestinian emancipation at all. They're just using this as a popular, they're using this as a way to drive home more nefarious discourse about the ways in which Jews are controlling American media or whatever the fuck. And I think it's wrong too. And I know you agree with me on this, especially on the front of the whole Israel controls America.
Yeah, Connor, I feel like you're more worried about the message losing its potency than the message reaching its destination. All right? You are not wrong to be reacting to a sick and cruel situation with anger. All right? You're not wrong. But I think you and I agree on one thing, and that's that we want the killing to stop. And popping off, although it feels cathartic, is not the way. It's not the best way to getting the killing to stop.
Like there is an incredibly sophisticated and very expansive influence peddling operation from Israel into the United States of America that has solidified its like favored client nation state status. But ultimately, America still, if they wanted to, could just as easily make one fucking phone call and stop this in its entirety.
Yeah,
and
I
hate
think the
people that
Israel lobby is allowed to exist more so than anything else.
yeah, exactly. So you and I both agree on that front, and so I'm not necessarily doing this as a way to say like Jews have this special status in America. Let's only care about them. Their opinions are more important than the opinions of like Palestinian Americans, for example, or anything like that. The reason why I actually, I never entertained that. That was a big point of fucking contention that actually led to the Leftovers podcast ending. Was I was like, the fuck out of here with the Palestine from the river to the sea. Palestine would be free is anti-Semitic. What are you, insane? Like, that was the major point of contention that me and Ethan had that led to literally this podcast ending. So I have obviously these red lines, but having said that, it's important for me to at least consistently address that for a couple different reasons. One, because there are people.
Yeah, Some Kitten, you're arguing against a straw man. Remember, I didn't say that the person that reaches into their, bag of how to describe cruelty and pulls out bloodthirsty. I specifically said, I think that this person who comes up with this as how to describe what Israel's doing is not necessarily anti-Semitic. All right. So yeah, that's a straw man. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's bad to do that. I'm not saying that the person who comes up with something like that is necessarily bad. I'm just saying that we need to communicate the information. This is what is important about the movement being diverse and the movement having solidarity, is that people who do know where the rakes are can maybe point those rakes out and explain to someone who is trying to come up with language to describe a utterly incomprehensible cruelty and picks up language which in somebody else's mind is gonna, bring up associations that person didn't mean. I'm saying, like, that's an unforced error. And if there's communication, there's an ability to learn from each other, we can avoid that unforced error, right? Because I am for whatever gets the killing to stop. And yeah, I think looking out for rakes is one of those things. Katie brought up something, which I think is correct too, is that you don't need to be operating out of fear. You don't need to be, and maybe even the metaphor of like bloodthirsty, maybe that's a little like of a stretch, right? There's other more obvious connections. There's other more obvious, things that rhyme with anti-Semitic tropes than that, right?
People, especially in like progressive liberal spaces, that do fall into this propaganda that like, this is a product of like anti-Semitism. And two, I don't want to give any credence to the right-wing anti-Semitic rhetoric that revolves around Israel, because it's just wrong. It's a wrong solution, or there won't be any fucking solution whatsoever if their desires are followed on.
I think you have actually, you might not have noticed it, but you have actually sort of become harsher on this recently. Maybe it's because of me, maybe not. No, you definitely have. You definitely have the dog walker comment, the local dog catcher or whatever it was. That was exceptional from you, and that is progress. You might not see it, but it is. I believe recently you also said something. What was it? I was thinking about it there, but I forgot what it was. But you said something in a similar vein to that, regarding like support for Israel or whatever. And stuff, and like no, what you said was, I think it was definitely you. It has to.
I understand what you're saying, but I think the neutering of the language, particularly in the media, well, the media does absolutely. I agree with you there, Connor. The media neuters the fuck out of the language. The media is so it's so wild, right? You see this with the Trump administration too. The media is absolutely cowed, is absolutely afraid, and is useless in a lot of cases, right? Where they'll talk about something like the effects of the tariffs, right? And not connect the dots to the Trump administration. They'll talk about something like the suffering in Gaza and not connect the dots to Israeli and United States foreign policy. and Chinese foreign policy, as Hassan brought up earlier. People may not realize this, but China has a lot more pull, has a lot more sway with Israel than I think anybody realizes it in terms of how much trade they're doing, right? And, you've seen situations in which China, now this isn't to say China worse than the United States. Obviously, the United States is paying for these bombs that are killing these kids, right? So I'm not trying, don't get it twisted that I'm saying that China's, doing more harm than the United States. It's just that like they've also got a potential role to play. They got a lot of power in the world, and they could, right. And it's sorry, I got sucked into remembering Hassan talking about China earlier. Yeah, Michael J. Brooks would be a great voice right now. True. But yeah, sorry, I was reading Connor's comment here. So I'm not arguing for the neutering of the language, right? I'm not saying tone it down. Okay? I'm not saying the problem with like saying something is bloodthirsty is that you're going too hard, or that's too emotionally evocative, right? I'm just saying that's a rake. Don't step on it, right? Or try not to step on it. I'm not even saying you're a bad person for stepping on the rake if you do. I'm not even saying that, I'm not going to assume that somebody that uses a terminology, like I said, that bloodthirsty is necessarily doing so out of anti-Semitism. I just think that with a little bit of mindfulness, they could be a little bit more of an effective advocate. That's all. But yeah, I do agree with you about the media neutering language. 100%, Connor. 100%.
It was that you outright said that in the context of Israel Palestine, like Jews are like white people owning slaves, basically. Not exactly, but like Jews in Israel are in that sort of social position, and that's true. So like
Wait, what
talking
do you mean?
about,
I've been saying that. I've been saying that since day one. I have time and time again mentioned that like what Israel has done is far worse than like a Jim Crow. Like what?
Okay, but you're saying what Israel has done. I'm talking about the social position of Jewish Israelis.
Yeah, that's another major part of my commentary is like I always talk about how like the different the ways in which like in the Western world someone can claim that there's an anti-Semitic attack happening when you have a Jewish person who gets the Star of David painted outside of their house. This happened in France, I think like immediately after October 7.
Mm-hmm.
But when the Star of David is painted outside of the house of someone in the West Bank, that means something entirely different. This is a way to explain the dynamic of like what Judaism looks like in the region and the power position that Jews hold in Israel in particular, but certainly across the board as an expression of American imperialism. This is a very important part of my commentary from the jump. I've always talked about this.
Okay,
like
well, my point here
there is no like I don't think there's any marginalization of Jews.
I'm sure you agree with. And I think maybe you think that you've been saying this all along. I don't think you have. I agree to disagree on that. I'm not specifically here just to call you out. I'm not here to like hold Hasan Piker to account. I'm not Ethan Klein. But my point here is that in the context of Israel Palestine, like talking about anti-Semitism is a fucking joke. It's so worthless. It's pointless. It's like talking about anti-white racism. It is all lives matter.
That's literally what I told Ethan.
Yeah.
How does Noah have cat ears on and I don't? I'm frustrated. Chat, I gotta get cat ears. I left them behind. I left my whole life behind. To get away from... How long was their whole debate? I don't know. Ridiculous. Like, we're on 2 hours here, Benjamin. I left behind, like... I don't know, chat. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't care. I got away. That's what's important. It doesn't matter that I left my trampoline, I left my cat ears, I left like so many things that mean so much to me. Like every single key, I had a chance, chat. Just like we had a chance to put a butterfly in my hair, and it's 30 seconds, it's gonna expire. I had a chance to get on that plane, and it turned out there was very little I could take. We need more conversations, less debates. Yeah, I like this conversation. Why do people call it a debate? I mean, there's some contentiousness. It's also, they're doing a charity stream, right? So any inclination that Bad Empanada might have to take Hassan to task is going to be maybe muted a little bit. I'll get my cat ears soon. I hope so. I also need to get my visa. I need to get my cat ears. I have so much stuff that I gotta worry about. You will care less as time goes by. I had to leave a lot behind. Thank you, Choki. That actually means a lot to me that you've been through something similar.
In our
When
first
did you tell him
conversation,
that? Like 4 years ago? I don't know. When I saw you, like, come on, Ethan, don't call Jewish voice for peace the capos.
Yeah, Thailand no doubt has cat ears.
What you should have
No,
said
that
there,
was what I
Hasan
said
Piker.
before that.
Oh, Hasan Piker, what you should have said to him in that situation is, Ethan, in this case, the Holocaust victims are the fucking Palestinians. They have capos, not the fucking Israelis. Shut the fuck up, you moron.
Okay. You have to understand something. You have to understand something. I literally told him verbatim what you just said, not the Holocaust thing, but I should have. You're right. And I have made this comparison on numerous occasions since then. But I literally told him verbatim exactly what you said. I was like, what are you talking about? You're doing like all lives matter shit, like a white supremacist, to someone saying,
Did you ever go to get your friend? Wait, my roommate's cat? Is that what you're saying, HK?
Black Lives Matter. Like, why would I listen to what you have to say on this issue? Like, I'm telling you what the Palestinians are saying in this emancipatory slogan, and you, on the other hand, are presenting your feelings on this issue when, if you are at odds with this message, like, you are a part of the party, you are defending the party that is doing these actions. It's the same as listening to someone like a white Christian right winger say all lives matter to black people that are saying Black Lives Matter. That was literally the conversation that we had on October 17th, 2023. So yes, I have been saying this.
Right down to the date. Well, I mean, I'm happy to take your word for it.
You can go back and watch it. You know,
no, I'm not going to go and relitigate your clips from 3 years ago.
Wait, my friend was coming to the USA, and I had to get some stuff for them. I mean, HK, I was leaving the USA, and I had to take some of my stuff to like a self-storage place for my friend to maybe be able to, you know, either keep it herself or to send it to me. Is that what you're thinking? Yeah, it's not on Noah's channel from what I've heard, Finn Peanut.
Okay, it's not free.
I'll cut chat as soon as I get done with this. I'll cut a version. I'll cut a highlight and try to put it out.
Years ago, but you know what I mean. I'm not here to do that. I mean, I don't even know why I'm here. I'm here to make money for UNRWA so they can give people food so they don't die. That's why I'm here, honestly. So,
yeah. But yeah,
I mean, I'm glad at least now we seem to agree on that, and I will have.
You misunderstood? I mean, I'm a confusing person to try to follow, HK. It's probably not your fault if you misunderstood.
My entire harassment Discord server permanently watching your stream to make sure that you stay in line, so be very careful.
Listen, the Turk does not concern themselves with the opinions of the Greek. Okay,
yes, Ottoman.
The Ottoman does not concern himself with this. You are a very powerful janissary, though. I will admit.
You are literally a fucking like a living room ornament. Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm I'm the Sultan. Okay, I'm the Sultan here. I'm the
I said for
Padishah.
years, okay, like the
And
first
you
video
are
I ever
the
made
you are
about
the
Hasan
nubile you
Piker.
are the nubile boy.
Oh, you were misunderstood. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you were asking. Okay.
That my soldiers brought in and were like, this boy right here,
No,
he's gonna be a
Drew
good warrior.
Drew Pavlov's son is going to be the Janissary.
Wait, at their place? I was supposed to go to their place? Friend was coming to the USA and you had to get... I'm trying to remember a friend of mine that was coming to the USA and that I needed to get stuff for. How long ago was this, HK? Now I'm curious. Like, the fact that I'm misunderstanding so much, it's making me want to understand.
No, he's a terrible Janissary.
No, Drew Pavlov.
How long ago was this?
He recently made a video where he like...
Maybe I can figure out what you're talking, what you're
It was
saying.
like a bad Empanada denouncement video, and it's just totally like random and it's out of nowhere. But he made a video. It's like, bad Empanada tried to sue me and I won. And it's like,
It's like 3 weeks ago. Brenda's coming to the USA. 3 weeks ago, I was here. I was in Thailand, so... And I had to get a cat for them, or I had to get stuff for them. I might have said... I do have a lot of friends that want to get out of the US. I was living at the other place. Was I... Yeah, 3 weeks ago, maybe I would have been in a hotel room, right? Did it look like a hotel room? And I said that, like, I had to get stuff for my friend that was coming, a friend in Thailand was coming back to the USA for family. Oh, yeah, my friend. That's right. Okay. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. This was a friend of mine that came to Thailand at the same time that I did. We were going to do a YouTube channel together, but yeah. Oh, yeah, I did have to pick stuff up. Not a cat, though. He didn't have a cat. That's true. I did have to get some stuff at his apartment. That is true. Yeah. But it was like his bath towel, his blender, right? His rice cooker. I'm trying to think of his wok, right? It was all stuff. So yeah, his dad got his cat got sick. That's what it is. Yeah. There was a cat involved. There was a cat. So yeah, my friend came out here at the same time as I did. We had plans to help him set up a YouTube channel talking about travel in Thailand and just sort of gauged at people who might be interested in traveling here. And then his cat got sick and his dad got sick at the same time. So he had to go home and he thought he was going to have to, put the cat to sleep. But it turns out the cat just had bad digestion. See, chat, I'm not crazy. No, you're anything but crazy. So afraid you forgot a cat. Yeah, well, no, he went home and, okay, so good news about the chat. Good news about the cat, chat. Good news about the cat. The cat is actually fine, right? From what he said, right? The cat had digestive issues. The cat did not have kidney issues. We were worried that the cat had kidney issues and that he was going to have to put the cat to sleep. But it turns out, he was able to get the cat the help that it needed. His dad, on the other hand, I haven't really pushed and asked him about how his dad's doing. So, because that's, family. And if he brings it up, I'll, I've just been waiting for him to bring it up. Right. But yeah, that is the story about the cat. And I'd almost forgotten. I almost didn't know what you were talking about.
I sent him a legal letter because he was publicly accusing me of raping children. Okay. And I decided not to go through with it. And I ended up raising money for charity and for UNRWA instead. This was like a year ago. And in his video talking about this, Drew Pavlov, he made a counter accusation against me that what he had accused me of was true. And part of his evidence of this was a tweet where I posted a poll that said, should Drew Pavlov's children be conscripted into Janissary duty? And I shit you not. When the time
Somebody explain this janissary to me. Can somebody explain what the fuck? What is a janissary? Is this something related to the Ottoman Empire?
came him to put evidence on the screen for his allegations against me. That was what he put on the screen. And the best part about it was that was attached to a poll, which was like 99.9% yes. And he edited the poll out of the screenshot as well. And this is specifically relevant to our discussion about the Ottoman and the Greek. So I thought that was funny.
Well, I think he would make for a horrible janissary. I would never allow him to be.
We would need to get to him very early before Drew destroys his mind.
Yeah. You, on the other hand, you have the gumption and the intensity necessary
I'm a bit old. I'm
to
extremely
be in the
old,
fucking front lines.
What do you think about the Armenian genocide? You're Turkish. I hold you collectively responsible.
You know what's
video I
actually
ever
really
made of
interesting?
you.
You know what's
What I
really
said was
interesting about
keep
that?
the Armenians away from Hasan Piker.
So what's really interesting about that is like, well, first of all, in Turkey, it's not even like in school, like I learned it as though it never happened, or like people were lying about it. And I always thought it was like interesting because like something just didn't add up. You know what I mean? What?
So they just don't talk about it at all.
No, I don't know what it looks like now in like current curriculum, but yeah, when I was growing up and I went to I went to middle school and high school all the way up into high school in Turkey. It's like kind of embarrassing to kind of admit this, but like System of a Down kind of played a role in me going, maybe there's more to this, like to this narrative, which is such a strange thing to admit now, like, you know, decades later. But yeah, that was my first like introduction into perhaps the overarching narrative that the state was presenting as true was maybe not true. It's really
was the Sultan's personal infiltrate. They were like well treated. What I'm getting is that they were captured during maybe conquest. It were children captured and then raised to be elite troops for the Sultan. Is that the idea? Like Mamelukes?
Interesting though, because like I've never
young boys kidnapped from enemy nations to be raised as warriors for the Ottoman army. I see where they're going with this.
Deny the Armenian genocide, and yet like that's like the number.
And this is something that the Ottoman Empire did in the Balkans, but maybe also in Greece. Is that why he's bringing it up with Bad Empanada? Because they did this in Greece.
For one thing,
it's literally just the first thing they think of when you're Turkish. It's literally
Andrew Tate has claimed that I deny the Armenian genocide. He's like, which is weird because you know he's a fucking horrible monster. But
isn't he like? He's been arrested in like every.
They did it in multiple places. Yeah, like the article I found was talking about the Balkans, but
in the world
he came to America and did a rape. Like
the Ottomans did a lot of conquests, so
squeezed in a fucking rape in America while he was here for like 2 weeks. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Did he get out? Like, did he escape before they?
Yeah, he just like lives in Dubai. I think. I don't know. I don't know how the fuck that works.
Oof.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, so what like
maybe Andrew Tate
what is like the narrative? Literally,
me.
like they just don't even mention anything in Turkey regarding the Armenian genocide. It's just totally gone. Or
they say it's a lie. It's similar to Israel, ironically enough, another state that also I think does not recognize
they left voluntarily.
Does not recognize the Armenian genocide. No, the narrative is at the time when I was learning about it was like during World War I. The Armenians, by way of being like Orthodox Christians, I think, were aligning with Russia on the Russian front, with the Russian Empire. And so they were collaborators with the Russian Empire, and therefore they were killing like Turkish villagers, like they were killing their own villagers. So they had to be transferred. It was a population transfer into Syria. And that like along the way of said population transfer, you know, accidents happen, mistakes happen, and some of the Armenians died due to the horrible conditions, but ultimately it wasn't a genocide, is what they say, and they claim that it's a population transfer or something. But the other interesting part about this, obviously, is that like this right here is also part of the reason why I'm so frustrated all the time with like people that believe that the Nakba didn't happen, or or people that deny Israel's ongoing genocide, where it's like, well, if I can fucking understand after having this beamed to my consciousness from an early age that like the Armenian genocide is real, in spite of like what all of the things that I trusted, all of the institutions that I trusted telling me that it's not real, then you can fucking figure out that Israel is also a genocidal state, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to understand as well. A lot of Zionists do not believe the things that they say. That's simply true. Like a lot of Israelis do not believe the things that they say. Like in terms of these people are indoctrinated. I think a lot of the time it's not that they're indoctrinated; it's that they recognize a system that benefits them, and they will lie to try to legitimize it or maintain it. I think Israelis overall know what happened during the Nakba. I think in Turkey it's kind of different because there was not like a sort of there's not like a conflict afterwards that they have to benefit from denying it, so they don't really need to think about it that much. Whereas in Palestinians are literally still there right now claiming the land from Israelis, so they need to continually reinforce their narrative, not so much as the Turkish do.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I mean, it's like in America, once a long enough time passes, like no one talks about or cares about the indigenous genocide of the Native Americans.
Biden literally went and just apologized to Native Americans, and everyone forgot about it the next day because it's just now they're comfortable talking about it because there's no consequences for talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my biggest fear is that like this will be relegated to the dustbins of history, and then like Israel would do like fucking disgusting land acknowledgements 100 years in the future. You know what I mean? I just like thinking about that makes me so angry.
I don't know. I don't even know if Zionists would do that. I don't know. Zionism seems like a particularly bad settler colonial ideology that might even reach that stage.
Probably not. Yeah, because I hope that there will be a dismantling of.
Chad, I'm looking at the bonus content. Like I'm just kind of I don't know. This debate, this conversation has lasted for fucking ever, right? And the reason the reason I started streaming so late was because I was waiting until this was over, and now I'm watching this whole thing. But I'm looking when I type in Hasan Piker lied detention. The first thing that comes up is actually a Destiny video from his podcast with Dan Saltman. That's an hour and 20 minutes. I don't think any of us have the I don't think we can successfully get through that one. Hassan lied about his airport detention. So that's Dan Saltman going over it. Nuxinator, 100% proof. Hassan lied about his arrest. It's a 25-minute video. Is there not like an Asmongold video? Hasan Piker lied detention Asmongold. Does this exist? Asmongold and Ethan fans celebrate Hassan's detention. Asmongold just ended Hassan. Accused by Asmongold of lying. That's a Vanguard video. A 21-minute video by Asmongold. Oh my god, chat. Oh my fucking god. Please watch the Fantano thing. Oh my god, I would love to. So how this works if you're kind of new here, right? Is that right over there, across the way from me, is the bonus goal, right? And you can see right now it's at 110 out of 200. When it gets to 100, that means we watch the top bonus topic, right, in the poll, which right now is Slop Tubers deny Hassan's detention. I would love to watch the, it's only actually, what is that, like 8 points behind, right? Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool's 8 points behind. Right, so vote if you haven't already, if you want, especially if you want something different than watching Asmongold, Nux Taku, or fucking Destiny, right? Save me from this if you want to, right? I'm not telling you what to do. The choice is up to you. The other thing that can affect it It's when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you give the gift of memberships, if you give the gift of weasels to other people, right? You support me on Throne, you sign up for my Patreon, or you support me on Twitch, including for free with a Twitch Prime, then you have the ability to tell me which of these topics you want to see. And you can actually put your, add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So what I'm telling you, chat, I look, I'm not trying to make it this like blatant for you, but Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool is only $8 behind SlopTubers deny Hassan's detention. Now, I'm not trying to make it gross and be like, somebody give me $8 so I don't have to watch Nux Taku. But that is unironically kind of how it shakes down, right? So if we through donations, we can get something else ahead of SlopTubers deny Hassan's detention, then we can avoid watching. Yeah, right now I'm seeing Asmongold, I'm seeing Nux Taku, and I'm seeing Destiny. And not just Destiny, but Destiny with Dan Saltman.
Zionism,
Landlord
across the board,
Dan.
and that there will be a single solitary secular state. Inshallah.
Joshua Keller, I could shit on my floor in my room. It would still be a lot cleaner than Asmongold's room.
I mean, on its own, Israel will collapse probably. It's probably unsustainable. However, clearly, Israel is presently trying to just get rid of all Palestinians. Like they're trying to do that. The problem is for them, they are kind of a small country without basically no geopolitical leverage anymore. Like whatever usefulness they used to have in terms of fucking up all the fucking in all.
Has anybody seen Vamps in chat too? I gotta let Vamps know that I am ready to take new pictures, right? Vamps. So tonight I did my own thumbnail. A lot of times Vamps does it. If you see me with a good thumbnail on my stream, it's probably because Vamps did it, because she's a much better graphic artist than I am. But she's always bugging me for new pictures, right? We got a bunch of pictures. They're very old. And she's like, do you want to take some new pictures? And I'm like, my hair is gross. And I haven't, I don't know. I make up some excuse and I don't take the picture. I'm looking better than I have in a long time, chat. I feel like I should take some, we should get, in other words, chat, we should get some pictures of me with red hair to put on the thumbnails. That's what I'm saying.
Around in all the politics of their neighbors. They're kind of beginning to outweigh that in their just blatant and overt genocide.
Joshua Kell, super chatted $10. Ugh, this and my last 5 goes to Paul V. Furtado and if I'm here to be the against me, and Laura Jane Grace expert.
That is music to my ears. Joshua Keller. 15, all right, to Anthony Fantano does indeed put Anthony Fantano over SlopTubers. Whoa.
Genocide that now everyone can see, and even their own people are having trouble denying. So, I don't know. Maybe there is some case for optimism there in that, Israel is not going to be able to carry out their goals as much as they would like to, and they might try, they might explode under the weight of trying to, because
Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? What the fuck? Are we back? No, I think it's not effing. I think, are we back? Are we back? We do have some, no, it's not that one. Let's try this. Hassan. Is it this one? Are we back? We're back. Oh my God, chat. This is the new meta. This is the new meta. When my stream goes down, there will be a way to bring it back. Oh my God. Did I just kill the poll though? Chalky with the gifted membership to Alan Fox. Alan Fox, you just got weaseled. Chalky just gave somebody a membership, possibly to try to get rid of the to save us from Nux Taco and Asmongold and all those fuckers. I can't see the poll. Oh my god. Okay, well, we remember what it was, right? And we're almost done with this. We're gonna say like weird shit's happening here, chat. But 15 points for Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool. We did lose some viewers right there, chat. Some ye of little faith. Oh wait, no, I still see the poll. Yes, Sloptubers deny Hassan's detention. 37%. Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool with 29%. How many people like really thought that was the end of the stream? We'll see, chat. We'll see. It looks like we lost 40 people. 40 people have no faith in me. They think I'm just gonna drop off I'm gonna take your donation money and I'm gonna leave you without even doing any bonus content. Not today. Not today, Satan. Oh, also I gotta change this because we I think it was it should be 123. Yeah, it should be 123 here. There we go. Huh. At least half will come back. No, only 40 left. Oh, half of the 40, you mean. I see. Maybe so. We'll see. We'll see if they come back.
It wants to do.
This is a trust building exercise, chat. With new viewers that maybe have never watched me before, and they thought that they got fucked over. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that I was the kind of charlatan that would just run and not do bonus content.
While
in this world where everybody fucking lies to you, I actually don't blame you for not trusting me.
Allies can also somehow sell the idea that they are for a two-state solution, all that sort of stuff. I don't know, it seems untenable, but they're definitely trying anyway.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I think they have a grand design in the region, and Israel plays an important role in this. And I think that there's going to be more. Israel's going to play a major role in going against Iran as well, because I think
wait.
Goal for America is to
one more question, chat, really quick. Are we back on Twitch as well? Twitch chat. When it comes to Twitch chat, if you're out there, say something, right? Because we just dropped. We came back. We're definitely back on YouTube. I think we're back on Twitch, but I'm not sure. Also, what does the stream title say if you're watching me on Twitch?
To go and decouple the rest of the world from trading with China. Move them to like India or other secondary markets for manufacturing. Only so they can more easily go to war with China.
I mean, I think Israel has been super important to Middle Eastern strategy for the US in particular. I mean, you can see the result of that right now. The reason the Arab countries don't do anything about Gaza is in large part thanks to the...
We're good. Zara can see me on Twitch. Stream title says Hasan Piker debates bad Empanada for charity. That's perfect.
Role that Israel played in just totally fucking up regional geopolitics to the point where the US was able to capture their government.
So chat, even with a technical difficulty, even with streaming software failure, we can still come back. This is superior, chat. I think I'm going to ditch Restream. I think I'm going to use this from now on. Unless Zara's got a good argument for why I should stick with Restream. I think she had there was something maybe that I haven't considered yet.
It's
no, for sure,
amazing at that. But then there's also like
Chat, I desperately need Noah Samsen to go like this. You know what I'm saying? He's got the gloves on. I need him to do one of these.
Even though like there's a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia,
I mean, he's doing this.
Saudi Arabia
is
and
good.
Israel are like going to be rivals at some point because their own interests in the region is kind of conflict. The Saudis want to be the hegemon. Israel also wants to be the hegemon, and at some point that's going to come to a head as well. So the U.S. like aligning with Saudi Arabia also sort of puts, I feel like a time limit in Israel's existence. Honestly,
come on, Noah. Do this.
It doesn't matter. The U.S. can't control Saudi Arabia. They want you to think that they can, but they don't. They support it. Saudi Arabia is way more powerful than Israel will ever be, and I think that creates a situation where eventually Israel and the Saudis will get into a spat about something, and that will probably balloon into a conflict between the two. It's just, will the Palestinians be dead before then? I hope not.
I mean, I think if the Saudis were thinking that far ahead, they would already also have a foothold in the resistance to a certain degree, in the resistance against Israel, at least to make sure that there's like
yeah. So if the Saudis, you know, were viewing Israel as a long-term rival, then they would be planting the seeds to do PR against Israel if there's ever a conflict, right? They would be maybe doing more for Palestine. You'd think, right?
If that time ever comes.
Obviously, at the moment, the diplomatic relations kind of have the United States as a hub.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that too.
So that's what's holding Saudi and Israel together. Also, they're both enemies with Iran and Iran's allies.
I mean, the Saudis are cucked to some degree. I sound like a serious political analyst, don't I? By
no, they are servile dogs to American interests because primarily they want to diversify their investment portfolios. They want to get a stronger foothold in Western capital. They want Western capital to come into the country, and they care about those things, and they know that, and also they like the weapons and possibly get a nuke. So and all of
I think
those
if they
things,
wanted a
Donald Trump's
nuke, they
gonna
would
give them.
already have it. No one's stopping them.
I think Donald
They
Trump
might already have it, honestly.
I don't know. I don't know if they already have it or not, but by the end of Trump's presidency, no, I don't know how long that'll.
Everyone has nukes by the end of.
Probably will have one.
Yeah, chat. That's what's going to happen by the end of Trump's presidency. Everybody will be getting nukes.
The world will look like at the end of Trump's presidency.
Nah, dude, I have no fucking idea. I don't know. He's the great peacekeeper.
Did you see that Dan Saltman? This is totally unrelated. Did you see that Dan Saltman called you out because it's possible that your interview was 50 minutes instead of 2 hours? What do you have to say to that, Hassan?
It comes out.
Yeah, dude, that was really funny because, like, I think he openly admitted that.
Chat, that is what you're going to be missing tonight because of a very well-timed donation, right? That is what you're going to be missing is the Dan Saltman allegations that maybe Hassan's detention did not last the full 2 hours.
Lying, and it doesn't matter that he's lying, and what matters is like the narrative.
Here. I need to, this is your entertainment, okay? I'm a CBP officer. I'm Iraqi. Saddam was a lion, and also Saddam was a lion.
Yeah, he was a Baathist.
Every Iraqi I've ever met has told me that Saddam was a lion, and also, so how long was the interview?
Shakespeare says, "Le slop tuber, le slop tuber." I'm trying to pronounce things correctly.
Oh, I don't fucking know, dude. I have no idea.
Yeah, sorry for keeping you up, BCAT K. Again, chat, sorry for starting the stream so late. I wanted to wait and make sure that, I wasn't competing with Noah in his own with his own debate, right? So we waited until Hassan and Bad Empanada stopped talking to begin, and then I took, as always, a million years to react to this stuff.
He's I think they did a.
I mean, you probably weren't counting.
Les slow to beurre. Les slop to beurre.
They did like a timeline assessment, and I think they like added some time to like.
Oh wait, that's $2 for the slop tubers. I didn't even realize that. Chat. Oh no. Oh no. We're going back. We're going back. Now look, it's not there yet. It's not there yet. But there was 8 points in between these two. Then Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool got 15, which puts them 7 up. But now with Shakespeare's super chat, they are only 5 up now. It is getting close again. J'ai peur.
Landed or something. I don't fucking know. Like, who gives a shit?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it's like Hasan Piker was only interviewed for 30 minutes. Okay, so what? I mean, they
Like,
interviewed
the
you like
point
in the
of
place where they
contention-
take the non-citizens. That's
Yeah,
the whole
the
problem.
point of contention there isn't like the length of my interrogation. The point of contention there is the fact that they asked me about like what my loyalty is to Donald Trump or
Yeah,
Israel.
people were trying to frame it like this is normal. Like this is something that happens to you, everyone we internationally.
Was BE normal the whole time? Pretty much, Benjamin.
No, when you internationally travel and they ask you questions, like they were comparing this to like, oh, you get asked when you give them your passport, and is this business or pleasure? They think it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah, no, it
you were
was
literally
not.
pulled aside for like an interview that they usually only give to like foreigners.
Yeah,
to ask you about basically whether you're a terrorist.
But also, what's funny about it is that like the Department of Homeland Security admitted that it happened. So I don't know why they're like still running this narrative that like this did not happen actually, because like the DHS openly was like it did happen, but it's routine. He's lying for likes for saying he was politically
You want to know who
targeted.
did lie about something? You ever hear of Ethan Klein's skulls?
Yeah, that's what the interviewer asked me, and I was too afraid to admit that. Yes, he was.
Oh,
he
yeah.
said, "Hey, it says here that you have a sword that Ethan said was a swastika, but also admitted wasn't a swastika. What do you have to say about this sword? Where did you purchase this sword?"
At least the DHS guy was 10 times smarter than these motherfuckers, and he just immediately recognized that Rashid wasn't a hoofy.
Yeah, that's why I thought I lucked out with the fucking Iraqi agent.
But you would think that someone who works for them would at least know that sort of stuff anyway, even if they want Iraqi, no? Or maybe not.
No, I think the reason why they gave me the Iraqi guy was because I assume I don't know too much about
They
the
thought you were an
background.
Arab.
No, not because I'm an Arab, but the line of questioning was going to pertain to like Middle Eastern stuff because he asked me if I traveled to the Gulf and shit too. So I think they have like different agents that are more knowledgeable on certain issues. So they were like, oh, like we'll give the Iraqi guy to question this dude.
The detainment time distortion thing was a Dan Saltman thing the whole time. I mean, he's the one that's on Twitter making that allegation, right? And look, it's not just him, right? Dan Saltman posted this on Twitter. He made some kind of a diagram which like supposedly shows Hasan Piker lands at Chicago airport at 4:22 Eastern Standard Time. He messages lol overruled at this time, and then he messages he's out at this time, and he adds up the time, and it's like not 2 hours, right? The scandal here, Chad, is that Hasan Piker may have, and I'm not even sure about this. I'm not even sure if this is right, but may have lost track of some time. May have not known how much time he was being interrogated for. But when you look at the way the slop tubers are covering this, they're saying their headline reads, Hasan Piker lied about his detention. It's kind of, comports with the Trump administration's claim that Hasan Piker is lying for likes. That's literally what they said. So the slop tubers are running with Trumpaganda on Hasan Piker, right? They are straight up running with Trumpaganda. And I told you at the beginning of this stream, I'll reiterate it now, chat. I think that Dan Saltman likely voted for Trump. I don't think that Trump's his favorite candidate. I don't think that he loves Trump, but I think he looked at Trump on the ballot and he looked at Kamala And he's like, she's kind of woke. I don't really like this woke stuff. And as much as I don't like Donald Trump, I really hate this woke stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the lever for Donald Trump. I think that is likely what Dan Saltman did in the voting booth. All right. I can't prove it. I don't know it for sure. I'm not making any kind of legal claim or anything like that. I'm just saying likely. Just like Dan Saltman said that Hasan Piker was likely lying about his detention. They put you in a time agnostic chamber. I mean, how are you supposed to know how long you were in there for? Anyway, Dan Saltman owes Irene and me over $9,000 billion. Wait, that's like $1 trillion. That's 9 trillion. That's 9 trillion. That's a lot of money. I could use that money. Shakespeare could use that money. We could all use that money, chat.
Yeah, because like
that.
Does Dan Saltman have 9 trillion that?
Because I was coming back from France. I wasn't coming back from the fucking Gulf. Like
I think all the Destiny Orbers. Look, Cult of Wrestling. If you're saying that they got a certain right-wingedness to them, 100%, I think you're right. I don't think it's super common for them to actually vote for Trump, though, and I think that Dan Saltman does. I think that Destiny's got a very weird friend, and he should be more concerned about his podcast co-hosts than he is about Hasan Piker, right? If he even cares about anything, which with Destiny, who fucking knows? Who fucking knows what Destiny does or does not care about? Dan Stalkman has admitted publicly that he doesn't give a shit about, oh yeah, I saw that, MF Doomscroll. Doesn't give a shit about shamelessly lying. He doesn't care about context and only cares about optics. That's pretty much what I heard from him too, yeah. Anyway, Dan Saltman's just another Destiny orbiter, weirdo, Twitch poll creep.
I was coming back from a family vacation with from France, but that was the other reason why that was suspicious. Why are you asking me about Israel Palestine? I'm just traveling back from France with my family. Interesting.
I mean, they just saw an opportunity to like potentially get you. That's really all there is to it.
Yeah.
Like if you had said the wrong thing, I don't even know. Like, how would they arrest you though? Even if you had said, "Yeah, I love Hamas," it's the USA. Like, there's no way that would fucking fly in the court. So what was their plan? That's the scary part.
See, that's the problem. So I talked to a couple journalists.
But hey, look, I don't want to accuse anybody on my stream of anything that they didn't actually do. So Dan Saltman, if you're out there, if you're name searching or whatever, and you want to come on and have a conversation about your actual behavior in the voting booth and how you didn't get mad at Kamala Harris for being too woke, and you didn't pull that Trump, handle, we'll have that conversation, Dan. I might have some other questions for you as well.
Including Jeremy Scahill. And I think the thing that they're trying to do now is, and they have done this in like previous court cases where they claim that like offering legal counsel to someone of a known terrorist organization is considered material support. And that's an expansion on what previously used to be considered material support. Because speech in the past was not considered material support, but they say this is like speech, but also services at the same time. So I think what this administration is trying to do is basically muddy the line between material support and speech in an effort to claim that like if you actually interview a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or like the Houthis, you're doing material support, which I think is really fucked up. And I did not want to be the precedent-setting court case in that regard.
Does Dan Saltman profess to be on the left? Look, he's associated with Destiny, who does profess to be on the left. So you would assume that he's some kind of left-esque person. But whenever I hear him talk about politics, right? Whenever I hear him complain about Twitch, he's complaining that Twitch is too woke. And he's doing it just like a right-winger does. That's what I'm saying, chat. I think there's some chance that Dan Saltman may be Trump-coded.
So, and luckily I had not at the time interviewed.
And I mean,
someone.
Was he a streamer before Destiny? I mean, he's older than Destiny, but I don't think so.
There was no legal basis for that anyway, because the Houthis weren't a terrorist group on the list yet when he did that. So It doesn't sound like a
Oh
very
no,
sound
yeah,
case, even by their own
that's not
terms.
my fear. Yeah, I think. Well, I'm worried because in general, I'm worried that like there are so many fucking journalists. Like Jeremy is not in America right now, but like, what's up? Is he gonna come back to America and they're gonna fucking make him a precedent
Yeah, like
setting?
they're basically doing like European sort of laws in the US now.
But no, not even in Europe. You can still, as a journalist, interview members of terror groups.
Oh, yes, there is that. Yeah. You
Yeah.
can't say like I like Hamas though. You get in big trouble for that.
Yeah, yeah, I know. That's why fucking Kneecap had to apologize. And
Just on that point, by the way. Yeah, like that. Oh my god, they were begging. They were on their fucking knees, man. Please don't arrest us.
Well, they really fucked them over, dude. They really fucked them over. Like they scoured through thousands of hours of concert footage to find one time where they said like up Hamas, up Hezbollah, to be like, you're going to fucking prison, which is so psychotic. And I totally understand why in that situation to be like, oh, that's crazy. We're not doing that. We didn't do that. You misunderstood us. We meant up yours.
What I was gonna say to you is I heard this from
that's what they were saying. They were saying up Hamas as in, fuck them. Yeah, that's what they were saying.
In my chat. So it might not be true. But I heard you say like bad Empanada doesn't know what can happen to us in the US when you speak out against Israel because he's in Argentina. Do you know what happens to you in Argentina when you speak out against Israel?
Milei comes after you with a chainsaw. He feeds you to his 700 clones of his dog from the 80s. Is that what happens? You become dog food for a bunch of dog clones?
You think we don't have an ADL? We do. It's called Daya. Okay.
Wait, like the vegan cheese, Daya?
I don't know what happens. I actually don't know the Argentine hate speech laws. Didn't they fucking disappear like an insane number of Jewish people in Argentina?
Yeah. Oh, they disappeared Jewish people.
Wait, are we talking about during the junta or
like this was like the US-backed dictatorship that did it, and they took like
yeah. Is that what we're talking about? This happened during the junta, right?
Bunch of Jewish people and the ones who got released, like who were tested, gave testimonies. They were asking us if Israel wants to colonize Argentina because there's like this conspiracy theory in Argentina. Because like Herzl and that Zionist movement initially thought about Argentina as like a possible place for the Jewish colony. And because of that, there's a conspiracy theory in Argentina that Israel still wants to take over a part of Argentina. So the dictatorship, geniuses they were, kidnapped a bunch of random Jews and would ask them, like electrocute their ballsack.
I'm sorry, chat. Does anybody know when he says the dictatorship, he's talking about the junta, right?
And be like, what do you
the military dictatorship
want in Patagonia? What do you people want in Patagonia?
Yeah,
so that's a fun little tidbit for you.
I think
aside from that, though,
I think it was the Ottoman Sultan that initially, when asked by Theodore Herzl to purchase Israel, historic Palestine, he said, "Fuck off! That's not going to happen. Go to Argentina or something." I think that was the initial.
About it. And then, but like. In the end, like Herzl, at least I don't know what the rest of them moved forward. I haven't like read the minutes of their meetings and stuff, but like Herzl decided on Israel because he thought it would like unleash nationalist sentiments better than a random place. So
there was also what was the other? There was another place in Africa. There was another
Uganda. Yeah,
Uganda.
Yeah. Didn't they also think about, was it Mozambique?
And the irony is they were like, we can't do Uganda because like the natives will kill us if we do Uganda. That was one of the big reasons why they didn't want to do Uganda, from what I understand.
Yeah, they thought they were too combative, probably.
Yeah.
But
which is crazy.
what I was getting at, like at the beginning of this little segment here, is like, so in Argentina, guess what the legal definition of anti-Semitism is under hate speech laws? Guess what definition they use? IHRA. You know it.
IHRA? Is it IHRA?
Yeah. It's
Classic.
like comparing Israel to the Nazis is anti-Semitic. Or saying that Israel is racist is anti-Semitic. This is the legal definition of anti-Semitic.
Herzl ended up supporting Uganda as the land without a people for the people without a land, and was then ostracized.
Semitism under
Argentine. What happens to you?
Was it Mozambique, or am I misremembering? There was another African country that was talked about.
When you say stuff,
I don't know. Why haven't they reported me? Why? Where are they? I'm here. Come at me. But they mostly go after like politicians, as far as I know. Like, so about 6 months ago, there was a politician who said like Israel is Nazi Germany, Israel is racist. He literally just said that sort of thing.
He said the
Our
truth.
ADL, our ADL took him to court, and he got sentenced to a 6-month suspended prison sentence.
What?
So yeah.
So what's gonna happen if they come after you? You're gonna go to jail?
Maybe.
What was it? Madagascar? You know what? I think you're right, Bad Lefty.
I'll actually stream from jail.
Yeah, no, motherfucker. You're gonna be like, "Am Israel high, sir? I'm so sorry."
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Please don't come after me,
Just
Mr.
like
Millet.
just like me at the fucking the DHS when they were like, "Do you like Hamas? Do you think it's a resistance group?" And I just kept repeating, Hamas is a recognized terrorist group by the U.S. State Department. That's what I just kept repeating over and over again after every question. I was like, the Houthis are
It's the best
recognized
answer.
as a terrorist group by the U.S. State Department. And then whenever they kept asking me about Israel, my opinions on Israel, I was like, I am on the side of peace. I want
You sounded
peace.
like fucking Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib for a while there.
Yeah. I'm on the side of peace. Or the other guy's like Luai Ahmed or whatever. There's a Yemeni version of
the one who they were posted like fucking Ethan Klein quoted him. Oh my God,
yeah.
these
He was
people.
like, Hassan,
I'm
you
a
don't
staunch
understand.
advocate for the Palestinian people. Here's this paid token Arab who happens to agree with every single Zionist talking point.
Dude, paid token Arab from the Atlantic Council. Like, here is the guy that works for the fucking Atlantic Council. Like, are you kidding me?
The Yemeni one as well, or are you talking about Ahmed?
No, I think that I don't know what the Yemeni one does. I didn't even look at him. He's hotter than the Palestinian token. I'll be honest.
The
Luai
Palestinian
Ahmed is,
token guy. Oh my God, he's. I don't know if I have a video on where I cover him, but his story, it's incredibly sad, and then it's also pathetic because he lost like 20 family members in Gaza during the war.
Yeah.
And he weaponizes that to do pro-Israel propaganda. He's like, I don't blame Israel for this. I blame Hamas, blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, it's so pathetic and disgusting.
I mean,
No one initially thought
I initially
thought he could be saved, but I was wrong. Son of Hamas is just a joke.
I mean, he's
honestly.
a Mossad operative, isn't he?
No. His story is way funnier. Okay, he wasn't a Mossad operative. He was a Shin Bet operative.
Oh yeah,
and,
Shin Bet.
So in the West Bank, and he ended up like he had to leave the West Bank for his own safety, obviously, because he was a Shin Bet operative, and the Israelis did not help him. The Israelis did not let him enter Israel because he's a Palestinian. He's still a Palestinian, so he had to go to the U.S. and beg for refugee status. He was initially denied refugee status until the
wait, chat, I was right. Wait, let me see if I got Uganda, Argentina, Cyprus, Mesopotamia. I mean, I guess this was under the Ottomans. I don't know if that was a demarcation at the time. Mozambique is actually the Sinai Peninsula was considered apparently. But no, I was not thinking Madagascar. I was thinking Mozambique. I just saw the. Oh my God, chat! How are we getting through this?
It's like
they keep on talking.
Over a bunch of former Shin Bet members to testify that he was a great servant to Israel, and then they gave him refugee status. So, like, he worked for Israel. He sold his soul. He sold his soul for Israel, and he still was not allowed in Israel. He had to go to the U.S.
Is he now allowed in Israel at least?
I don't think he's ever been to Israel, as far as I know.
No.
He went straight from Palestine to the U.S.
No. That motherfucker
might
is
have
not
been,
even.
I'm not sure, but
Bro,
they did not let him live
there's
there.
No way. He must be. Because, like, dude, I feel like I've seen him on Israeli television.
He lives in the U.S. He usually.
Where am I seeing this, Katie? It's a book by Adam Rovner called "In the Shadow of Zion: Promised Lands Before Israel."
He's like on Video Link and stuff, but he speaks like he does the tour, the speaking tour in U.S. universities is how he makes his money, most of it. and he might have visited Israel, but he's not allowed to live there.
Bro, he's such a nasty little fucking freak, dude. I hate him. He is the worst of the worst. Like he's such
The thing, at least
scumbag.
he's so bad that like he's so bad and obvious that he's easy to ignore. I feel because it's like,
he's like
most people
he
will discard him out of hand unless they're already Zionists.
Well, also because half of the people are going to be like, "You're Muslim. I don't care about you." So there's that too.
Yeah.
But no, it's my favorite. My favorite Zionist is like Rabbi Shmuley, because I think he's basically creating anti-Zionists everywhere.
Rabbi Shmuley is a fucking, like, I don't know, dude. That guy just makes me uncomfortable.
Like, you could have motherfuckers who are like, listen, I went to Jewish camp. Like I grew up loving Israel. And then the one time that they stand next to Rabbi Shmuley, they're like,
Rabbi Shmuley, the only person I've ever seen like literally cosplay an anti-Semitic trope to try to own somebody. Like, right? Literally make himself up into an anti-Semitic trope and act out anti-Semitic tropes, right? To own his enemies on social media.
I'm done. I'm over. We have to dismantle.
I don't know anything about him. I mean, I've mostly heard him because I've seen anti-Semites talk about how much they hate him. So you're anti-Semitic by association. I'm sorry.
No. I think
Shmuley is kind of bait, I guess.
He is not he's gross, but I don't think he's like, he doesn't anger me. I think it's like funny is what I'm saying.
He went on Piers Morgan and said on October 7th there was 400
oh god, the soccer thing?
Breasts that were cut off of women.
Yeah. And they played soccer.
Like that. They played,
he said they chopped
kicked
off
them around
Jewish
like
women's breasts and played soccer with them.
400 of them as well.
Man, that's where Ethan Klein gets.
It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even fucking pass the logic test.
It's all the shit that he makes up about himself from Israel. It's like they mailed me the skulls, they cut off the boobs. It's the same sort of shit.
No, wait, I don't know. I feel like maybe, like, I feel like probably somebody did mail Ethan the skulls, right? I don't know. Like, Ethan lies about a lot. I don't know that he's lying about that.
What, any of that? See, that's the other thing. Like, I don't give a fuck about the drama stuff that happens to Ethan at all. So, like, that was also really weird when he was, like, trying to fucking pin this shit on me. And I was like, did you ever get evidence that, like, someone called CPS? And he was like, no.
That's another thing. Like, I have not seen him provide any evidence that it even happened. And we're talking about the CPS shit. They're going to be so angry about it. I don't know. I'm not going to take anything this guy says at face value. He doesn't deserve that, given the shit that he says about other people and given the fact that he just makes shit up all the time. But
I just don't understand how this is like pinned on whoever the fuck he seemingly is beefing with.
Yeah. He's beefing with Denham's. It's Denham's fault, right?
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who was backed into a corner. I feel like he knows deep down that he can't, he's defending something that is indefensible. And when you're in that situation, you scream victim, and that's what he's been doing. Even if the CPS call did happen, like, creating a victim narrative out of that is insane. It's just like a little checkup on your kids for a day or two. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. He treats it like he was raided.
Also, this wouldn't have happened. The CPS call would not have happened if it were not for Ethan literally going on stream to describe what sounds like a dangerous situation for children. The way he described it sounded dangerous, right? That is one way to get CPS called on yourself.
By
a very inventive way. I got to give him credit for he was a creative writing major, chat. Ethan Klein was a creative writing major, so there we go. He's got his very, very creative
Team 6 and the concubine guy
story about Giardia and dogs and children eating shit off the floor. Very, very creative stuff. I mean, can you imagine having this guy? Can you imagine chat being the professor of the fiction workshop that Ethan takes, right? And it's like, he's brought in a story for us to read today. We're going to workshop his story. What do you want to bet it's about poop? What do you want to bet? Oh, yep, there we go. There's the poop. It's always about poop with this guy.
I took his kids to be like his janissary or something. The concubine guy, if you don't know, is the guy he was the guy, one of the, is SEAL Team 6 the one who killed Osama bin Laden?
Yeah.
I'm going to pretend they are.
You got autoplayed. Wait, you got autoplayed into this for a 45-minute video on this debate. So I was mildly confused. How do you cut this debate down into 45 minutes? I want to know. But also, that's hilarious. Mickey Makes Mixtapes. That you were watching the debate and then all of a sudden Irene pops up. It's like, yeah, Noah brought me into the Discord. I thought the January talk was at the end of this. God, this never ends. It never fucking ends, does it?
Like a bunch of twinks on Twitter that...
Be careful, Irene. That's Giardia reporting apologia.
Without social media,
yeah. You're talking about Mick Booyah.
That's my reference, yeah. So he's treating it like that guy came in with SEAL Team 6 and kidnapped his kids to be his fucking concubine or something, okay? That is the narrative that Ethan Klein is going with here. It sounds like he got swatted, basically. And, dude, it's just a visit from CPS. Should someone have called them on you? Like a random viewer? No, you shouldn't give a fuck about this guy and his kids enough to do that. But, like, he's treating it like he's been victimized in a...
I will make the argument, chat, that if you tell a story about dogs with Giardia shitting on the floor and your children eating that shit, if you make a story that even sounds like that's what you're fucking saying, with enough people watching this content, you will get CPS called on you. I would make an argument that statistically there is a threshold. I don't know what the threshold is, if it's 100,000 people seeing the content, if it's 400,000 people seeing the content, but I will maintain that there is a threshold at which statistically you are guaranteed to get CPS called on you by telling a fucked up story about kids eating dog shit off the ground. It's like I got skipped forward and Irene was there, and it's like an anime that adapts chapter 23 and then chapter 29. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Fucking absurd way.
Yeah, plus the staff. How do we know it wasn't AB or like, you know, how do we know that it wasn't Giardia that called CPS on him?
It's not what happened.
She left, right? Didn't she? Disappeared. She's not around anymore. Suspicious? Maybe she called CPS and she got the fuck out of there.
At all. And he's been doing this more and more and more. He's a victim of harassment. Everyone's harassing him. People called Hila a terrorist. There's no discussion of whether by his own definition she merits that label or not, which is, by the way, how I got involved in this in the first place. Because I saw what he was saying about Rashid, and it fucking offended me that he sees a Arab teenager when, by his own logic, his wife.
And he's like, that guy's anti-Semitic. That guy's anti-Semitic. That guy's a terrorist. That guy's a Houthi. Despite what his fucking last name is, that guy, I know it with that guy. He's definitely
fits that definition that he was using. So, you know, think a little bit before you say dumb shit.
Luckily, this fucking CPS agent certified, you know, CPS, or not CPS, sorry, Customs and Border Patrol, CBP agent certified, Rashid al-Haddad.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals. Glad to have you.
The American government's official position is that Rashid al-Haddad is not a Houthi, okay? I think we could put the...
Wait, the what? Where did that come from? Wait, whoa. We have confirmation?
CBP agent certified.
Think a little bit before you say dumb shit.
Luckily, this fucking CPS agent certified, you know? CPS... or not CPS, sorry, Customs and Border.
I was gonna ask. Why is CPS
Border Patrol, CBP agent certified, Rashid al-Haddad vindicated. The American government's official position is that Rashid al-Haddad is not a...
Wait, what happened? Did he travel to the United States and not get...
Okay, I think we could put the bed these claims, because I would otherwise be in jail right now, I guess, and be a precedent-setting legal case that undermines free press and free speech in this goddamn country.
Yeah, I mean... And
is he saying because he was let go after the detention that he must not... that Rashid must not be...
Then are the Houthis terrorists, aside from by that definition? You don't comment because they might arrest you. In my opinion, they are not. Because,
I told him that. I did tell him that. I was like, I think.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that. That's a bad idea.
No, I know. I told him I did like the softest approach. I was like, I'm of the mindset of the Brookings Institute when they wrote a report in 2020 that Donald Trump's assessment on his way out of the administration to declare the Houthis a terrorist organization was actually quite problematic because it actually rendered aid.
Chat, I kind of want to ask Noah where he got his cat ears.
Stopped the rendering of aid. And it actually had zero impact on the Houthis because they had no financial incentives tied outside of Yemen. I told him that.
Yeah. And I mean, the entire reason that people are calling them terrorists is because of the blockade. If they weren't doing the blockade, none of these people would even be talking about them. Like, I don't know enough about what the Houthis have done aside from that to say that they haven't committed terrorist attacks or not. But that specific instance is not terrorist attacks. That specific act.
Wait, I'm sorry. I got to ask, is it because of the blockade or is it because Israel is bombing them?
Using terrorist attacks, and people just harp on that. Like, if this guy was actually a Houthi, if he had actually helped to hijack ships, good on him.
Yeah, this is the thing, like, that I tried to explain to everyone that doesn't listen, because I think that they care more about, like, a gotcha in their minds, but I was like, I don't care if he's a fucking Houthi, dude. I thought he was before I interviewed him. He has no reason to fucking lie to me. He said he's not a Houthi, and then we moved on to other shit. Like, but even if he was a fucking Houthi,
I kind of like Noah's cat ears
from interviewing him, and
they look comfy.
This so many fucking times, and people literally don't understand. They're like, "Nah, we got."
I keep my wacky. Wait, what is this? Oh my god, chat. MF Doomscroll says, I keep my newborn infant baby in the same room as my free roaming boa constrictor. What a wacky, zany situation. Am I right, folks? After CPS visits, how dare they try to take my kids away from me? Yeah.
Got you, bro. You admitted he was a Houthi and then you lied and you said he wasn't because you're scared. And it's like, no, I'm not. I think it's my constitutionally protected right as an American citizen to actually...
Chat, we're going on like 8 hours here.
...conduct an interview with a member of the Ansar Allah administration.
How?
If I fucking want to. Okay? I will have a Al-Houthi family member if I want to. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
I saw some of the slop tubers set up the argument that you shouldn't have done that by saying, like, well, Osama bin Laden was interviewed, and that's not necessarily something that, shouldn't be allowed to happen. But in Hassan's case, it's actually different for actually no reason at all, just because.
No,
it's
the
Hassan
reason
doing
is
it.
because they say Hassan glazed them. He asked them about fucking
yeah,
One
that
Piece
was
and
it.
shit.
You talked
That's
about
what it
an
is. Where
anime.
they're so stupid. It's like, yeah,
they
I
didn't
did.
talk
I
about
fucking-
anime with
Charlie Kelly. Holy shit, Irene is still going. That's how I feel.
I asked a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager who, even if he was a part of the fucking Houthi movement, I would not consider to be like an enemy of America, or even if he was.
Oh my god, Chad. It's like late here. It's late
A lot
here.
of these fucking enemies. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What are they supposed to love us? Like, we did a fucking man-made blockade that created massive famine in the goddamn country, and we weren't even brave enough to do it ourselves. We let the fucking Saudis do it with our goddamn weapons and our fucking Air Force and our munitions. It was Boeing rockets that blew up the goddamn school bus in fucking Sanaa and shit. And oh my god, I can't believe they're walking over the Israeli and the American flag. Like, suck my dick, dude. They can do whatever the fuck they want with the American flag and the Israeli flag. I wipe my ass with the American flag. Fuck this.
Hell yeah. Do you?
But
you might get arrested for that soon.
I know, but it's like, I mean, this is the shit I do say all the time, and then people will clip it and be like, look, he's so radical and he's so scary. And it's like, yeah, let's not investigate why people would be so resentful about America. Let's just simply talk about how Hassan only says America bad. You know?
Look, the next time someone yells at you about that and they clip you, you should be like, hey, send them to me and tell them to debate me. Not because I want to like be your champion or something, but because I need people to debate because I destroy them and they're all scared. And I need someone to send them to me. So could you think about that?
Okay, I'll ask them to debate you in the
I
future.
would be the biggest fucking debate, bro, but I can't fucking find people to debate. Like, the people who debate me are like random Reddit commenters who like send me emails and they're like, hey man, I'm an Ethan Klein fan and I wanted to talk about this thing that you said. And it's like I respect that you're willing to debate me, but I prefer to speak to someone who's like a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer or something rather than a random guy.
It's not going to happen. The only reason why they do it to me is because, one, I have a lot, like, No disrespect to you, but you are in the filth all the time. So like, it's very hard to tackle your image in that way. Like, it doesn't matter if they clip you out of context. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
and then also, on top
get the
of
knife
that,
and be like this.
not only that, but also like you're what was I gonna say? I'm forgetting. It's fucking so late. Holy shit! I've been live since 11. I'm on my 10th hour right now.
You poor baby.
I've been live since
Yeah.
yesterday at 4 p.m.
Yeah, Noah's got. This is stolen valor by Hassan. Noah's been streaming since forever.
Do it because like they don't care about anything. They just like want to drive home a fucking narrative. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I get views though. I actually like people when they put me in the title, they actually get views, which is surprising. So
I don't think it's
that
surprising.
might entice them.
I'm actually curious how big the bad empanada like hate following is, right? I know there's a lot of people from, diverse fandoms that are like from, like from Vosh's fans, Eris's fans, like Drew Pavlov's fans, assuming he has any fans. Obviously his dad is not a big fan of what he's doing. Wishes that he would get a job, but no, Dad, this is my job. This is what I do. I fucking yell at people on the internet, and they just yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of people that just hate bad empanada.
I mean, I'm not that well known.
What did you just get muted?
Okay, the mic.
Oh, it's Noah.
Muted. 1 sec. Oh shit. I fucked up. 1 sec.
Mickey makes mixtapes. When I streamed regularly, I did 24-hour marathons a lot. I do not recommend. Listen, I always think that I want to do like something like that or do a big subathon and, oh my God, chat. Like the idea of actually staying on for, what is the longest stream I've done? Probably like, I don't know, 12 hours, 14 hours, maybe? The entire right wing of Argentina. Good point, Shakespeare.
No, they're laughing. They're sharing so many laughs anti-Semitically.
Chat, you know how I was bitching about,
Just letting you know.
you know how I was bitching about there's like, it's impossible to find like restaurants that serve vegetarian food.
Saying Ethan Klein debate me.
Okay, you're back. Ethan Klein debate me. He said,
Hello.
It is not impossible.
Yeah, I was saying, Ethan Klein, debate me, Ethan Klein. Don't be a pussy. You can confront me. You can ask me why I called CPS. Did I call CPS? Let's find out, Ethan. You can ask me why I sent the skulls. Ethan, let's do it. Let's go. Ethan.
See, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not interested in any of these conversations. I
this
don't.
is activism. This is revolution.
That's what I mean. I don't really care about this stuff at all. I mean, it's a good entry point for you potentially to get Ethan to talk to you, but I don't think he's gonna do it. Like I was saying, they're gonna chop this up. They're gonna chop this up in a way where it's like, they'll chop it so much that it'll come across like I said I called CPS or something. Like right now, at this very moment, they're gonna cut it like 2-second clip. And his fucking audience is so stupid that they will believe it. That's what pisses me off about everything. Like, sure, we talk about politics, we talk about the pessimism that we feel, but goddamn, there's nothing dumber than a fucking slop tuber enjoyer who unironically has an inflated sense of fucking intelligence from watching some of the dumbest people on the planet try to talk about complex political issues. There's nothing that breaks my brain more than like having to fucking entertain a guy who can't even string 3 fucking sentences together, being like trying to repeat the talking points that they got from the likes of Ethan fucking Klein, who a couple years prior they would have openly recognized is a dumbass who is only predisposed with goofs and fucking gaffes. Or has been
what
called.
about Ethan Klein's like original, like the way he gets the talking points in the first place is from like a game of telephone from his 5 staff members in ChatGPT. So, and then by the time it gets to the other slop
it's like
tubers,
Dan Stalkman and fucking Sex Pest and Boner Box. Like I think it's those
Boner Box.
You could tell, like in the debate with you when he started.
I'm sorry, it's too much, chat. It's too good.
For talking points, and they would just
it's too good.
And he had never actually read them before. He was just going over them in that moment, especially during the part about like the Jewish expulsions. Yeah. Holy shit, that was the most obvious ChatGPT moment I've ever seen in my life.
I don't think it was ChatGPT. I suspect it was Boner Box that gave him like he clip chimped Avi Schleim, dude. That was so fucking devastating. I was like this is such a
telephone/human centipede of misinformation.
Disservice to hundreds of thousands of people that are gonna fucking watch this and believe you. Like you are deluding hundreds of thousands of people.
Fried bologna sandwich. I love that Bad Empanada just saying F you to decorum. I like that he shakes up Hassan once in a while. I mean, like, yeah, this is
it was such a fucking shit show as well. Like literally just talking over you, reading.
This is core brand proposition, Fried bologna.
Like an entire thing that someone else sent him while you're still speaking. Like, oh, holy fuck. That would be my debate with him, but the thing is, I would like scream back at him. I would scream louder, and I would win, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's not how that works. If I had screamed at any given moment in that,
I still like Denial Box, but Boner Box is good. It's such a Hassan thing, don't you think?
Over the course of 5 hours and 40 minutes, that would be the only thing that they plastered. Because the conversation that
Avi Schleim is one of the kindest people ever. How dare you clip chimp him? Listen, Ethan said that he would have Avi Schleim. He would talk to Avi Schleim. I doubt he will do that, right? Because he lied. He completely twisted, like what Avi Schleim was saying, what the point of what he was writing into being in accordance with Ethan's, perspective, right? He completely distorted, like Avi Schleim's perspective and represented it like, it was. Same thing that he did with Nelson Mandela, right? And this is what he does, and it's not because he's, just loves to fucking lie about people, like, right? It's that he's that lazy. He finds something that sounds like it agrees with him. There you go. There's my talking point. I don't need to do any more research. I don't need. But the worst thing, Shakespeare, is him pretending that he read 3 Worlds and then trying, oh, have you read it? Have you read this book? And Hassan's like, no. Like, I haven't read, I've read other, and then he tries to call Hassan on like, oh, really? What other books have you read? And as Hassan is trying to name I think 2 or 3 books of Avi Schleim that he actually has read, unlike Ethan, Ethan is like, he's anticipating that Hassan is going to be like, is going to have nothing. And it's like, no. Unlike you, Ethan, Hassan actually is intellectually curious. Hassan reads this stuff because he wants to know about it. He is not shopping for motherfucking talking points. He is not putting, arrows in his quiver for debate pervertry. He reads it because he's interested.
That I had with Ethan Pryor, where he like cried at the end of it because people were being mean to him, was literally only remembered by all of these fucking debate pornographers who only care about the blood sport, except for that one conversation that me and Ethan had 2 fucking years ago at this point, where Ethan Klein left crying. At that point, they said, Hassan, you're so mean. And that was the only narrative, because they recognized that there was no fucking argument that Ethan could present that looked good. So they literally just hyper-focused on how fucking mean I was when I told him I was entertaining him with kitty gloves. And it's mind-boggling how quickly these fucking debate pedophiles will switch off At one point, they fucking love the blood sport. But as soon as it's like no longer fashionable to love the blood sport because their side in the conversation is like losing the conversation, then the debate pedophiles turn around and hit the optics point to be like, I can't believe how sad he made his podcast co-host.
Yeah, like if those people give a shit about that. I mean, it's also like I hope you've learned since then that these people do not deserve you being nice to them. These people either directly support or tacitly support child murder, mass child murder. That's ultimately what it is. This is the main point of contention. Be mean to them. If they feel bad,
Yeah, be as mean as you want. Just don't be sloppy.
if they feel harassed, honestly, great. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. Fuck each and every one of them. We need to be mean to these guys. We need to be assholes. They deserve it. They really do just deserve it.
I think that there's no winning over the fucking slop tuber audiences. They're
too parasocial.
They have a stranglehold. They have a stranglehold on so much on the dumb guy contingency. And I think there was a
great to
point.
see, like the same people who used to like screech about people crying about anti-Semitism are now doing that because suddenly Ethan Klein is their friend.
Yeah. I know. It's so ridiculous. I mean, the people themselves, they say anti-Semitic shit. They say actually anti-Semitic shit. And then they turn around and they're like, wow, these guys are being big anti-Semites. Fucking so annoying. Anyway, I got to go to bed. I'm so tired.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Do you have someone else? No problem. It's finally great to talk to Hasan Piker, the perfidious Ottoman. The Ottoman Hasan Piker has been confronted by Bad Empanada, wanted international criminal. Multiple counts of crimes committed by Bad Empanada, platformed by Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Yeah, what do you want to bet that this moment's going to end up on the Ethan Klein stream tomorrow? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet that this is what Ethan clips? Oh, look at Bad Empanada. He's just so unhinged. And look at Hassan. He can't say anything. Like, he knows that this guy's no good. He knows this guy's crazy. But he's gotta pretend like everything's chill. Oh, look at Hassan. This is what you got for yourself, Hassan. This is what you did. You lie down in the bed with dogs. You wake up with fleas, Hassan. Mark my words, chat. Mark my words, right? Ethan is 100% talking about this tomorrow.
On his stream.
Agrees with everything.
Someone get that to the New York Post.
Bad Emma Panda.
Please, thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, whenever I see the Bad Emma Panda, I always think of like Emma Vigland has a panda, and it's a little bit naughty. It's a little bit misbehaving. Needs to go to obedience school. Needs to learn from Professor Kaya how to be obedient.
Yeah. The New York Times.
He agrees with everything that I say.
The New York Times. Get it to CNN.
Do you condemn him? No, he says.
Do you condemn Bad Empanada?
That's so funny.
Do you condemn Bad Emma Panda?
That's gonna be the next question. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
I forgot to say
Thanks for
something.
coming on.
I've had people stopped at the border of the U.S. and asked about their association with me. So next time it might happen.
For real?
Okay.
For the record, anyone listening that has a government job, I do not know this man. I do not know this man. And he blocked me on Twitter. So there you go.
Well, we'll see. Yeah. I wouldn't put it past them. They asked me about my Twitch ban, so. All right.
Next
Peace,
time.
everybody.
Sabra hummus. Bye.
Bye.
Sabra hummus it is, chat. Sabra.
Do you have someone else coming on, Noah?
I have someone at 10:30.
What time is it now?
It's 10:10, so 20 minutes. So
all right. I haven't drunk water in like 3 hours, so I should probably go.
That's smart. That's smart. All right, there we go, chat. We beat the content. We beat the content. And I'm looking at the poll and I'm looking at the dono, and I can affirm to you that thanks to a very mindful chatter, we do not have to watch the slop tubers slop, right? They do want, we'll get to that, chat. I'll put the slop tubers up there to, oh God, chat. I think tomorrow, chat, if I stream tomorrow, I'm going to have to actually do it super early, right? Because I've got my meeting with the, with the, I gotta get my visa tomorrow, right? It's very, very important. So I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to start super early. So be here for that. Be back here for that. I guess we'll go over Ethan. We'll probably cover Ethan while he's still streaming. That's probably what we'll have to do to make this work, right? But thanks to donors, Anthony Fantano versus Tim Pool, it is, chat. That is content that I can do, and it's content I can do fairly quick. And it's not gonna break my brain in half. Anthony Fantano, Tim Pool. Did we have an Anthony Fantano expert in chat or something? Or no, I thought we had an Against Me expert in chat. I don't know if they're still here.
Anthony,
I have streamed way too long, so I wouldn't blame them if they've got other things to do. But
Fantano here, internet's busiest music.
Here he is, internet's busiest music nerd.
Hope you're doing
here to dunk on Tim Pool for you.
Well, it seems once again we have to come onto this channel and address a right-wing.
Dad Lefty, I guess your visa's more important than chat now.
Pretending to be a fan of music and art, or at least visibly struggling on their shitty YouTube channel and podcast to sort of like rationalize maybe the person they once were, or the heart that maybe they have on some level, not really being copacetic with the psychotic, bigoted views they now have to hold for a job. Of course, I am talking about the one and only Tim Pool, aka.
That's a weird picture of him. Chat, can we all agree that's a weird picture of him? Something's wrong with that picture. Is he alien? Is he a yokai? Is he... What's going on? There's something that looks like, I don't feel like there's enough room for his head in that beanie.
AKA Beanie Man. You know, if you've had the displeasure...
He really just does have kind of a short head, I guess. The head, you know what I mean? It doesn't go up that far past the eyes. Well, I guess, chat, what would he need that, you know, what would he need that much skull space for, right? You know what I'm saying? There would be vacancy. There would be massive vacancy, and his brain would rattle around if his skull was any bigger, if it was normal size, right? Because the brain that is actually in there is less like a kidney bean and more like a split pea. Let's just say.
Of seeing any amount of content from Tim's YouTube channel. You know that, like,
he has a 3 head, he has a 2 head.
A lot of other weird right-wing talking heads on the internet. He makes a lot of money and gets a lot of attention by virtue of commenting on, with a lot of indignance, a lot of pop culture items that are either nominally...
It's a bathroom pic with a turd log visible in his toilet bowl? Wait, what? Wait, is that a real thing? Did he take a bathroom pic with a turd visible?
Or deeply offensive to those with right-wing...
I gotta stop making fun of people's brains by comparing them to different legumes.
Because
it's not nice.
It's woke, or it's blasphemous, or whatever. Enter in singer-songwriter Laura Jane Grace of Against Me fame, modern punk rock legend, many would claim, who recently did a little performance at a Bernie Sanders rally of like this.
Wait. Oh, it's a Sam Cedar reference. The turd visible. Wait, what? Bathroom pic with a turd log visible? Is that a Sam Cedar reference? Did I miss that? He tried to do an Owo small bean. I mean, he kind of, anyway. I gotta stop talking about his brain. It's not very nice.
Acoustic sing-along song about essentially, as a trans person, feeling fucked by God. Which, you know, if you have two brain cells to rub together, even if you haven't personally experienced what Laura Jane Grace is, you know,
even if you yourself haven't been fully fucked by God's dick, certainly you can understand this. Yeah.
Describing in this song, you sort of like get the concept pretty easily that I am a trans woman. Personally, I feel kind of under fire. So
somebody's going to clip that.
With all of this hate being lobbed towards trans people, all of this bigotry, a lot of that bigotry tends to kind of skew as being very religious, or at least it's coded as such. Hence the metaphor where she's feeling fucked by God. Now, apparently this performance may have gotten a little viral online in right-wing circles, made some people pissed off. Tim Pool goes on his show and says people are angry and and pissed off and raging about things all the time just to have something to talk about on YouTube.
Here's my thought, though. How many of those right-wingers know about Against Me? I know that the right-wingers, they know Rage Against the Machine. Many of them are in fraternities. You know, this is like, right? So that's not surprising, right? When the right-wingers freak out about Rage, right? They're aware of Rage. But are the right-wingers aware of Against Me?
So, of course, that's kind of like the lead into this whole reason for him talking.
I'm surprised Jesus's mom didn't write something like that. What, being fucked by God's dick?
About Laura Jane Grace in this video here.
A transgender singer is sexually graphic in front of a crowd of people, which I presume largely is adults, but it's a Bernie rally, so there's probably some kids there.
You're acting like she gave birth on stage to some kind of alien trans baby or something. Like you're acting like I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Wait, what did he say?
Video here.
A transgender singer is sexually graphic in front of a crowd of people, which I presume largely is adults, but it's a Bernie.
So because she's singing the lyrics to a song about God's dick, does that get you off, Tim?
So there's probably some kids there. Totally inappropriate.
If this were any other Tim Pool segment.
Totally inappropriate. They show Milo Yiannopoulos being platformed on Tim's podcast.
In many ways it is. There really wouldn't be much reason for me to talk about it, except for the fact that I find it hilarious that Tim spends a great deal of this video trying to validate his criticisms and basically provide some weight to his point of view here because he used to be a man.
Oh, that's right. Ye was on with, Milo probably was not the worst person that was on that day.
It's me fan.
It's hard to say.
I am an OG fan. OG, of course, for those that don't know, means original gangster.
He even
No, Tim, you're not the original gangster. You are not the original nutter.
Tries to impress the
nutter
video that Tim really knows what he's talking about and knows where he's coming from here because he used to know how to play all the songs on guitar.
You had the classic song, Baby, I'm an Anarchist, for which I can still play on the guitar. And then, of course, you had much better songs, in my opinion, like Pints of Guinness Make You Strong.
In fact, it's kind of funny because as he progressively talks about Laura Jane Grace and this song and like how big of a fan he once was, it seems like the number of Against Me songs he knows how to play on guitar like increases. First, it was a bunch of songs, then it was like the Axl Rose songs, and then like, you know, he's listing other tracks too.
Wait, the Axl Rose songs? That was the death of the slang. Yeah, you can't say OG anymore. You cannot say, just noted, chat. Write this down in your notes. No one's allowed to say OG anymore. It's the first time some performer was sexually graphic on stage. Jim Morrison, yeah, famously with the Oedipal trope that he I guess the Doors got famously kicked out of a venue they were playing for saying, "Father, I want to kill you. Mother, I want to," and you can use your imagination.
Damn,
with that one
catalog.
And they have a song called Tonight We're Gonna Give It 35%. And that is, I can't remember which album it's off of, but I used to play it all the time. I'm pretty sure I can still play. It's only 4 chords anyway. And it's about signing a record deal. What? We're gonna get signed to a major record deal and get $1 million? Let's go. And that's when I was like, hypocrites.
He even goes on to play a lick from an Against Me intro.
I can prove it.
He can play so many songs. So he's gonna prove it right here. Here's the thing, chat. Like, I'm just a little bit like, I'm doubting how much of an Against Me fan he actually was.
Here we go. Okay. Anybody who knows.
It's folk punk, right? Reinventing Axl Rose was Against Me's first album. Unless we want to retcon OG into meaning obnoxious goblin.
That song is, you know exactly what song I was playing.
And I just find this very funny because like the time period
he fucked up the riff
that Tim describes in this video as far as like being into Against Me and how their music resonated with him at the time when they were originally hot with Axl Rose and so on and so forth. I was a big fan of the band at that same time. In fact, like I saw the band live way back then, and I had all the EPs on vinyl and liked some of the stuff they did on Fat Wreck Chords not too long after that. And Tim is just like obsessed in this video with like proving how like hardcore of a fan he was, how deeply ingrained into like the Against Me sphere he was. He even goes on to sort of like brag like, oh yeah, you know, like I know people who knew or know Laura Jane Grace. You know, I don't know them personally. I don't got any beef, but like, you know, I know people who know people. And Tim like basically says all of this to build up to his argument that in his opinion, now he states this as fact, but then he also sort of like backpedals a bit. He's like, oh, I'm just saying, I'm just asking some questions. He goes on to argue that he feels that Laura Jane Grace is essentially just like pretending to be trans or transed herself for money and attention and wasn't
transed herself. That's such a chat. We should joke about this, right? I used to joke about like the joke was that like when people would talk about transgenderism, I'll be like, there's just no such thing. That's not a thing. There's no transgenderism. That's not a thing, right? Because it sounds like a philosophy, like if it was like Mormonism, chat, you know what Mormons want to do? They want to go out and make more Mormons. They want to turn you into a Mormon. Has anybody in chat ever had trans people knock on your door? Hi, we're from the Church of Latter-day Transgenderism, and we'd like to trans your gender today. What can I do to put you in a brand new gender, which you will trans to, right? We used to joke about this shit, but they really do look at it like this. They trans themselves. You got transed. The other joke was that like people would say transgendered, like past tense verb, like something unfortunate happened to you. You got transgendered. And you know, it just almost sounds like the R slur when you say it like that, or I don't know what where you're trying to go with that, right? But it's pretty fucking bigoted and maybe even multiple ways, right? We used to joke about this shit, but they're serious about it. They are fucking serious about that. Where are my latter-day trans people?
Entirely motivated by the fact that like Against Me was in a ton of debt. And
yeah, you get all the money and all the positive attention if you trans yourself. Just look at someone who's like under the fucking, you know, weight of a giant like harassment campaign, right?
Just needed money.
I would say that the honest take here, lead singer of Against Me, was in the gutter. The band was not doing really well. They had massive amounts of debt. They failed. And
the lead singer comes in and he's like, you know what? I think we're going to have to do it, guys. I'm going to trans my gender. I'm going to do it for the band. Like, oh, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. No, we can, I got a job lined up at my dad's like hardware store. No, you don't have to trans your gender. Don't do it, lead singer. No, I'm going to trans my gender. It's the only way. You get lots of money. You get lots of respect. You become automatically famous.
Then,
oh my God.
Trans. And then all of a sudden they saw a big bump.
Now, if you're an actual Against
Me fan, bump. You know how immediately, chat. Immediately. I think it's the other way around, isn't it? I think it's the other way around.
Bullshit that argument is, because when you dig into the
like, look, if it's not, it means that you've got a really good community. You got a really good fandom, right? If you come out as trans and you know, people are more into you, not less than into you, then you know you got a good community. But most of the time, chat, most fandoms would have some drop off, right? There's gonna be a decent number of transphobes in your audience, and those people are not going to fuck with your content anymore. Tim has no place to talk about other people's music. True, good point. Trans Jesus was born in SLC. Was Trans Jesus an SLC punk?
catalog like tracks as early as Disco.
Sure, you will most likely be cut off from all your family and friends, but become transgender for the trend. That's right, it's trending on TikTok right now.
Breakdown do very much convey like a closeted queer experience point of view of some sort. So like that alone would instantly delegitimize any argument that Laura Jane Grace coming out of the closet was like entirely fabricated and so on and so forth. But what's hilarious about this is that Tim is apparently such a fan, he's actually aware of this song, references it in his rant, and sort of like poo-poos the idea of that by saying this song must just be about either being gay or being about dating someone who's really fat and ugly.
That is before the breakdown, where you're like, hey, it sounds like this dude's gay. No, I mean like literally, because like either he's dating someone who's ugly or fat, or he's singing about being gay, because it has the lyrics, I know they're going to laugh at us when they see us out together holding hands like this. They wouldn't understand it if we told them all the reasons. Pause.
You can't...
Pause? Pause? Chad, that was not one of the Boondocks' better jokes.
Make this up. The guy is such a mealy-mouthed piece of shit. And look, I'll be honest.
And even when the Boondocks made it, like it wasn't in the sense of like.
It's been a long time.
It wasn't in the sense of pause because being gay is actually a bad thing, right? They're kind of, they're kind of having a go at one of the characters with having him always say pause.
I have like really truly loved a new album from Against Me. I haven't really dug much the band has done since like searching for a former clarity. And a lot of my reasoning comes down to the band mostly like adopting a more mainstream rock sound over the years. The idea that Against Me and Laura Jane Grace are like completely beyond listenability and fandom and respectability at this point because like they're just the biggest sellouts in rock and punk history is like complete bullshit. Like even the band's most mainstream sounding albums in their catalog don't even come close to sounding like radio rock or even like traditional commercial pop punk for that matter. In fact, I don't even think Laura or
To the Homie
Against Me could even make that sort of album if they really wanted to. So the degree to which they can really even sell out on that front, I feel like is not even a reality. You may disagree with that personal assessment that I have. Certainly the opposite is arguable. However, I feel like the last person on the planet who should be making that argument is Tim fucking Pool. Because if Tim is going by the metric that Laura Jane Grace was at one time like a really great underground hardcore singer-songwriter with anarchist leanings, and now she's like no longer fully that, and as a result she's a loser and a cretin, and she should.
It's a mainstream thing. It's a mainstream sellout to transition.
Be taken seriously. Okay, if that is true of Laura Jane Grace, that applies.
Wouldn't it be more of a mainstream sellout to shoot up a rack of Bud Light?
10 20 times for Tim fucking.
I feel like if you really want your shit to pop off, right? If you really want some zero effort clout, you would come out as transphobic, right? Or anti-Semitic, or right. This is what's popping off on
Pool, who apparently over here again is sitting here like a stan. I play all the songs on the guitar. Oh, so like how deep into the ideological tank were you for every old school Against Me song? Probably more than even Laura Jane Grace was, and she wrote the fucking tracks. Like in the grander scheme of things, the ideological shift that we're seeing in Laura Jane Grace as a singer and a songwriter over the course of Against Me 2002 to Against Me 20.
Yeah, it takes the trans beer to turn the frickin' frogs gay. That's right.
Like
that's right.
Gradual and even minimal in comparison to Tim Pool going from Against Me stan who knows all the songs on the guitar to Russian oligarch paid right-wing talking head freak who releases some of the worst music known to man under the title of his podcast.
Tell me what to do.
Can we listen to this? Is this okay? Is that Tim Pool?
And at the very least, I can respect the fact that Laura Jane Grace in her own art and work has actually like tried to explain and contend with these changes that she's had ideologically over the course of her lifetime.
Wait, how is this live? It's morning. Are you confused? Because like I'm a late evening, late night streamer. It's like early in the morning. Is that the confusion?
Her music, actually presenting them to her fans to try to give them some sort of understanding. Meanwhile, Tim Pool over here is a million times more the sellout than Laura Jane Grace could ever be. And he gets to sit there on his shady billionaire funded podcast YouTube channel and pretends like he's not the textbook definition of a political internet grifter.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Enemy. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest.
It reminds me of Mommy. Why did you make me do that? Why did you make me do that?
Enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Just never caught the stream at this time. No, you're not wrong, Neo Pergos. You're not wrong. It's a strange situation that finds me here. But basically, a debate got over really late at night, and I had to cover it.
But yeah, wow, you really got to give it to Tim Pool for uncovering the Laura Jane Grace billionaire trans woman grift. Because as we all know, all rock...
Edward Gregorian is a true patriot.
Singers, all punk rock bands, if they want to become famous and want to become millionaires and just sort of like, you know, get really big and get really huge and see tons of success.
You transition. That's what you do.
Only for a little bit, though. Only for a little bit. They all have to become trans. But yeah, there you go. Tim Pool exposed once again as a dimwit.
Wait, what was that Ollie London bitching about Paramore too? Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, chat. I would love to hang out a little bit more, but it's actually late for me now. And I've got, I'm going to try to stream tomorrow. I'm going to catch the stream early. I'll try to wake up early. I'll try to make everything should be early. It'll be the opposite of tonight that was super late. Let me shout out my Patreons because they're always there for me. So I always want to be there for them with a shout out. So shouts out go to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. With that, chat, I believe I'm going to tell you to get in the robot. I don't know how many of you are there left watching me on Twitch after this super long night. But hopefully there's at least 20. I don't know. It's always embarrassing, rating when the numbers are like low, but take a day off, minimum half day, get your visa sorted. Literally much more important. That's true. That's true. Well, we'll see, chat. If I get started on it early, I'll do it. If I get started on it late, then I guess I'll skip tomorrow. But I have a feeling that a certain Ethan Klein is going to be inclined. He will not decline the opportunity to try to make something of Hassan's conversation with Bad Empanada. So I'll try to cover that tomorrow. And if not, then the day after tomorrow. But yeah, definitely getting that visa. We're not going to be late to the visa. We're not going to be late to the visa. Anyway, much love, everybody. Sending you over to US A-hole. Go give them my love. And I will see you all again tomorrow. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Patreons. Thank you, Thumb Gang. You all rock. I had fun despite having streamed for 9 fucking hours tonight. I don't know. It was worth it, I guess. Anyway, we're ending the broadcast now. I will see you again, hopefully tomorrow. If not, the